No one's ever come up to me and said, "Oh, I'm a flat earther," offered that. I know
I met a flat earther.
they actually have a flat earth group in Portland, Oregon. I live close to Portland, Oregon, and I could go up there if I wanted to meet up with flat earthers because they have meetings and stuff.
Oh, that's neat.
I've never I've never run into one. I mean, it'd be so amazing, if you were riding a bus somewhere or somewhere where you just talk to a stranger and they would say, "Hey, dude, do you know the Earth's flat?" I mean, it's never
Yo,
happened to
I
me.
met a flat earther once. I met a flat earther once. I was driving Uber, and I used to ease people in. Like, people would ask, like, what are you into? I'd make chit chat with people all the time, make small talk. And wherever it went, it went. I would try to lead it towards conspiracy. I would always mention, like, yeah, I'm a big conspiracy guy or something like that. And then I'd feel them out. And then this one chick was like, yo, I'm a flat earther too. And I knew her boyfriend. And her boyfriend was a huge NASA nerd. I'm like, really? You're a flat earther? I'm like, does your boyfriend know? She's like, no, he doesn't know yet. I was like, listen, this was years ago. This must have been like 3-4 years ago. I was like, watch this channel, Nathan Oakley. I was like, listen to the arguments for a few months, and then you'll be able to destroy your boyfriend. I don't know what she ended up doing. I haven't seen her in a while.
Huh. I remember I was listening to Nathan Oakley when you first came on there.
When was I? Oh, I was on there a couple times. I don't really fuck with them dudes like that.
I think I started.
What were we talking about?
I can't remember. I think it was when was about episode around the 400s. I think.
No, I don't think I was on that.
Oh no, that's when I started watching. But I remember when you came there, you were just arguing anything with anyone. I remember. I was like, not this guy again. You were so argumentative. I guess you went over and went into training over at Gems after that or something.
Dude, I spent 2 years in Gems. 12-hour days, bro. Just going at them nonstop. That shit is not healthy. That type of environment.
It sounds like 2 years of hell, man.
I was tough.
I mean,
listen, you can't always take the easy way out, though. It made me who I am now. So, I'm telling you, man. Dude, everyone should do that shit. You think you got good arguments? Bring it to them dudes. They're some of the biggest globers in there. Like, people think Kosho and Rumpus is good. They're okay, but there's dudes in there that are like, they're just sick with it. There's like a real rocket scientist in there supposedly and shit, Like, I know we get Jace and Ronick and a couple big names, Parks. Them guys are sick with it there. And it's even tougher because they got like 15, 20 Globers, so it's like if one of them falls off or can't answer it, someone else will pick it up right away.
Yeah.
That was tough shit. But I think it was all good. Geo saved us all, as far as I'm concerned. Otherwise, we'd be in a shit show mess right now.
I went from Oakley's listening to him and got so tired of listening to his whole little show, and he starts getting into all his insults and stuff and muting people. And I started watching Ranty. And then I went from Ranty and then it was who was that other guy that you were real close with after Ranty? The Bot Ranty show. Was that guy? Brandon.
My bad, bro. I was on a phone call. What'd you say?
Yeah, I started watching Oakley. Then I went from Oakley to Ranty's show, and you were on Ranty's show quite a bit. And then you really got into it in Brandon's show. And then I went from
Yeah, I was
Brandon's.
only on Ranties. I was only on Ranties for like a few weeks before he handed it off.
And then I went
Yo,
from
Ranty.
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I went from Brandon to 24/7, and I got into that, and I was immediately banned. I mean, and I came back one time. They put me in one of those rooms, and then someone
The
bailed me
woodshed.
out. Yeah, something like that. That someone came in and knew who I was and bailed me out. And then I was on like for maybe a half an hour more, and they just banned me again, and so I just gave up on that. And then fortunately, this one, opened up. Seems to be the most, tolerant one of any that I've been to, and the least, I don't know, offensive or whatever, vile. Did uh, Rumpus ever do his Bedford levels?
I don't think so. That whole thing is nonsense, anyways. He's trying to look
I haven't
6
heard.
miles through a theodolite or some shit.
Yeah, I really
You're
want.
just
I
looking
wanted
at
to see it
apparent.
though.
Dude, you're just looking at apparent positions. That shit don't even matter. Once you're looking that far, it's like whatever. They have measurements of the horizon above horizontal. Nobody knows what's going on that far away. That shit
Would
is
have been cool
worthless.
though.
You're shooting more than a. What's up?
Would have been cool though to see Rumpus jump in the Bedford levels if he was wrong.
That would have been
Would have been
awesome.
nice.
I agree.
Would have had a good video of that. That's probably why he isn't doing it. He probably doesn't know how to swim.
Uh, yeah, that would have been neat. Have him jump in the canal.
He hasn't been around much.
I know. Ah, son of a bitch. Yeah, he ain't. Rumpus ain't been around. I don't know where he's been at. Well, we're not doing that shit show thing anymore, so that scared a lot of people away. Because there's some people that like the shit show or the crazy madness thing, and just not doing that. It's not a direction where I see any progress being made in the shit show. It's like whatever, it's childish.
Yeah, I don't like listening to it.
Yeah, nothing. You
I'd
can't hear
rather
what's
listen.
getting said. It's madness.
Yeah, and when everyone starts swearing at each other, and it's just like it's. I mean, I sometimes get a little riled up, but I don't know if you can't. It's not something that you really want to get mad about. It's just sort of a philosophical argument. You know what I mean? It doesn't really. I mean, it does help you in some ways to know the truth. It would be nice to know the truth, but it's a lot of it's so philosophical. I'm not saying that there are things that we're not sure of. That there are facts and there are truths, but the whole thinking about the shape of the earth, I think, is more a philosophical thing because we don't really know. There's a lot of evidence one way or another that you can point at, but I don't think we'll ever really know. It's like what happens to you when you die or something like that. I hold it in that sort of place, but I wish someone could just, open a door somewhere and blurt out what it actually everything is all about. And I'm waiting for someone to do that. It's like somewhere maybe on this channel, someone will come up and go, I've got it all figured out, and we'll know what they're, and it'll be real or something. One way or another. It'd be nice to know the truth, but I don't think we ever will.
I mean, we're trying, man. If you gave me a wall, 3 machined metal pieces shaped like spirit levels, and enough time, I could find out for sure if the water's curving or not. Like, no doubt.
Yeah, if you had unlimited funds, it sure would be I mean, you could do a lot of things.
Or I just need like a 2 3 mile long wall and those 3 pieces of metal. And you'd be good.
I mean, like
Probably
a
take a few weeks.
rectilineator, like that kind of a thing. Is that what you're thinking?
Something like that. But I mean, you have to go both ways whenever you do. Not whenever, but normally I've only seen a couple of ways where you don't have to go both ways off level. But normally you have to go both ways off level. That way you know you're symmetrical. You know what I mean? You don't want to have your shit angled down a little bit one way and you're all messed up. It could look flat. You get a skewed result. That's why you got to go both ways to make sure you're the same height above the water. Like if you go out 1 mile from level each direction, you need to be the same distance over the water to know that your line is actually there has to be symmetry there. Like no matter what shape it is, like unless we're on like slanted earth or some shit, you got to have that symmetry there.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think they did that with the rectilineator. I think they just made level and went out straight. I'm not sure though.
They were pretty thorough. They used the mean high tide. They had this whole system where they their what is a term that Rocky always uses? Your baseline. They were using a baseline, a mean high tide baseline, and they seemed really, really thorough. When I've watched a couple videos about it, and yeah, I don't, they made those things so true. Those pieces that they used, uh, it seems like they did everything that they could have at that time, at that technology, to make it straight and have a straight baseline, which would be the water. But you really couldn't use the water as a baseline because if it was curving,
Yeah, you can't use the water, dude. You need to bring the water in the end. You don't even look at the water until your line's made, and then you look at the water.
yeah, you'd have to do it that way because otherwise, yeah, if the water is curving, then you're screwed up right from the get-go. Yeah.
The straight
I
line's
always
got to
thought
be
that.
made. It's got to be made from anything but the water. You can't use the water. Yeah, that's what you're checking against. You're checking the water. You can't use the
Right.
water to check the water. That doesn't even make sense.
Exactly. Well, I mean, you could if you believed it, if you made the assumption that the water was flat. Yeah, but yeah, you couldn't do that.
Yeah, you ain't even checking on it at that point. You're just like, whatever.
Those people that did that, they were concavers. They had like this whole. It was almost like a religious group, and the guy that did it was like the leader of the gang, and he came up with a concave Earth. I always thought that, they were building Trump's wall there for a while, and you could have used that kind of as a support. You could have like just attached, things to that. Um, if it went for a, straight in one direction for a while. Uh,
Bro, I'm thinking the best way to do it is just like I said, not even have a structure, but just use the 3 spirit level shaped pieces of precision engineered metal and mark lines, leapfrog them. That's the best way to do it in my mind, instead of having to make a million pieces of precision engineered pieces of metal. Like, that's crazy. I would just leapfrog 3 of them.
so how long would each piece be?
I don't know, 5 feet, however long they can make them. The most accurate they can make them, the longest.
They basically did that with that Bedford levels. They made like a bunch of these panels through as they could, and then they just, used them all the way across. And they were, I think, 12 foot, or I can't remember what the length of those were, that those panels that they made. They were longer than 5 feet, so it seems like, if you can't go, I mean, you'd want those metal pieces to be longer than that. It seems like, to eliminate any chance that there was deviation.
Like, I don't know, I'd want to go 2-3 miles on each side of your level mark. So you'd make a level in the middle and then go out as far as you could on each side.
Yeah. So it would be real obvious one way or another what was happening. Further you go,
Yeah, and you
the more
could make a
obvious.
couple lines. You could make a couple lines on the wall. Like, you could use this method with the spirit levels, and maybe you could snap a chalk line for another line beneath it, and then have a different way for another line underneath that line. You use laser levels or some shit, whatever. Like, you do a whole bunch of lines in one spot. That's the ideal way to do it. Wherever you're going to make a line, it doesn't even make sense just to do one line. That's not even in the game plan. Like, you got to make mad lines at that one spot. That way you can see. Because what if your line's fucked up? At least you can get a bunch of lines there and be like, all right, they're all pretty good. They're all not deviating from each other. Let's see what the water underneath it does. And then you get a 10, 20-foot water level. You could just extend a level reference underneath all that. Right underneath it with the water. They make water levels with shit. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a little thing on top, so you can get down to the very nitty gritty, like a very precise water level. I forgot what the thing's called. You put it on top of the water level so you can see exactly where the water is.
How many miles would you do it for? 3 miles in each direction?
As long as I could. If we had the 10-mile wall, I would do it, start the level in the middle, and then go out 5 miles each way. If we had a 3-mile wall, I'd do 1.5 miles each way. It depends on how long the wall is.
Yeah, the longer the better. I mean,
Yeah.
then it would be real apparent after, after three, how much drop would there be after, say, 10 miles? What is that?
Well, if you went out 5 miles from the middle, I mean, it's a lot of drop. 8 inches per
That's
mile squared.
25 times 8, 200 inches, 5 miles. That's about, is that about 16, 7, 18 feet maybe?
Yeah, it'd be
Wrong on the
obvious.
math there. Yeah, it'd be really
No,
obvious.
it'd be obvious after 5
in each
miles.
direction. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would if you were doing it as precise as you could, the error of margin would be way, way less than that in 5 miles. It seems like to me, if you were using the best technology you could to get everything straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be pretty obvious.
So I'm saying you could use a whole bunch of methods. If you have a wall, you could get two laser levels, the ones that spin. They'll spin like 360 degrees and project a beam out. You could
Uh-huh.
like get two of those. You get two of those, you overlap one on the other, and then you mark the wall and you leapfrog those two laser levels. You could do one with the spirit level shaped pieces of metal. There's a whole bunch of ways to make a straight line on if you got a wall.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's never been done except for by those concavers. I mean, they're the only ones that ever attempted it that I know of. It was at the turn of the century. I think that was late 1800s, wasn't it? Early 1900s on the beach in Florida.
What's up, Paige?
Not much. You? What are you guys are talking about?
What do you want to talk about?
I'm just listening.
You know where Newtonian mechanics falls apart?
Oh, please tell me.
Anywhere, wherever non-inertial reference frames are involved. Did you know that?
Okay.
Is that neat or what? Did you know that happened, or did you think Newtonian mechanics always held true?
I haven't thought about it since like Physics 101.
Oh, I know. I know. I don't know. Did you hear they're about to get rid of cold dark matter? That's huge for you guys.
Yeah, that comes from a satellite observation. So satellites are real?
I don't have to believe that. You do, though, because
Oh,
you
so
think
wait a
this
minute. So
cold dark matter satellite.
but you're using data from a satellite to show something, so you would have assumed that the data is from the satellite, right?
Bro, that's the wackest. Dude, that is the wackest argument, bro.
Well, no,
Really?
I mean, how can you
That's
use
an
data
all or
from
nothing.
a satellite and say that it's not a real thing? I mean, come on. If you're
I'm
gonna use
using
it out here-
evidence. I'm using evidence from your model. You accept the satellite thing, right? It
Well,
shouldn't
so
matter if I
you have
accept it
to
or not.
accept
I
it.
don't.
You should.
I don't. I don't accept it.
Then you shouldn't use
You
data from the
accept it
satellite.
though.
Then you shouldn't use data from the satellite.
Why? You do not accept it?
You don't. How come you're
Who
using fake
cares?
data? So if
Who
you're
cares
using
about me?
if you're using fake data from a fake satellite, it should be fake anyway. So okay.
Okay, so we agree the satellite's fake. All right, cool.
You think it's fake. I mean, you say it's fake, but you're using data from it to prove other shit. So
Okay, do you think the satellite data is fake?
it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what you think. If you're going to use data
Well,
from the satellite, it should be good data. How can you use bad data and say that you're getting a good conclusion?
at least in some way, I'm going to kind of side with Paid here. If you're using data that you can't really validate and it's dependent on, something you can't, then like what's the assertion really? Unless you
I would have. No, I would agree with that. Yeah, we have no way to validate this or repeat it at all. But I mean, if he doesn't, if he thinks it's fake, then whatever, that's fine. These guys think that shit's real, though. It's like a
I mean,
hostile witness thing.
I think part of this deception is that they purposely plant shit in it. Oh, this doesn't work with our model. Who diddy who? And then that's actually part of the overall psyop. It's like, and we're building better and we're gonna, you know what I mean? Like there's a whole component to that. So in my opinion, like clinging on to something in their model that doesn't work is, in my opinion, a very weak approach.
Well, this is
Especially, hold on, let me just finish. When it's based on data that they are claiming that they're acquiring from, whatever other sources that we also can't validate. It's like sort of be like debating something in a movie that like, oh, this happened in the movie, and then you're debating it. Sort of like you can't validate it in the first place. Why debate something that the movie told you?
Yeah, if we were debating the validity of the satellite data, I would absolutely agree. But I mean, these guys believe that shit, though. So
I mean, this idea that James Webb caught this baby galaxy thing that doesn't fit is like, really? That's what you're going to cling to? That's the deal? You've debunked it now because the James Webb deception told you something?
I hear that. I hear you. I don't think that satellite's doing what they say and all that. It's unverifiable, absolutely. But these guys buy all that shit, though. But yeah, if we were arguing if that data was real, yeah, I could argue that too, or I could use it against them, whatever.
But their model allows for things to be like they don't fully know or they found an anomaly, like that's part of their model.
Yeah, I hear
Part of the
that. I
story.
hear that.
It's also called how science works. We find something that we don't understand and we try to explain it. Does the model have to change? Maybe. Maybe there's something wrong with the observation. It's only one,
I wouldn't classify this as science, really. It's not.
No, this
It's not
is
repeatable. It's not verifiable.
No, it is actually, but that's another issue.
You're just making observations. You're not really doing anything.
That's what science is.
No. I mean, that may be a branch of science. It's not like natural science, though. You need experiments and shit, right?
It's definitely natural science.
Oh, natural science, you would need an experiment in there.
Natural science is not supernatural science. You were observing the natural world.
Yes, you observe it, and then you do an experiment.
And you learn this where?
There's a
Classroom?
lot to be gleaned. There's a lot to be gained from observations. I have no doubt. Yeah, you could learn a lot from observations, but when it comes down to it with natural science, it's an experiment and manipulate a variable or something like that, right?
Thank you, Kiwi.
Dude, QE didn't make that up, bro.
Yeah,
You think QE made that up?
Yep.
That's how natural science works. There's like a zillion citations for it.
Well, Paige is a big fan of that individual's channel, so he's gonna rep for it every chance he can.
No, I'm
QE, you're a big QE's biggest
you
fan.
guys-
I know.
you guys
I don't
keep-
hear anyone bring up QE more than this Paid NASA Show guy.
What
He
you would
literally
do-
Yeah.
brings this guy up every day, nonstop. I don't think about QE, haven't thought about him forever, but the Paid NASA Show guy comes in and mentions him every time.
Yet you have Jeremy here basically aping his position.
The scientific method in doing experiments has nothing to do with a dude on the internet called Quantum Eraser.
He's
That
the guy.
dude, experimental
Exactly.
experiments with dependent and independent variables goes long before the QE character was ever even born. So just because he has a YouTube channel, he talks about some things that might be similar, doesn't mean you can attribute it all to him, dude. That's absurd.
And he's the flat earther
Exactly.
that brought this all up, and ever since he brought it up, you guys continually ape this position. And I'm sorry, but that is part of science. Yeah, it's not all of science.
I mean, dude, it's just so false. Like we were talking about the scientific experiments and data, etc., way before QE was even on the internet, bro. Back in 2015, 16. If you're talking about what you want to label as flat Earth, quote unquote, I mean that this discussion has been going on long before anything involving him. So I don't know why you continue. I guess you're just a big fan of his channel because I mean,
No, I'm just tired of you guys aping his position or confirming his position, whatever you want to call it.
so if I say the sky is blue and I go on the internet telling everyone the sky is blue, are you going to run around and be like, oh, you're doing that thing Geo does, man? Oh, you're doing that sky is blue thing again? Oh my God, yeah, that's so Geo. Oh my God, it's so Geo, dude. Like, are you? He must be your sky daddy because, like, dude, that's so Geo, man. Like, sky's blue. Are you kidding me, dude? Like, nobody ever said that before Geo, dude. And you're all just aping. You say aping? I don't know what you said. Aping his position, bro. Like, you guys must be Geo followers because you said the sky's blue. Like, that's basically what you're doing. I mean, using a dependent and independent variable hypothesis, all that stuff is way before QE was even born, bro. Literally.
And so is astronomy and observational sciences.
I don't have any problem with that. You're assuming that I said something about QE. I didn't. I never said anything about QE anything.
Oh, Jeremy just went down, click down the list.
Somebody calls someone a moron, we're gonna be like, "Oh my God, that's so Paid NASA Show, bro." You're the first guy to ever call someone a moron, bro. That's so Paid NASA Show, man. Oh my God, you're a copier. He must be your.
I've been better.
He must be your moron daddy.
I've been better since you guys. Well, I've been better.
So, what else? Do you have anything on your mind?
Nope. Just trying to see what you guys are up to today.
I haven't really been on for too much, but it seems like a pretty rare quiet day on the server. So
Yeah, I know.
it's good though. It needs kind of a break sometimes. Kind of cool off. So other than your interest in QE, do you have anything else you want to talk about, Paige?
I'm just listening. I mean, Jeremy just went off on one of my least favorite rants.
I mean, you could look at something and then gain some knowledge from it, but when you start touching it and manipulating variables and stuff, you might find out you were wrong. All right? Like, what would you say we gain more knowledge from? Just looking at something or actually touching things?
You don't have to touch everything, Jeremy, to know it's real.
You do have to touch things and know they're tangible, though, right?
In the word tangible meaning being able to touch things, yes. If you say that being tangible means you have to touch it in order to find out it's tangible, yeah, it's touchable, and yes. If you use tangible and real and exists and could be touched if we were there, then no.
Mercury's going retrograde tomorrow. Stationing right now. Brace yourselves.
What happens when Mercury goes retrograde?
Well, it happens for 3 times a year for 3 weeks each time. Although there's also the stationing period before and after. So it's a retrograde for 3 weeks, but there's like about a week before and a week after that it's like stationing. But well, I mean, in a quick summation, try to be short-winded about it. Mercury represents the mind, communication, the interchange between, like the interchange of information between sources. It's like logos, everything related to thinking, writing, talking, etc. So when it goes retrograde, it tends to shift the entire like zeitgeist, as it were, into that retrograde pattern. So it can be a lot of different things, but it tends to be of a time on the mental level where there's more of a tendency to kind of review things, to kind of look back over previous actions and so on. It also, because it's connected to communication, like circuitry in computers, hard drives, everything like that, there tends to be a much higher propensity for computers to go down, servers to go down, technical problems, computer going down, things like this. And actually, a lot of major companies are aware of this cycle, and they've noticed that they have huge system downtimes during Mercury retrograde periods. So it's actually a fairly well-known cycle by a lot of large tech companies and people, because they know that they tend to have a much higher propensity for server crashes, and because it's connected to the communication of the electricity between the circuitry. And so it sort of shifts that dynamic. In another realm, like in terms of like signing contracts, because that's connected to Mercury as well, in terms of sort of commitments, because like Mercury is connected to, sort of the pen, as it were, and writing. So tends to be a time that like making a contract during a retrograde period often will reverse later. So it often could be suggested it's not a time to necessarily like sign a lease on a car or some major, buy a house or anything sort of major in that realm. And those can often be problematic. Another thing, just in terms of communication, people tend to be more inwardly oriented during Mercury retrograde, like usually not quite as talkative and extroverted. It tends to be more of kind of introverted, like reflective on the mental side of things. So generally it can be a time where there is a little bit less of that kind of social chatter type thing. And it could be a good time for like reviewing, like if you're going to like, edit a paper or, things like this, kind of reviewing, going back over, previously established, ideas, or, editing a paper, things like this. And then lastly, there's so many layers to it, but lastly, another thing tends to be a time where there can be kind of communication issues between people. Like kind of that thing where it's like, you just can't really understand what the other person's saying, or they can't understand what you're saying. Just kind of this like communication breakdown kind of thing, like that Led Zeppelin song. So yeah, it often can be a time where, like, if people are really trying to have some deep communication, it can be a time where there can be an inability to understand one another. So again, it can kind of indicate a time to be a little bit maybe more self-reflective and to kind of navigate that as well, and to be aware of that. There's more, but I don't know, those are maybe the top 5 or 10. Communication breakdowns, a little bit more introverted, technical snafus, signing contracts can have like a reversal quality to them. It's amazing to see that, like, somebody will like sign a contract under Mercury retrograde, and like in the next retrograde cycle, like months later, the contract will reverse. It's like incredible. It's like clockwork.
When is the next one coming up?
Yeah, it's starting about now. Yeah, it's stationing right now. Mercury is, and it technically starts retrograding like tomorrow. So yeah, we're headed into,
Okay,
into it.
interesting. Good to know. It's
Yeah.
interesting stuff, man. I like that stuff. Always did.
Many people have noticed. I've noticed it as well. Where there's times where there'll be like a computer, like something involved with electricity, like computer circuitry, where I've had this happen to me many times, and many others as well, where a specific type of issue where, like, like your monitor will black out, and it's just like you check the connections, you check everything. It's like, why is this just totally blacking out? And it won't work through the whole retrograde cycle. Then when retrograde's over, you'll plug it in and it turns right on. It's like, wow, are you kidding me?
I'm actually, I Googled that, and you're right. It's kind of weird, bro. I never read about that. I know about like planetary alignments in general, but this is so interesting. Okay. A lot of people do have computer issues. Huh.
Yeah, it's one of the more well-known cycles because, yeah, it is so sort of prevalent. Like I said, there's a lot of like large tech companies that actually know about this, and they kind of plan for it. They realize they're going to have more server downtime and stuff like that, because they've actually noticed, just like statistically, that like their systems will go down. They'll have, outages and things like this. So it is one of the more well-known cycles, and a lot of people, have kind of either heard about it or read about it, and then they've noticed it very strongly. So yeah, it is one of the more well-known, like, kind of larger cycles, and it is fairly regular too, since it happens 3 times a year.
Three times a year. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a 3-week period, 3 times a year.
Okay. Funny, it's from RCA Radio Corporation of America's, where I learned about the planetary alignments knocking off like the communication grid, because the speed of light would change. So all the frequencies would change. Took those guys a minute to figure it out. So it's because like it's a for-profit thing, so they had to figure things out. It's like, what's going on? Alignment like would change the electrical conditions of space, so change the frequencies around.
That's interesting. That's an article or what? What's the?
Oh yeah. This goes back to Dollard and his work in RCA. It's well documented because RCA funded it. So look at the RCA planetary alignments and see what you can dig up.
That's interesting. So they noticed certain alignments
Mhm.
that change the state of the
Yep.
ether, as it were, or they're talking about like space.
Yeah, because it will change the permeability of space, which was like 377 ohms. And when that changes, well, everything changes because your speed of light just changed on you. So your wavelength just changed. Because the speed light is a tertiary, like it's a product of if it's a ratio between the permeability and permissivity of free space. So it's a derivative. It's a derived quantity, you know. So if
Yeah.
your permeability changes, your speed of light changes.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's like medium dependent in a way.
Here I'll show you. It goes back to Maxwell. Let me grab some material.
Have you heard about the preferred direction that the speed of light is different east to west versus west to east, and the idea that
Yeah.
it's connected to like
Yeah.
the ether drift?
Yeah, I do like quantum mechanics. So I have my I have a classical and quantum mechanical understanding of it, which explains the ether quite well. That's why I love it. Like quantum mechanics is the way to go for the ether, in my opinion, because they bring back the ether with like brute force, man. Yeah, so I like these guys. For me, it's well, I can explain with like the torque of the quantum field just as well as because it explains a lot of like the inner workings of the ether, which is amazing, right? So I've been brushing up on that while I was gone, kind of filling in the gaps of science where I lack, right? You know, missing knowledge. So I ended up completing my old classical knowledge, which is pretty good.
Nice, dude. Yeah, that's very fascinating. All of that. Just it's sort of like they couldn't get rid of the ether entirely, so like it popped up in quantum physics in a way.
So like with the Casimir effect, whatever they call it, whatever the strong force or whatever the hell they end up calling it, but you look into that, things become very interesting. Which is like the real Cavendish, right? The real so-called mass attracting mass cannot be mass attracting mass because it's way too strong. Forces are ridiculous. It's like, what's going on here? This shouldn't be like this. So they had to come up with the environment pushing the plate and sphere together, essentially. Due to the way they describe it is that tiny gap excludes the larger quantum fluctuations. And because you have like a differential, because you have like a really, really tight gap, like submicron. So they say like the differential between the quantum fluctuations in the gap in the environment is large enough to push the sphere towards the plate, right? So the environment ends up acting on the material, not the material actually attracting each other. So, you know, that's the real mass attracting mass, which is not mass attracting mass at all. But it's the Casimir effect. But you know, if globies would start off with that, 100%. Like, I mean, yeah, but like, you know, state it correctly as in like environment, smush them together, quantum field, I subscribe, yes. But you can't use Cavendish, garbage.
No, that's what I was asking Witted the other day. We were talking about the Casimir effect, and I'm like, yo, you think this could be what what the Cavendish is doing? Just the Casimir effect. That's neat that
Yeah.
you think that.
There is actually with quantum mechanics, you can explain Cavendish quite well, actually. Not quite like the Casimir effect. And you can explain gyros, all that You just shred it. Shred it. Take the guys to the quantum field, motherfuckers. Let's go. I've upgraded my field of science now. As in, like, still electrical, classical, etheric mechanics, plus the quantum field. Let's rock and roll. There's nothing that
Oh, you're
cannot,
getting
like...
into quantum mechanics. You must be a big QE fan. You're just
I'm
following
not
QE.
Actually, not at all, actually. I don't... I'm a pro
I'm just
ether
fucking
man,
with you.
so...
I'm
Okay,
just
actually,
fucking-
not at all. I know he likes the double slit, the quantum eraser experiment, which I love it too, actually. But I'm into... I don't know... He probably thinks the quantum field is quack and all that shit, because it's essentially the ether, the new label, and a bunch of math to go along with it, so we're not so lost. So it's pretty good. Explains away like so much of their
quantum
bullshit.
field
Man.
theories. Quantum field theory is basically just the like QFT is just the ether.
Yeah, it's 100% just all it is. Ether explained, and explains quite a bit of stuff. Gyros, why gyros process, everything, bro, all of it.
What? Quantum explains gyros processing? No, please go on.
Yeah, bro. It's
Please-
kind of crazy. It's amazing.
Yeah, please explain this one.
Oh man, you don't know about this one? You gotta look into
No,
it.
it's a new one.
No? Okay. So we've discovered that a rotating body, right, mass, creates a magnetic field around it that's electrically neutral. Okay. However, it does affect the dipoles, right? This is the quantum mechanics, guys. So because it does that, it creates a countercurrent, which keeps it upright. And that's why it stays like a gyro stays upright. It's not defying gravity, you know, it's not an anti-gravity thing. And this is where like people have this weird fascination with gyros. Quantum mechanics like explains it quite well why it stands upright and why it starts to process. It's due to that electrically neutral magnetic field that's around it, that's acting on the quantum field.
I don't suppose you have references that you glean this information from, do you?
I think I do. Well, why would I give it to you though?
Normally, that's what
It's ammo for us though. Like, why would I give it to you? You're a NASA shill.
Well, you know, normally that's what scientists do is they publish their information. Keeping information secret is one of the first signs that you're not.
How do you
citizen.
think I learned about this, bro?
No idea.
It's out there. All right, let me grab some for you.
It'll cost you 50 shekels.
Yeah, it'll cost you, man.
Get your Bitcoin wallet out. Pay Nessa Shill.
Half a Bitcoin for you.
Half a Bitcoin?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a good deal.
It'll cost you 7 billion Shiba Inu tokens.
That's worth about zero, isn't it?
Yeah, about $1.50. No, I'm just kidding. I'd have to look it up, but yeah, Shiba Inu is one of those ones that's worth like a very tiny amount.
Yeah. So you want some papers? Man, I really don't want to give you guys this stuff. But what are you gonna do? You gonna argue with it? Huh? Yeah, good luck. If you're gonna argue with it, then you're gonna have to make some equivalent like weight. You know what I'm saying? So white paper for white paper. Right, NASA? Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. So if I give you a paper on this, you gotta give me a paper refuting it.
And if you can't refute it, you'll have to change your name to Paid Quantum Ether Shill. I noticed you took paid out of it. You used to be paid NASA Shill. Now you're not paid anymore. You're just NASA Shill. They stopped paying you.
I got tired of the stupid PNS bullshit.
Well, see, I always called you paid. Some people called you NASA. I'm not going to call you NASA. I'm just not going to do that. And I'm not going to call you shill because that just seems too insulting. So I always call you paid just because of
That's fine.
it's the only word that's
Back
kind of
when you know, a month or so ago, when Discord made you change all your names, I just took the paid out because nobody got the joke. I mean, you always call everyone paid NASA shill, so I just called it and like went over everybody's head. So
I got something for you, Shill. Hold on.
I mean, you are shilling for NASA, basically. You're just not paid. So,
well, you know
You should,
the show budget's always eaten up by. Right now, they're using it for Trump's defense fund. So
I mean, NASA has so many people shilling for them. I'm not sure they really need to pay anyone to shill for them. They put all their stuff in the news and the media and kind of does it for them. Do they really have to pay
hey,
someone to go out there and shill for NASA? I mean, it's
Gio, I
kinda,
got a question for you on this Russian satellite, this Russian probe that crashed on the moon. If everything was predetermined and was all fake, why would they announce failures?
well, I don't know about that particular one. If you're talking, what is that? That's something that happened? I'm
Yeah, it
not
just
up on
happened
that.
recently. Happened like a day or two ago.
All right. Well, I can't respond to that because I didn't see whatever they released on it, but whatever the stories on that. But I think I was saying this earlier. I think that they purposefully plant. Like, let's just say for a moment, I'll just use the word "if" just to be neutral. So if it's all if this whole outer space story is not real, it's fake, it's fabricated, it's a narrative, kind of a whole story essentially, and a propagandized thing. Let's say you're the designer of it. You're sitting there in the dark room somewhere and you're planning this stuff. It would be kind of silly for you not to put in some purposeful mistakes, some like what is the Apollo 13 one? So it's like to make it more real, they would put certain things in there that either don't mix with the model or looks like some kind of accident. Like that's why I'm very, very wary about some of these things where they say, oh, this James Webb Space Telescope picked up this, and that. And it's like, I mean, I don't believe that James Webb Space Telescope is even in space. And why would they have it be all perfect? Like, oh, everything's just absolutely perfect. Like they would purposefully put things in there to make it look like there's a certain issue, or, oh, this probe crashed, or, this picked up this wrong information, or, it doesn't match with the galaxies or whatever it is. They're going to do that to like spark controversy, to make people think it's real kind of science, quote unquote. Like, oh, they're still trying to work on it and they haven't quite figured it out. So it's just kind of like deception 101. If you're going to do this big of one, is that you have to plant things in there that look like there's problems, or that they don't have it all figured out, to make it seem more real. It like propels it more.
yeah, that sounds like
they'd be like,
exactly what I would do.
yeah, I
'cause
mean,
then people
Israel
read
or
a
Some
pop-
mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. Throwing some mistakes. So then people read a PopSci article and they're like, oh, wow, they had this problem. They're trying to do that. Well, I hope they figure it out. I'm really glad that I'm giving NASA my tax money. Hopefully they'll get this worked out soon.
as far as crashing on the moon, though, specifically, like that's something you might do to be like, oh, there's not going to be any pictures or anything. It crashed. It's so hard to get to the moon. We can't land anything on there. We can't get a camera on there. Like, you just, we're trying, guys. We're trying. We need more money. Just give us more money and we'll get there someday.
Yeah. Hey, guys, I think I might have found the worst possible fake space video. It's a 1-minute clip. You guys got to see this, man. It's showing harnesses, and it has the Earth going the other way around. Possibly the worst one I've ever seen, I think. Have a look. It's 1 minute.
All right. Hey, what
Oh,
you
look
guys
who
talking
decided.
about?
Look what the cat dragged in.
Yeah, I got dragged in by the cat. Hey, what were you guys talking about NASA, somebody crashing into the moon? Is it a big deal?
The Russian
Yeah,
probe.
Russia.
There's two. Well, there's another one on the way. I don't know if you guys know the Indian one.
Well, the Indians crashed into the moon on
Should
purpose
be
in
there.
2006.
No, not on purpose. The mission flopped.
In
The Indian
2006?
one.
No, 2006 they did it on purpose.
Did they? Maybe you're
Yeah, they
thinking of
wanted
another
to,
one.
No, the Indians, the ones, the Hindu guys. They had a mission and they wanted to see if there was water ice on the base of the moon, and so they launched a ballistic missile, or just a ballistic. I don't know what it was, but it was a ballistic, and they fired it into the moon, and they wanted to see if there was ice there.
Water ice. Is that like solid Dave's water gas, but a solid?
Yeah, it's not water gas, water ice. That's right. Yeah, solid version.
Yeah.
They wanted to see if
that
it
was
was
Dave.
consistent.
That's I7 or something like that.
Did you see
That's
the
right.
video I posted,
Everything.
Kosho?
So what?
Did you see the video I posted? It's a 1 minute short.
Hold on, I'm driving. I'm buying a carton of cigarettes for my girlfriend. So I'm driving. It's a very dangerous road that I'm on. But when I park the car, I will watch it. It's 1 minute long.
All right, no rush. It's so damning. It's so like you literally see the guy hanging there. Like it literally looks like he's on ropes. It's the worst thing I've ever seen.
Is it Jeffrey Epstein by any
I
chance?
bet you even NASA won't be able to. What?
Is it Jeffrey Epstein?
No. It's so funny. You see him hanging, dangling there. You see the Earth spinning the wrong way and really, really fast. It's a complete joke.
Wait a minute. Is this new?
I found it today, so I don't know.
This was
I've never seen this.
Yeah, Witsit, I think, had posted this a bit ago. I believe it was Witsit, and when we were looking at it, we didn't have any validation that it really was from NASA. Do you have any further information on it? Because I think Witsit had seen it posted somewhere. Because yeah, this is real bad, right? This is like unbelievable. Like the guy's totally hanging. It almost looks too fake even for NASA to put out. So Witsit had posted.
Yeah, I'll post the video.
I mean, this is old, obviously, so I guess I wouldn't be surprised if it is them in a way, but at the same time, it's real bad. I mean, it's unbelievably bad. It looks like worse than anything they've ever. So yeah, is there any validation that this is what from NASA?
Well, it's a short clip, right? So it's from the Moon Detectives. These guys are good. Shout out to Marcus Allen and the boys, by the way. If you clip, it's a short clip, right? But you can see like full video, and you can see where I got it from. And these guys go into detail.
Hey, I'm not.
I think this is the Gemini mission, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure from which mission this comes from.
No, I think what this comes from,
Right.
I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, but I think this is Michael Collins, and he's training for the Apollo 11 mission, and this is actually test footage from that train. Oh no, this is test footage from not Apollo 11. It was from an earlier mission, Mercury or something. And I think it was Michael Collins fucking around, training. I think I could be wrong.
So why are they hiding the ropes then, if he's training? If he's training, training, there shouldn't be no. He shouldn't have to change the film to to expose the ropes. And why is the Earth like? Wouldn't they try to simulate it like the spinning the right way and the right speed? Like this looks like this looks really bad. Like I couldn't believe it when I saw this. I go, no way, man. There's no way they're trying to pass this off as real. Yeah, these guys are the Apollo detectives. They have like I'm subscribed to them, so like these guys are really good. Marcus Allen and this other guy Scott. Yeah. And these guys brought in that other guy that I talk about, the pressure, the vacuum pressure things there, the chambers. These guys brought him on, and he did a few episodes on their show.
Well, I mean, like, is NASA posing that as like real? I'm pretty sure they're not. That's way too.
Oh shit! Armbar.
Oh, what's up?
Hi. Hi.
What was that? Hi. He said hi.
This is fresh off the press, Armand.
What's up, Jeremy? Also, yeah, what's up? What's up? Yeah,
This
yeah, I
is
don't-
fresh off the press, so I'm not making any claims, but I'm just saying when I saw this, I was literally like I almost fell off my chair. I go, oh, wait till I show the guys this, man.
Yeah, I mean, where is this from, though? I mean,
Armbar?
like, what?
Did you see the clip?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, that's obviously fake. But I mean, like, where is this from, though?
And this is like I told you that it's called Apollo Detectives. These guys have a YouTube, and they have a whole check out their YouTube channel. And these guys find this stuff out. So this is supposed to be, according to them, this is supposed to be, from what I gather, this is supposed to be actual footage.
Okay.
Because he put it through.
I don't buy it, but
He put it through like a program, and he shaded it, and when you change the colors in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like, is there a way to see that if this actual footage is, something that NASA actually released, from them? That's what, and do they claim it's real?
Yeah, we'd have to find that out because I mean, for sure, obviously, this is obviously like faked, like no doubt about it. If they say it's real, then obviously they're lying at that point. Because I mean, there are like clear, obvious, things. Like for one, the motion of that guy isn't like he's somehow like there's almost like a pivot almost. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like rotating around a point almost. It doesn't make any sense. If you're in space, like if you make a movement, whatever, you're gonna stay in that like like you're gonna just kind of move in that direction constantly. Like there's none of that here. It's very like, yeah. So if they, yeah.
Okay, I'm glad we agree on it. So I'm gonna dig into it more and see.
Mm-hmm.
I literally just did this like a few hours ago.
You can always email NASA; they'll get back to you. Okay, is this
Yeah,
video
well,
real?
apparently he says he contacted that Brian Cox guy. He says it in the video, in the full video, and he's been waiting for him like for 13 years and stuff like that. They go into it. These guys are really. I'm surprised you guys haven't heard of these guys. These guys go really in depth.
Hey, when was the timestamp in this video? Because I accidentally clicked on something else, and now it's all I don't know where.
Yeah, I did the same thing. Or maybe hold on, maybe that was just hold on.
Just re-click at 1 past the hour, and it'll bring you back to the clip.
My YouTube's being all funky, dude. I'm telling you, I don't know what's happening.
See, I'm trying to see real fast if there is any evidence of like things dropping in this, because when that person's holding like the the tether or whatever the hell that is, right? It looks like it
Uh-huh.
drops a little bit. Because no, the reason why I'm looking for this is because if let's say for example they try to simulate like the rope somehow, like they try to simulate gravity with it, right? Then I could maybe see that this be an argument, for like fakery, you know what I'm saying? But like if it's dropping, just then I imagine this is some kind of practice or some shit, So I'm just trying to look for that real fast. Yeah. A lot of that is like reacting to. Let me see. Yeah.
Boy, do I have something to show you.
Oh yeah, what you got, Kocho? You found something, huh?
Yeah, I did. I tell you what, dude.
His third cousin was arrested for drunken driving 6 years ago.
Your third cousin? Mine? Whose?
No, the maker of the video or something. I'm joking,
Oh,
of course.
yeah. Well, these guys could be Sherlock Holmes or they could be Mr. Magoo. We're not sure yet, but I'm gonna investigate this video. I did find something, and I think just give me 1 second.
Yeah, I don't think that they're not trying to simulate like anti-gravity or my bad, whatever you want to call it, zero gravity here. Because like, if you watch the full video, right when that clip starts, right around like 28:40, like the guy lets go of the tether or whatever the hell that is, that rope, whatever, for like a second. It definitely like drops. I mean, it doesn't drop like a whole lot, but like I don't see them trying to like fake anything because like had he dropped the rope, whatever, and it and it didn't actually drop and it's just floating there, but the video looked as fake as it did, right? Then we could maybe claim that okay, maybe they are trying to fake some aspects, like okay, they got down the 0G effects, and maybe later they're gonna do like the planet in the background, they'll figure that out, but like I don't see any of that here though. I really do think it's just like practice or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the hell they're doing, to be
But
honest.
for what purpose, Armand? For what purpose? Why would they just have a guy dangling there and the earth in the back? Like, what are they simulating? What are they testing? How you can dangle from the ceiling?
I'll be honest, I could not tell you. I don't know. I could not tell you. I'm not sure.
Like, it makes no sense, right?
Perhaps.
Even if it's a simulation, it would have a purpose, right?
I mean, I can't really make that claim because I mean, there's always things we overlook. You know what I'm saying? So there's always a small chance there's something I'm missing. But from the looks of it, from what I can think of, I can't really think of anything for So sure, I'll say that I can't think of anything, but maybe there's a purpose. Maybe there's a reason. I couldn't tell you though. I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, really.
Yeah.
So what did you find, Kosho? What's that? Vomit comet?
Yeah, it looks suspiciously like the same footage, but not exactly because there's.
What are you talking
Not
about?
still. Well, I mean, just wearing the same
What same
suit, the
footage?
same box, and your footage.
Let me see.
The guy's hanging, dangling like Pinocchio, you know?
Well, like I said,
Like a puppet.
there's footage that was used by NASA. Michael Collins was training, just like in the picture I posted, and they did create a picture that they used for publicity. I don't know if this is in relationship to that, but it does look suspiciously like exactly the same thing, the same rope and the same box on his chest and the same uniform and everything. So I think that footage is actually related to training in the Gemini X mission. Michael Collins.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, it looks the same. I see the moon and I see the earth in the back. Yeah, I see him dangling the other way. Oh, no, I don't. I see something completely different.
Okay. All right, I gotta get my girlfriend cigarettes real quick.
Like-
I'll keep looking.
Okay.
Dude,
Like, I
something
don't
is
know how
wrong
you-
with that. That picture you posted, Kosho. Is that photoshopped? Dude looks like he's pasted in there. It's too bright, man. Just
Yeah.
glowing.
It's just a weird lighting.
Light. That's what I'm saying. It's a weird light. Yes, the weirdness is the issue here.
Yeah.
Why
well,
is it so weird?
I-
Look. Everything else looks so dirty, and like the pictures, like from
Uh-huh.
the '90s or like early 2000s. But the dude is like from 2024.
I
You
mean,
know what I'm saying?
oh,
It's kind of
Well,
weird, man.
I think it's just the flash because I've seen images like that before, where like it's like sort of like a relatively like dark setting, but like when you have like flash on,
perhaps. Yes. I'm looking for something else that's white to see the flash reflection, but I am failing, even though the side of the plane looks like it's some sort of plastic, so it should reflect at different angles, but I don't see any reflection spots, which is kind of weird. So it doesn't look like they were using a flash.
maybe. Let me
Huh.
look at the picture again.
I know. I see his shadow on the wall from his right foot.
Yeah,
But look at his left foot. It just looks odd. That left leg right there. Looks like it's pasted. But whatever. I don't care. No, I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I retired this garbage debate. I don't debate in the sewers anymore. I leave yeah. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, let me see if I can. Yeah, because I will say like if I could find a picture of it, because I remember this one picture. I mean, it's usually I mean, I imagine I think it's personally Flash. You know, maybe it is Photoshop. But
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the hell that thing is. It just looks odd. That's all I'm saying.
But
So you want to
Kosho,
know what we're talking about? Look at the video, the short video I posted. It's 1 minute. You're gonna love it.
Right.
1 minute past the hour,
Yeah,
and you'll get an idea what nonsense we're talking about.
but just real quick though, Kosho though, you said you found something, whatever. Kosho,
He's just clutching at straws. He's comparing this dude here to the guy hanging upside down like a tangling, because he has a box and a whatever that's square around him.
I guess that's pretty much it.
Like
then.
that's stretching, right?
Yeah, I guess all we could really do at the moment is just kind of speculate, until like something is brought up, like whether this was actually like NASA's footage or or just some or like whatever. We'll have to just wait, I guess. But yeah,
Can you educate me real fast on like what are you guys debating exactly? Is this like Space India or Space NASA? Who's this?
It's just
Image.
it's just like a video, like a quick video. And basically it's like someone hanging. It's obviously someone hanging from like a wire, or whatever, with like some rope or tether, or whatever, and they're like working on like a satellite or whatever. It obviously looks fake, but what we're kind of debating, or not debating, but more like trying to figure out is whether or not this is actually like NASA claiming that this is like a real spacewalk or something, or if this is like maybe just training or something.
Okay, so the pic that Koshu posted looks like it's in India or they're Indians. So is this NASA or is this in India? I'm not sure.
Well, for the
equipment looks pretty old too.
Well, that picture is actually because we don't really know if that picture is related to the video that we were watching. Kosher's just maybe giving a guess, like this might be.
Okay.
Yeah, but
that's the confusion here.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you though where this is from. This picture though, I think Kosher could though. Like because he found it somewhere.
What is this?
I think he's AFK right now though.
Cool. He's lost in space. Floating turd. Just kidding. Man.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting video. Definitely interesting.
And there's some other stuff. I think this is the one where he talks about radiation, and this video is really good. Like there's so much stuff. It's really damning. I mean, the whole NASA, the moon mission thing is like, it can be picked apart in so many ways.
I don't know why they're just not using the Einstein or they made this device, the gravitational tunneler. Just press this button, it takes them down a wormhole. They appear on the moon, man. I don't know why they're not using that.
Well, it's coming
Einstein,
next year,
right?
that model.
Why didn't they ever apply it, you know? Come on, man, 1915, put the shit to work.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into it. I might even send these guys and ask them a question on their chat to see if this is original footage, because it could be from a Gemini mission or one of those missions. And if it is, holy cow! Like, wow! Anybody sees that? Like, that's game over. Like, I don't even think paid NASA shield would be able to support that one. You notice also the thick wire that he's holding, right? That's probably the life support. You notice it's going down, like it's not floating, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I brought up.
It's like it's so bad, man.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I brought it up though, because like if for example, let's say it was actually floating, then you guys actually might have a point, because then there's fakery going on. You know what I'm saying? But because it's just dropping, or the fact that it's dangling and whatnot, I personally believe it's, they're not trying to fake anything. I think this is sort of just like a test or something. I don't know, like a like a simulation or something. I don't personally know, once again, but that's just my guess though.
It's clearly a test.
Yeah, let's say it is a simulation, right? What possibly could they be simulating? How he can hold the wire while he's dangling from a rope from the ceiling? What is he doing exactly?
Is this footage? It's well, at least the picture I posted in the footage. This is when they train in zero G. They do those parabolic flights, and they're just testing mobility and all types of weird shit.
Right. Who is that? Like a NASA photo or like NASA India?
No, it's NASA. That's Michael Collins from the Gemini X mission, which is what the footage is. The footage looks like that because I know that there was
Gemini X. Let me look that up.
Gemini X, and there was a actually example of they used an image that was actually used in training, and they actually edited the image for publicity.
Yeah, of course. That's what I thought. Looks at
the mission.
Say what? Say it again. What?
They edited the photo for publicity. You said to promote the mission.
Yeah, I do know that they used the Michael Collins training footage or image, whatever. They used it and they turned it into an image that they used for publicity to promote either that mission or even a later Apollo mission or something. NASA used it for promotion purposes. I do know that. I'd have to find that if you get on my computer.
So let's be clear. You're saying the thing that I posted, never mind what you posted inside there. We're talking about what I posted, the guy dangling outside. Are you saying that was a promotional video?
No,
Is that what
no,
you're
no.
saying?
I'm saying, so there's three things. The thing that I posted was, it looks suspiciously like it could be related to the footage you posted. And I posted what I posted because I do know that, I think this is the mission that, like I said, Michael Collins was training for this mission. And while I was doing that, they did do editing that they used later in promotion. I'm suggesting that your footage could be related to it, but I don't have any concrete evidence that that's what this is. This could be something totally different, but I'm just throwing that out there.
That wasn't clear, Kosho. Are you saying the footage that I presented, that footage, is it a mock-up, a training, or are they in actual space and then they edited the video to make it look better? What are you saying?
No, I don't know what your footage is. I'm suggesting that, like I'm giving you the example of what happened with Michael Collins because this very well could be an example of that, of something that they themselves edited, that was later used for promotion purposes. It could also just be something that somebody totally different than NASA edited. We don't even have any evidence that this is, from NASA. It could be, like I said, training from the same sort of thing that somebody else edited. But I'm just suggesting that it's in relationship to, like I said, what NASA did edit Michael Collins' training video for promotion purposes.
Okay, gotcha. You're just suggesting, you're just speculating. Okay, fair enough. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna shoot him not an email, whatever, on his YouTube and ask him if that's actual footage and where it comes from, because these guys they have all the details. Like, I'm surprised it's not in the. I think maybe he did say it in the beginning of the video, doesn't he say it? Hold on, I think he does say it. Yeah, Gemini 4 first spacewalk. Gemini 4 first spacewalk. First thing he says on the video. So maybe we can find it. Let's check it out.
I mean, they're just going to come back at you with some sort of excuse, man. But what grainy footage or whatever the hell it is. Bad camera sensor. I don't know, man. Something.
I know, but they can't walk this back. Arma can't walk it back now. He clearly said it.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm
Clearly
not gonna.
fake.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many signs that it's fake. I mean, once again, he's like, there's no. Yeah. Easy peasy.
Okay, we all know this one, right? This is the famous one.
Yeah, this one I buy because like once again the cord, and this one is like just it doesn't like dangle like in the other one where he like drops it, or when he like moves or whatever, it kind of just it like settles sort of. This like is a constantly like you put like just a little bit of movement into it, and then it just starts to like it tries to follow that path basically, and then it rebounds and whatnot. So I don't know. This
this
feels more
one
natural.
somehow you can, yeah. It still looks like a doll, like it's like frame motion, freeze frame kind of a thing. But yeah, at least they're trying to make the cord float and stuff, right? But I'm trying to find that one. I don't do some digging and see what we can find.
Oh, dude, that looks so real. I'm a baller now. Earth is a ball. Look at it.
You're convinced, no?
Yeah, quite
Yeah.
convinced. Yeah,
Me too. Yeah.
Yep. Look at that. 2 frames per second. Very convincing.
Yeah. Yeah, me, I laugh when I see this stuff, but that one at least they tried, like,
I have a lot of emotions like go like run through me as I watch this, man. I don't know. These guys on the radio, it's like not sure if they have a soul. Not sure.
Look, people like their space stuff, right? Yeah, they are buying it. Some people buy it. I mean, it is what it is.
Bro, dude, you should be a big space buff fan. Think you could still like you can quiz my space knowledge. I think. I mean, I'm a bit rusty. I like Go to the Globe a minute
Me too,
ago,
bro.
but
I used to be big into this stuff.
dude, I had the Hubble images like plastered everywhere, bro, on everything, dude. I swear to God. Like I thought it was real. Yeah, I know. Then I actually read it for with my own eyes on their website. Like artist rendition. It's like a composite image. It's like okay. It's like oh man, that was the day I just like all right, remove from background. Just order a new like credit card and all that. It's like, but yeah, big space buff.
Should run a 12-step program. Well,
no, I thought
no, guys.
Well, I had a different angle to it, right? I thought because like those UFOs and whatnot, when I was like a teenager and I was like 14, I was convinced they're real, but they weren't driven by the Green Man. It was just humans doing, just flight research, just different, like flying machines, just whatever, trying things out. And I thought one day, maybe, when I was like, I'll be 67 years something, cruise the universe in like minutes with one of those. So I had, big dreams, but they got crushed, right? Of course. But I thought we would reach that point one day, right? Floating cars and all that, hovering vehicles. And nope. Nope. Like people in the 80s thought like 2020 would be, wow, like, floating cars and stuff. But yeah.
Moon bases, Mars bases, space hotels. Yeah.
Oh, dude, books written on space elevators. People thought we were going to have elevators from here to the moon. Because that common sense, like, yes, that's the natural progression. Look at the, like, computer or whatever, cars, and whatever it is. We just refine it. But that thing, we don't refine. We've been there 6 times. We're cool. Cap it there. And we just can't go back. One day, we'll build that space elevator from here to the moon.
They were selling tickets. They're still selling tickets. People are buying tickets to space hotels.
Dude, as long
You're
as
gonna
I'm
be
the
able to float
contractor,
around.
as long as I get the contract agreement, like to build that space elevator, I'm game, bro. Space elevator, it is. I'll be on here shilling for the elevator, man. You know, I mean, I get the contract right, and of course, for technical difficulties, you know, take 40, 50 years to build it and keep milking NASA. And it's all good. It's a win-win situation for everybody. I make money. They keep lying and making money, and it's all good. And one day, you guys will ride it. Buy the tickets now, though. I'll send you my website.
See this picture I just posted here? This dude is in his shorts. He's 250 miles up. Not a care in the world, taking pictures. Meanwhile, somebody in a YouTube spaceplane has to wear a suit for only so now, you know, just take it from there. If you can convince somebody that this dude is actually there, I mean, then you can do anything. Anything.
I mean, why wouldn't he be there? Just like a dude in like a, I don't know, like a fuselage sort of thing, a glass one.
Yeah, he's where he's at right now is called the cupola.
Oh.
And you see those circles there?
The ISS, right? Thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Or, no.
Yeah, he's in
Okay.
access there.
Right. What I'm saying is, like, he might be actually where he is in the photo. Like, he might be standing exactly where he is. Everything might be legit about that photo.
Except the stuff around him. Yeah.
Except the projector display in the background on the wall.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay. Looks legit. Looks pretty good. It looks like, the lighting looks pretty good. I mean, the veins popping out of his head, though, right? Yeah, hold on. Let me zoom in a little bit. I might have a harness on, bro. Maybe not. Maybe it's in the swimming pool. Hold on, I changed my mind.
Yeah, it is what it is.
You guys hiring at NASA, Kosho? You guys have any openings? Want to apply? Hello? Just hot mic.
Check this out. They were shopping this picture around years ago. This was one of the things that you would get part of your space hotel. You'd be able to go in here and like fly around. Whee! Looks like a padded room.
Looks like a padded shower, bro. Pick one up from Home Depot. Little fiberglass shower surround. Because you can see the drain.
They got the earth in there.
They got that center drain in the bottom. That's what I'm saying. Because that way you can just shower like in place, right? And just flow or whatever that is. Yeah, drain, flush, everything.
I think people actually paid money in advance for this pipe dream. Here's an outside view. Can't believe people believe this, man.
Dude, where the stars at, man? Got no stars in your photo, bro.
You're never gonna
Can't
see
see.
stars.
You can't see stars in outer space. Hey, Kosho, can you see stars in outer space? Classic. Dude, so what's the latest argument in the globe versus flat debate scene? It's like the hottest thing on the table.
That's a good question. As far as I know, everything these guys have brought up has been demolished, man. I don't know.
No, I mean, it's the same old arguments I've been hearing. I mean, I've been out for a minute, for kind of retired. I'm done. I just wanted to know what's going on. Is the same old bullshit? I'm looking like there's same old Horizon stuff, space stuff again. Nothing new. You guys don't have anything. No.
Excited about these star trails from airplanes footage, and I found out that was not what I don't know what it was claimed to be. Yeah, you'd have to ask the SE. Maybe Geo could answer because I think it's all been squashed. So.
You're the full timer, bro. You do this, for a living. So.
Well, yeah. I'm still amateur.
You got the list, man.
Well, there's nothing fresh. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying.
Damn, it's stale, huh?
It's all just like I said. That Star Trails thing was kind of fresh, but I haven't been in here for a few days, so maybe there's something I'm not aware of. I don't know.
Oh, dude, I haven't 8 months now, something like that, out of the flat Earth debate realm. So.
Then yeah, man. I mean,
don't know what's going on.
There's not much new stuff.
Nothing.
SE might know. Yeah, SE's always got something.
All right.
Brings
and
up,
you still, honest to God, you still believe all the NASA footage is like legit, like that you see? Just has nothing to do with the shape, just the footage. And I mean, I know you get paid, so I don't know. Just honest to God, though.
Well, I said earlier that I know that there's footage that they've admitted, to editing for publicity purposes and all that kind of stuff. What the stuff they claim to be real? Yeah, I don't have any reason to think that there's too much fakery.
Real composite? Like, what do you mean by real?
Well, some of them are composites. Some of them are. I don't know. I mean, they're what they claim to be. Is what I'm saying. I mean,
right? Yeah. Of course. Yeah. They don't really lie to you about it. Do they?
Well, no, it's not that. No, I mean, I'm sure they do lie about all sorts of stuff, but.
Oh, okay.
But the question being is what they present. What they present. I got no reason to deny that. But I'm sure they lie about, this and that, and
cool. That's a fair answer.
Whatever they need to get by.
I'm just trying to gauge where you're at after all these years, man. You're looking OG, dude. How many years?
Well, sure, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm like, wow. I got like the Joe Rogan effect, dude, where Joe Rogan used to be more not anti, but he was a moon hoaxer, and then he changed his mind once he learned more information and talked to more experts and looked at the evidence more. It's kind of happened to me because I was definitely more, I believed it. I thought it could possibly have been hoaxed to some extent, but all the evidence now points to it's pretty legit.
Yeah, the more I talk to professors, the more I believe in my side, which is space is fake, of course.
There you go.
Yeah, man. We both had the same effect. Yeah, we talked to experts and we gained more knowledge.
Well, that's how it goes. Well, your position becomes strengthened. Yeah.
Fortified.
Yeah. My position when I joined these communities, it was not even that it was actually I remember I was trying to show my friend stuff about 9/11, and then like YouTube autoplayed some stuff, and then some NASA stuff came up, some moon landing fakery, and at that point I was into that. I was like, okay, yeah, this does look fake, and I'm gonna show my friend this stuff too. And then just kept auto playing, and then some flat Earth stuff came up. And at that time, I was probably, like I said, it was up in the air whether or not it was fake or not. It wasn't until, like I said, you talk to more people, look at more evidence. I looked at a lot of moon landing evidence, a lot of ISS evidence. So
Cool, man. What's the latest in space science? Did any of your Einstein or quacks come up with anything like phenomenal, any new discoveries? Did you open up a gravity well or anything like that?
do James Webb stuff all the time.
James Webb,
it's always, that season that. Yeah, there's that stuff. That's all. That's like the fringe of what they're gonna know. So it's not exactly settled science. So that's why I don't really pay too much attention to it, because it's cool to see
there you, man.
Up and coming claims, but yeah.
Well, I mean, we know F equals ma, so it's like we can carry on, right? Like you're gonna be stuck in 17 whatever, 60 whatever, 63. Like, come on, you got to upgrade your knowledge. For you, like you like science and shit, so.
Well, there's some servers you go into, and there's people in there that everybody has to listen to because he yells at you. And if last time I was in there, he had said that any equation that has m in it is void and invalid because
can't define
m is invalid.
Yeah, but
so any equation, density,
me,
everything.
I love my Newtonian mechanics. Like, it's my bread and butter, man. I love it. So I love F equals ma. So I use it like every day. So
it's very useful.
It's extremely useful. It's already like built in the calculators and stuff, but I just, of course, plug in numbers and get a different number out. But, it built the world around us. I understand where he's coming from, though. The M, it's just not, I understand. But I also take the engineering, look at it. It's like, okay, this quantity of mass is equals the spring deflection, that we measured it with. It's pretty simple. So I just go that way to solve it, and grams. It's pretty easy.
You can describe it using
I'm sorry.
Inertia. Let's say you describe it just like you said, like the spring deflection or another form of inertia. There's some sort of, quantity of its inertia. It's reasonable.
Sure.
It's definitely a quantity.
It's so I think we use it more for in terms of mass as in amount of matter, right? Or it's really used as in amount of matter, how many grams of this, right? So, I understand the inertia constant, but it's too much. To engineer stuff, bro, it's just fucking quantity of matter. Even though mole, I understand, but you can get, gram, mole equivalent, so who cares?
But yeah, I mean, it's
PV
kind of hard to.
PV equals nRT. There's a PV equals MRT. There's different ones. Which V,
don't
right?
Like that one either.
Well, why not? Why not?
Well, the same person. I'm speaking about the same person that's revered in other places and tells him stuff. He says that law, corresponds to things that don't exist.
Yeah, there is no such thing as an ideal gas. I understand that, but we model one so we can just work with the world, bro, or else shit doesn't get built. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. Yeah. Well, there's people out there who want to destroy.
That's not me.
Or at least, yeah,
it's not me. I love acceleration. I love little g. Because we don't really need it. Just symbolic, really. Because you multiply both sides, divide it out to get kilograms out again, right? F equals ma. So you get newtons, right? You get your unit in newtons, and how much is 100 newtons, Kosho?
100
Exactly.
newtons and
You're going to divide it. Yeah. Well, yeah, you're going to have to divide. Exactly. So you get it back to kilograms so you can work with it. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's like it's irrelevant. You can always divide it out both sides though. Make sure you can.
It's like 1 or they're 10.1 or something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Whatever. Just call it 10. Who cares? I was just just showing that like we don't really use newtons, but we do when we're dealing with forces. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm asking for a force, tell me, oh, it's 10 kilograms. Like what? What are you talking about, bro? Force, right? So you can say kilogram force, which is like 10 kilogram multiplied by g, which you just replaced by f actually, which is like right force.
I mean, kilogram force would almost be like a newton, right?
That's exactly what it is. It's just instead of multiplying it out and confusing everybody that's reading the textbook, we just call it kilogram force in some textbooks. Depends on where
Newton died. He died as a virgin, huh?
Did he really?
Unfortunately for him. Actually, no. What I think about that though, maybe that might have been more productive.
Yeah, back in the days, man. Guess he lit up them candles and studied. What up, Shane?
We're raiding you. Broop, broop, broop.
Hey. Oh, dude, you are perfect timing. I'm preaching for Newton. I know you guys are anti-Newtoners. What do I call you guys? I'm pro-Newton.
Smart people. Yeah, I don't know what you call yourself, but
Newton is awesome. I'm pro-Newton.
Who is arguing against you? Was it you versus Kosho?
Oh, we're just having a good time discussing. There's no me versus anybody in the globe side anymore. I apologize. I have upgraded my knowledge so far beyond these guys. Like I will take them to the quantum shredding field like they've never seen before. It's like they don't. I'm sorry. I've retired.
Dude, I know.
Anytime they're more than free to poke at the beast, whenever you want. Just math and math only, and just shut your mouth. Reply to me with equations and nothing else, because that's all I'll do.
Honestly, I peeked in here and saw a bunch of cool people weren't muted, and I was like, "Yeah, that'll be fun. I'll go in there."
It's a lot of fun. Now we're just talking like science and stuff, and seeing what's the latest and hottest debate. And so we're just talking to Coach about his science and how he's stuck in 1915 with Einstein.
Have you had a chance to catch any of the new high-level interferometry and GPS stuff that Alan's been putting out and working through?
Have not. Will do, though. I enjoyed his last presentation quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Did you? I think you were there for that, weren't you? I forget which one that was. I've seen so many of them so many times. It's ridiculous now.
I think you made him like fire it up for me. So.
Yeah, that sounds possible. Distinctly possible.
And then I went into the quantum field discussion of how it relates, and I gave its equivalents in like quantum mechanics theory.
Yeah, I think I keep recommending it because every time I think about it, I'm like, dude, Cyrus would dig that. I think all this work, all these findings, I think you'd probably dig it, even though you believe in some crazy things.
What? How dare you? Crazy thing. Concepts, mathematical concepts are great. To model and predict things. There's nothing wrong with that.
What's the usefulness of a Pac-Man Earth then?
Pac-Man? Well, we're not even talking about Earth. It's just strictly science.
Okay, all right.
To understand nature, then once I have a ship, God willing, that's big enough, we're just going to fuel it up and go. We're just going to end this debate. Like, I'm not going to even discuss this. It's just a matter of money for me. It's just like, okay, well then, just fuel up. We'll go south. I'll get the permits, and I like military people and stuff like that. I know how the hierarchy works. Make some phone calls. So what permit? All right, let's go. Is this legit or not? Like, I'll go to 60th peril. I just don't have money for it, but God willing, one day, sure. Bring some Marines with me too. It's like, okay, let's go. Like, we're just having fun. Should be legal, right? Like, right?
Dude, Cyrus, all you need is a magician to place the mirrors appropriately on the ship, and then you'll be invisible. How about that?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that'd be nice. I'll just get the permits so they don't shoot me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Go with that idea. Not
a bad idea, right? Like, yeah, we're scientists and whatnot, and carbon, climate, Earth research. That's it. Grab whatever garbage permits and just go do your thing. You gotta work with the system that you've got. But for now, to achieve what you want.
Man. So since the Globers split off into like the MMM server, it's been like Flat Earth servers and Globe servers again. It's very like segregated all of a sudden. Or it feels that way now.
Dude, the beta is over, man.
I'm not saying that I don't like it, honestly.
Dude, I've been gone for like 8 months. Come back. It's Horizon Dock. Like, if people are ships disappearing over the horizon, like, man, it's not good. It's not good.
Sunsets can't happen on Flat Earth, haven't you heard?
It's not good, bro.
Dude, nighttime debunks
Star trails. Look, stars. Ball. Like, all right, man. I'm done with this. I've retired.
Have you though?
Well, no, of course not. I've just upgraded. I went to counter space. That's how I retired. I'll debate people from counter space now. The quantum field, just counter space.
Speaking of which, have you seen Shane's latest Star Trail video that he just did? Presentation.
I have not.
I was just gonna plug that to him, but I have to give him like a list of stuff that I would like you to watch. I'm just gonna write like a list.
I'll be super duper honest. I really don't watch any flat Earth content, and I apologize. Like, I have to really have a lot of interest in the video to click watch if it's a long one. Unless it's 30 seconds, then maybe okay. Do you have a short?
No, it takes an hour and a half to go through it.
Oh man, I was just gonna make it short.
You can skim through it for the concept. It's basically the azimuthal grid of visibility, or what do you call it?
Everyone calls it different things, dude. I like the man's arc of horizon, like Flat Earth philosophy calls azimuthal grid of observability, azimuthal grid of vision, personal dome model, personal atmospheric dome. There's a whole bunch of like just names for the same concept that as it applies, right?
Basically, your little personal dome concept.
Yeah, just like the limits of your own perspective that we like to depict in a dome.
It's the Walter Bislin model I was telling you about, Cyrus.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
I'm pretty basic. I'm with the minute we understand how the cones and rods and our eyeball really work with our brain, then I'll understand a little bit more. Because eyeballs are very interesting. Well, I didn't know this, but I learned this from a neuroscientist that he said they're not organs, actually. They're an extension of your brain that resides outside your skull. And their only job is for photosensitivity, right? To capture photons.
They should call them brain balls.
Well, yeah, they're an extension of your brain, yeah. So, which is very interesting, because that's
those are my brain balls. I'm looking right at you with my brain balls.
Well, your brain balls just give you electrical signals. You know what I'm saying?
It's like brain testicles when you think about it.
Well, what if those signals? What if they can hop in there and just kind of skew the signals a little bit? Are you really seeing what you're seeing?
Yeah, the whole upside down, right side up thing is weird. Like, why is it that we see things upside down and then supposedly it corrects itself? The image gets turned right side up, but then why would you be seeing everything upside down to begin with if everything's right side up?
Well, it's built like that because you have a lens.
Yeah, I know.
So the lens is going to do that. It's going to flip the image. You
Right,
can verify this. Yeah. So it's already pre-engineered.
Just make a hole in a box. Just make a dark box, put a hole in it, and that's how they made the obscura. Like,
in-hole camera.
Well, has there ever been a condition where someone's like function? Like I thought about this. Like what if like someone had like a weird misalignment or something, like where they actually did see everything upside down, or like it didn't correct itself? Has there been a case of that?
Got no idea.
Yeah, that'd be fucking crazy.
Wouldn't it?
That'd be the brain issue,
That
I
would be
guess.
nuts. Like dyslexia of vision or some shit.
Right. Yeah. Some kind of like optic nerve that gets
The question is,
sliced,
when that
tangled or
happens, do you start flying upwards? Do you know?
right.
Well, Cyrus, as far as seeing goes, you think you see two. For people that have two eyeballs, you're seeing two separate 2D images.
Two separate
Here we
2D
go
images?
with the
Oh, I've
2D.
got no idea.
Well, yeah,
I've
you
got
can't
no
see.
idea. I don't know how the eyeball works.
Well, no, I'm saying
Got
when
no
you
idea.
see something, you're just seeing left to right and up and down. Like you can't see like front to back. It's just an image, like a picture. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Take what
okay.
you're
Yeah,
seeing.
yeah.
Take what
Okay.
you're seeing, snap a picture. You know, the picture is going to see basically what you're seeing, and it's only left to right and up and down.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Right?
Okay.
I've been at these guys for fucking years now, trying to convince them we only see in 2D. They're not buying it.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him, bro.
I mean, you can think of it like this. Let's find like a bunch of 2D slices. Like you gotta have some imagination, man. Like you gotta.
Well, have you ever seen those? Have you ever seen those optical things where they'll you get like a hyper realistic painter and they'll draw like a Cheetos bag and they'll have the shading and the shadows all right, and you look at it and you can't tell if it's an actual Cheetos bag or if it's just a thing drawn on paper.
Right. Right.
If we could see in 3D, that wouldn't be a trick because we would be like, no, that's not. There's no third dimension of that. It's all 2D. That's like one of my best proofs for us seeing in 2D is that optical illusion, because it wouldn't be an optical illusion if we saw in 3D.
You
People
also
with two eyes,
lose.
you get some parallax. What's that?
Yeah, you lose depth perception with one eye. If you only look from one eye, you lose quite a bit of depth perception.
You lose
Especially
the parallax. You lose it.
if
It's
you
so
get
slight
NVGs
though.
on, it sucks.
So how do you feel about when you're not looking at something, it's not there? Like, you know, in a video game, the whole world's there, but it's only getting rendered what you're looking at that moment. And when the shit's
That's not
behind
how
you,
I
it's
think
not
of
even
it.
getting.
Yeah, I don't like to look at it that way at all. Though it's not how I like it. It's
That's
still
too
there.
crazy for people to handle.
Still there. No, it's just still there. I don't have to look at it. I could probably throw an object at it and verify that it's there.
What if it's not interacting?
Well,
What if it's
I mean,
not interacting with anything?
I could. What if it's not? Then
Yeah,
how
what if
am I
it's not
going to verify
interacting?
that it's there?
Well, no, it's
Right?
there, but what if it's there
Okay.
and it's not interacting with anything?
So since I don't live in a magical, like there's cause and effects, and we have thermodynamics and laws that bind this universe. If I place an object in a stationary place, right, and there's no like decay, none of that, right, none of that. Okay. Gold, right, a cube of gold, and I leave it there in a solid place on top of a rock, and I turn around. There's no reason why it should disappear. Gravity well, like why did it disappear? Wormhole? Like what's going on here?
We're not talking about block of gold if it's just an electron. And it's not
I'm talking about substance, you know what I'm saying? Substance. Don't go subatomic. Because you just went subatomic, so there must be substance to go subatomic, right?
Well, I'm talking about the because there's actually a hypothesis like that talks about, you know, the decoherence of quantum wave function if there's not interacting with anything. And there's actually a hypothesis
like it.
about the simulation theory about
I don't
how
like the simulation that way.
well, this was a cause and actually I kind of extended this to like my own hypothesis, but it's like, what if quantum mechanics? What if this is a simulation of the real reality? But in the real reality, there's no quantum mechanics because there's not required for some reason. It has a different physics that doesn't require quantum mechanics. But in our simulation, it's a part of our simulation which has the same function. Like it creates everything, but in order to save space or save data, things aren't rendered unless they're interact with anything.
See, I love the simulation bit, but the rendering bit, like, I'm with you. Like, the pattern on the detectors, cool. I'm more interested in the coupling. Like, how are these coupled? Like, what I'm saying, what's going on here? That's what interested me out of the whole delay choice thing. But I do like the simulations. Yes, I do. There's a lot of ideas that you can build out of that. I like some of them for sure, but not all of them, right? Like, I don't subscribe to simulation all the way, but yes, I can't say
Have you ever heard
that we know what it looks like or not. Like, I can't. I must put a detector of some sort to capture what's going on.
Well, then it has to render, of course.
Yeah, and once I do that, it's rendered. So that's the problem. So how do I look at it when it's not rendered? And it's like, oh man, right? I know what you mean. I like it.
Yeah, it's all the superposition bullshit, but
yeah, superposition is a little kooky though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, this hypothesis is kooky, and I told you, I think I was a little bit high whenever I was thinking of it because I heard somebody else do this hypothesis, and I just extended it to why it would happen in the simulation theory. And there's that Nick Bostrom trilemma where he has those, like, the three choices, and it's like either we're never going to create, either we have no interest in creating a ancestor simulation, or we're never capable of creating an ancestor simulation, or we currently, or there, in the future, in some point in the future, there is a number of ancestor simulations which would make it unlikely that the reality we're currently in is the base reality. And that's his trilemma. And I don't know. I feel like there might be a hole in that. But the thing is, in order to have a really purposeful ancestor simulation, you would want it to accurately depict everything that happened. And in order to depict everything that happened, you'd have to get every detail right from the beginning. And in order to get every detail right from the beginning and simulate that, you'd have to run that in real time. So there'd be no purpose to it because you're not going to be able to use it to predict anything in the future because it has to run in real time. It's never going to catch up to when you are. Unless you can save space by creating things like a limited speed, like a clock speed, like a space-time limited speed or whatever. And then things like quantum mechanical superposition, which is like a save energy, save data on the rendering. And then you could actually get it to run faster than real time, in which case it would be able to eventually catch up, and then you could use something like that to actually make useful predictions.
Yeah, go spend a gazillion dollars. Go spend a gazillion dollars and prove that. I mean, sure.
Yeah, no.
If you can, sure. Okay. See, that's too much, man.
Did you understand what he said, Cyrus?
Yeah. That's mad. It's this is I call this quantum madness.
Madness.
In my opinion, when you look in the wrong
catching
area,
up to light.
they're looking in the wrong area. For me, there's more. Like I'm into the substance now. Like, okay, because there's something that governs the speed of light. So if we understand that a bit more, and that's where I'm at, we'll understand what light actually, like, how it behaves a little bit better. So we go a little bit below light to get a better understanding, and you can explain a lot of this garbage away. It's kind of because you can do experiments.
I want to find.
He went into fantasy.
Well, his fantasy is very expensive,
right?
Well, yeah, it's very expensive. Good luck. I mean, hey, something comes out of it, please update me. You know what I'm saying? let me know. But yeah.
I hadn't looked into it, but I did hear, and I'm going to see if I can find it now. But there's a channel called Anton Petrov or something like that, and he's the one who had brought up this hypothesis, and he actually said, unlike other simulation hypotheses, this one they actually have come up with a way to test it. I haven't looked into that, but I'm going to see if I can pull it up now and find more information about that.
How are they going to test that, Kosho? How?
You got to refer back to what I just said, which is I don't know. I'm looking that up right now. Yeah.
No, but it can't be done. How is information going to catch up with light?
No, what? No. I was saying that light speed is it exists in our universe in our simulation. It might not be something that exists in the base simulation, and like I said, it would make sense that it was introduced in this simulation because we have limitations like a computer has a clock speed and things like that. But that's just my cockamamie idea. I don't know. I don't have anything to substantiate that. But the superposition and the decoherence in the quantum mechanics, that would be based on having saving data or computing power, like a graphics, a limitation of your graphics card. And the purpose of those two mechanisms would be so that you can run a simulation that actually simulated reality, everything in it, everything that ever existed and exists, and it could actually simulate it faster than real time, which a simulation like that would require all the energy in the universe and all the time in the universe, which is impossible. It's impossible to simulate that unless you took shortcuts, like I said, like with quantum mechanics and decoherence and that kind of thing, and you probably save a little bit of time, a little bit of energy. But like I said, there's no way to. I'm not backing what I'm saying right now. I'm just a crazy idea.
Oh, okay, as long as you ended it like that, I guess we're good.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy spitballing. Crazy thought,
It's like Einstein 2.0, man. Go show.
Huh.
Yeah.
Like I said, when Anton was talking about this, he was impressed how this somebody who had developed this hypothesis or a hypothesis that I got this idea from, and he said that it's actually testable. So I'm gonna see if I can find that now. But what do you think about that Nick Bostrom trilemma thing? Because Scott Veach, he always loved that one, and even though you can't argue with it, really, like it obviously has holes in it because you can't just use that because obviously he uses that to say that we're like a small tiny fraction probability that we live in not a simulation. Seems like a strange conclusion based on only that trilemma, but.
See, I'm not a hole in there. That's not what I like. I'm more of the dipoles sort of dude. I like the fluctuations, the quantum fluctuations. Explain a lot of stuff. So this is the rabbit hole I go down in the quantum world, not confusion of overlaid reality. Because we got the dipole thing, so that will explain a lot too if we understand what's going on here. And then we can engineer the speed of light to whatever we want. There we go. And then you can scrap all those garbage ideas too when you do that. Like, oh, Einstein is wrong. These guys are wrong. Look, speed of light engineerable. But not yet. At some point, right? See, but that's a different Narnia. That's like, I think, a more achievable Narnia. There's like solid grounds. However, we just don't know how to do that yet. We'll see. Maybe one day.
Are you convinced there is a speed of light?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. I am. Two-way speed, yeah?
Two-way speed, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
You can measure it. It's really easy. Yeah.
Oh, you can do really cool stuff too.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing.
If you don't believe in the wavelength too of light, I
You have a
can tell you
microwave
like
oven?
how to do a simple like demo.
You have a microwave oven and some brownie mix or some cheese? You can easily do it.
Oh, why are you using a microwave though?
Because you can calculate the speed of light based on the
Okay.
wavelength.
Yeah, I gotcha. You make him do it that way.
You could
They
also
don't
create
believe
plasma with
in
a grape.
math, bro. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I know it's math, but
No, they believe in.
I was gonna do like an optical demo, which is really nice. Like,
that's tougher.
well, you need like machine shop equipment. If you have a machine shop near you or available or some two like parallel surfaces, you bring them like once they're about like a tenth of a thousandth away. When you look through the gap, your eye can see through that, no problem. It will filter out all the other light except blue light. Your eye will only see blue light through that gap, and you easily see it's like, wow, you can only see blue through that. It's not so blue, but you can see it's definitely bluish. Like it's more blue than the surrounding, and you know that's not what like the background looks like behind it. So yeah, it's actually like the larger wavelengths are not passing through that gap when it's that tight. So you can do some cool stuff like that too. Like, okay, so spacing, physical spacing, and like light. There is a relationship. It's not like there isn't to them.
You know, there is a strong argument to be made of light being a wave, thought of as a wave, because all you got to do is think of a polar lens. You know, at those ND lenses where you turn them and they become darker. So that's based on the principle of parallel and horizontal. So there's even this cool thing. I don't know if you guys seen it. It's like a military thing. It's like a lens, and when you stand behind it, you disappear, like vertical.
No,
And you see like you can see like horizontal things, but you can't see vertical things. It's like really freaked out, man.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like 2 Fresnel lenses or something like that set up.
Oh, you're so pretty.
Nobody will argue that light behaves like a wave. That's not a problem.
Yeah, and I just gave an example of how you can think of it that way.
Yep, nobody will disagree with you on that. Light behaves like a wave at times.
It's the particle thing that that's a little squirrely for me, the particle. I can't conceive of a particle like a photon.
The double slit proves that.
Well, it proves a strange behavior. It doesn't really prove a particle.
You fire individual
It's
electrons.
like a registration on the.
You fire individual electrons, which are particles, at the double slits, and then they start acting like waves and interfere with one another and reappear as particles when they hit the background.
They appear to be, yeah. They appear to be. But they're arranged in a waveform. So that's kind of weird, no?
Well, they act like that. That's true.
Like they like
probability
troughs and yeah.
It's like the probability distribution of like the photon.
Right, but you take individual real electrons, which are particles, and fire them at the double slit, and you get a wave at the other side. But when they hit the screen,
they say they're particles, but are they really particles?
Yep.
What's a particle? Like, think about it.
Something tangible, something real.
So we're supposed to believe that this particle, that's something tangible and something real, splits itself in half.
I walked you through
and then interferes
how
with
we
itself.
get. Remember how I walked you through how we get electrons, bro? Electrically, remember using our old Faraday tube mechanics. Remember that?
Yeah. I remember.
So that's
that,
how you can relate that to
Mhm.
why electrons have mass, right? But not photons, right? So when this electron is
Exactly.
accelerated, okay, if you got a phosphor at the other end, okay, it's gonna this electron is gonna physically smash into the phosphor. Is gonna excite
It's gonna excite it.
another.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you see it, and it's gonna excite another electron or multiple electrons on the phosphor, or wherever it's smashed. And when it's going to excite it, and when the electron relaxes or lowers its excited state to a lower state, it emits a photon. You see, and this is not the
Right.
this is the conventional understanding of how it's understood today.
You said an electron's got mass.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's its volume?
Very, very small. Very, very small.
Look up
Does it have?
Thomson's. I'll have to look up what Thomson calculated it to be. JJ.
Because there's a lot of people running around saying an electron doesn't have a volume.
Yeah, see,
You ever
I
heard that?
envision it like an invisible spark more than a photon. You know what I'm saying? You guys envision it as a photon, a packet of energy.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, the thing, like, okay, where'd you get these electrons from? Like, from like an electron gun, which is like a cathode ray tube. Well, it's an accelerator, electrical accelerator. It's a particle accelerator, essentially. For electrons. So that's how we strip it.
Don't they use protons?
We tear it out of the metal.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm done. That's it.
Yeah, that part is like the freaky part, the part that comes out of the metal, like, and that is really a good explanation. It's like the way, you know how I see it. I see it as a spark, like a spark flying off, type of deal. But they see it like they have the whole shabeel of what it is, right? It's an electron. It's what is it? Is it negatively charged? Yeah, it's negatively charged, right?
Yeah, it's negatively charged for sure.
Yeah.
You can do some
And it has
experiments
mass?
to prove it.
Yeah.
You can deflect it with magnets. The magnetic field.
Yeah, but the freaky thing now is envision this thing now flying off, right? Whatever this thing is. So they shoot it through think of it as two needles, right? Two slits, right? So this one thing goes and splits and goes through both of the slits.
Yeah, but
right? And then somehow it interferes with itself and hits a plate. Like that's.
It doesn't split though. It doesn't split.
Really?
No, it doesn't split. It acts like a wave. It doesn't physically
So
split.
that means it's acting like water at that point. Like water going through two slits.
Yes, sort of like acting like light at this point. Acting like light at this point, or radio waves more.
Yeah, so we got an electron.
I'm telling you, if you want to understand the electron, like this is where everybody has like a problem, because Philo Farnsworth is the guy that understood what an electron was, right? Like I said, and he really didn't write any books, so he's we don't have any material on him, like nothing. 1930 whatever done, so 40s, and really don't know. He knew.
Tell us, go on. What do you think?
Well, you have to follow.
You know more about
journey,
this stuff
man.
than all of us.
You got to go back to William Crookes and like the cathode ray tube, and these other rays, because besides the electrons, now we're going to discover X-rays too. Right after that, right around the same time. So
yeah, but we're jumping
what are
the boat
those
here now? We're jumping the boat.
No, we're not. It's the same thing. It's going to come out of the cathode ray tube. It just all we're doing is we have two metal plates, essentially, two conductors. One we're getting we're heating up to red hot, so we strip off the electrons or whatever they call it, boiling off electrons easier. And when we do that fast enough, like when you accelerate it fast enough, when it hits the anode, X-rays come out, right? And that was discovery of X-rays, the unknown rays. That's why he labeled it X, because it was unknown. So, anyways, so now we have this light that can pass through materials, and that was what they called it, right? So this light now, this subphotonic, really whatever the hell this stuff is now can go through material, and it'll excite your phosphorus screen right through the material. So depends, of course, on the thickness and all of that. Yeah, lead, block out most of them. Depends on the thickness of the lead and all that. So
yeah, that's really cool, man. And yeah, good explanation. But we're talking about now one
we can rewind to these
electron
guys,
or a
understand what's
photon,
going on.
whatever it is. Yeah, that's great, bro. But let's take it back to the experiment now. So we take one of these things and we shoot it. We shoot one single photon, right? Electron, whatever it is. Now that one single thing has to go through 2 slits, right? At the same time? How does it do that?
Welcome to the world of quantum.
Welcome to fantasy land.
No, it's not fantasy,
Yeah.
man. It's observable. It happens. The theory is that it
They've
splits.
done-
The theory it splits. It acts like a wave and interferes with itself as a wave, and then reforms as a particle once it hits the back, because it's probabilistic at that point.
They've done
So we have
they've done double slit. They've done double slit with big enough objects like buckyballs, like 60 carbon atoms together.
Well, I got the pattern with a laser and a needle.
Yep.
I can post it for you.
Lasers for sure will do it. That was discovered 200 years
Yeah,
ago. But the crazy thing is that matter can do it.
So okay, so if you saw that the laser will do it, what's the issue with the electrons doing it, bro?
Doing what?
The same thing that your laser did when you.
I didn't see I didn't. No, but I had a single slit. I didn't have 2 slits. I only had 1 slit.
Wait, how'd you? I don't understand.
Set up a double then.
Here, I'll show you.
But if you had the tip of a needle,
and tip of the
if you
needle,
had a needle,
is
then you
2
had
splits.
3 slits.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you would have 3 slits in that case. So you definitely would get interference.
You get an interference pattern as it bends around the needle. Basically, you have a double slit on each side of the needle.
Well, if on the tip of the needle, yeah, but
So
if
you
you're talking about
think
inside
that
the
will
head of the
count
needle,
as?
you have like
What do
3
you think,
slits.
Cyrus? That is that.
That's why you're getting the
What do you think,
diffraction
Cyrus?
pattern, aren't you? Aren't you getting the diffraction or not?
No, I'm asking you. Are you agreeing
What?
with these guys that constitutes three slits? The one needle.
Well, on the head of a needle,
One.
the eye of the needle. I mean,
Two. Yes. 3.
Okay,
for sure.
So the edges are counting. They're diffracting as well.
Unless you block unless you put like black paper all the way to the edges, then you'll have 1 slit. But because your light can escape from around both edges, then they are correct. Yes.
Okay, I didn't think of that. All right, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'll try.
Not like here.
I'll
Look,
try it again.
Here, watch this.
SC did the triple slit.
Here, check this out. Which is cool. That's why he's getting interference, right?
Yeah.
See, look. Let's imagine like the inverse of that.
Check this out, Cyrus. This is what I got. The rest of these guys seen this already. So that's a single green laser through the head of a single a threading needle.
Yeah, the double slit is a classic quantum mechanics experiment. You know, it's difficult to understand. I'll give you that.
Yeah, but I'm by no means saying that I understand it. I'm just, trying to explain and understand really the single thing turning into two things, turning into a wave, then interferes with itself, and then hits the wall as a dot. But all that happens, and it still places as a wave, but only when you're
That's bunnies. Sorry, go ahead.
looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
you're
No, I'm done.
yeah, it doesn't split into two though. It's always one particle. It's always a wave.
So you're getting the diffraction because you have possibilities of where the light entered from. You got in your three slits, right? So if you put detectors on those slits so we can record, then that's when the diffraction disappears, right? That's the idea.
Right.
That's the odd part about it.
Yeah, it collapses, right? Yeah.
Right. You won't see the diffraction pattern.
That's the Copenhagen interpretation, correct?
Yeah, this is freaked out stuff, and I'm not saying I understand it, but yeah.
Well, I was going to say that in quantum computing, like most of the the computer scientists who try and utilize it or whatever, they don't bother really understanding the quantum mechanics behind it. And so when they explain the things like when they're explaining what's occurring when you have different quantum objects and interference patterns and all that kind of stuff, and the what do you call that? The interference patterns. When they're describing that, it kind of makes it more intuitive because they're using it. They're actually using these effects, practically, and they don't bother with the stuff that doesn't really make sense. They talk about it in probabilities, and so I've seen a lot of different examples where they use what's that game, like the Pacino board? I think they call it a Galton board in physics or whatever, and they talk about usually they don't really describe it ever with one quantum object, but they describe how two quantum objects, which is really the same thing as one quantum object in a wave path. Like if you have a double slit, it's like you have one wave, it's interacting with itself because it's able to go through both slits or whatever. They talk about all the different possible interactions, and so they just calculate like probabilities. That's how they think about it. The probabilities of the different paths that they could all take, and in the paths where they interact with each other, you get those. That's why you get those patterns because of the fact that they interact with each other. There's parts on the sensor where it definitely is not going to because you're going to have destructive interference in those cases, and so the probability of seeing it reach those, in the case of it interfering with itself, the possibility of it reaching those locations becomes zero, which is it is kind of funky. But like I said, if you look at it in the practical way in which quantum computer scientists use it, it might make more sense.
Yeah, 0 and 1 at the
How do
same
they
time.
just throw one?
I don't think. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
No, go on. I'll go after.
I just said, 0 and 1 at the same time, just gonna make things more confusing. That's what I think.
Yeah. I was gonna ask, how do they get one single electron, or how do they get one single electron to go out? How can they control that? Like, do they focus it on a single in a single spot on the plate, or how do they achieve that?
I understand when they do that because they even do single photons supposedly, and I understand it as they talk about like a probability. So the way they do it is the emitter has a probability of just one photon or one electron, and so the ones that they're actually measuring in those cases, like in the case of the single photon double slit experiment or single electron double slit experiment, is using those types of probabilities. They assess it that way, like based on they use the fact that it's probability of it only being a single photon.
That doesn't sound right.
So I saw, yeah.
Cyrus, is that how they do it? Probability?
So, look, that's how they do it. The way I understand it. You're like,
That's
no way, man.
ridiculous,
The way I understand it, like the idea is we do it as fast as possible, so we can shoot like one quanta or a discrete packet or a single packet of photons. If you want to understand it that way. So
you mean of energy?
Look. Just imagine your laser beam. A little bit of imagination, I think, helps here. Imagine your laser beam, like, but in your in the photos,
okay,
right?
Wait,
No, hold on. I know.
Way.
Imagine, yes, absolutely,
okay.
fantasy land. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Good.
A little bit of fantasy here.
It's called the thought experiment.
It's fine, man. Yeah, it's like your laser, your green laser.
I like Cyrus.
Just fill up your room with like smoke or like fog, right? So you can see like the beam, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to slice that. Take a little 3D slice, right? In physical space or in time, whichever one you want, doesn't matter. Okay, so we're gonna try to make that slice as short or as small as possible. And to do that, we're gonna fire our laser just as quick as possible. To do that. And hopefully get the smallest unit or the smallest packet of light to travel down, And we do that,
Yeah, I get it. The smallest packet of energy. Yeah. That's what a photon is. Yeah.
Then you look at your receiver or whatever, phosphor screen or whatever, until you see the little dots or whatever, Okay, cool. So you're not shooting too much light. You just tune the apparatus.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's
the idea,
before
right?
I was a little squirrely on it, but now thanks to you, Cyrus, I understand this more, and now
Check
I'm
this out.
even no freaking way. There's no way. Like, how are they gonna get one? How?
I'll tell you how. Go to Home Depot. This will cost you about maybe $20, bro. Okay, maybe you got some parts around your shop. Build it's called the T laser, TEA laser, transverse, atmospheric, whatever, excited, or whatever the hell it is. So I built one of those, and to get that thing to laze, it's pretty cool. You don't need mirrors, and it lasers the air. It'll use nitrogen in the air as the gain medium. In order for it to actually work, your capacitor bank has to fire super crisp, has to be clean and very quick. And if it's too sloppy in the discharge, which means like, let's say it has enough energy, high enough voltage, but the discharge time is too slow, nitrogen will not laze. So the discharge time and I don't know, I don't understand. I would have to go back and review it. Maybe I understood it then, but I just don't remember it right now. Why it won't laze unless you're in that whatever nanosecond frame, whatever the hell it is. But you have to be in that window where you're really fast. So I understand if you take that concept and refine it to get single photons or single packets, because when you read into it, they will talk about that single, like, a single packet of photons. Yeah, that I can understand, because that's like a 3D slice of the laser beam, the smallest slice we can take, essentially, right? And we'll see what that.
Yeah, it's the smallest amount of energy possible, and I don't see how you're going to do it and release it and know it's that exact amount that you put in, that exact amount went out, and just one. So you got to hit a single spot on that plate, right?
this is where probability really helps.
Here's a paper.
Yeah.
This paper describes it actually. They did a single slit.
That's
Or
where
the
this
single
falls
photon
apart.
quantum. They did a single photon quantum eraser, and they go over it. I'm reading through exactly because that's what I remember is that it had to do with
Yeah. Go ahead.
the probability. But like I said, I can't speak specifically on it, so I'm reading through it. And seeing
Looking at how fast they're firing the laser. Get a single photon sort of thing. See if they in that paper they got something on that. Because I read into
so
that.
It seems to me it's time to energy ratio. Really?
Well, of course, that's the idea, right? I mean, if you think about it, like
Yeah, then you gotta
three-dimensionally, whatever.
then there's
light is toothpaste. Okay, we're just gonna take a really small 2D slice of this. Well, it's never gonna be 2D, but that's the idea of this toothpaste, where it's only one photon thick or one atom thick, like the the aluminum sheet foil.
Oh,
keep pressing it until like it's one atom thick.
So here we go. So the way, like I said, they because it has a probability of a single photon, and so what they use and what they're actually using for this test is the photoelectrons. So they're using they use that's what the detector is going to detect, obviously. So they're using only the single photoelectrons markers on the detector. And they're using that to determine that it was only a single photon that produced it.
How?
Because it's a single photoelectron. If they're detecting a single photoelectron, that was what Einstein had gotten his Nobel Prize for. That's basically why they know that photons are these quantum objects. Like they're these discrete amounts of energy, is because of the fact that they have a direct relationship. They get absorbed one at a time, by the atoms into the energy of the electron. So if you're identifying a single photoelectron, then you're identifying more or less the relationship between one photon and the the detector.
Look, it's like saying 1 milliwatt or millivolt or milli whatever. It's just a number. It's just a charge. It's just
but it has a direct relationship with. That's why they understand it in these discrete packets, is because only these discrete packets is like it requires these discrete packet to get absorbed by the electron, and so if the electron is getting bumped off of the the atom or whatever, if it's being produced by a single photon. Otherwise, you'd end up with more photoelectrons.
I'm not convinced. You guys are saying it's probability. You still haven't convinced me of how. Maybe you can record it, whatever that is, but how did it leave as one and then split as wave and then recombine and all that stuff? I mean, yeah. I know it's the most done experiment in the world. I've heard all that. I've seen the videos.
Nothing really split and recombined, man, though. Like
they would have to. How can they go through both? Yeah.
I got you. Look. Think of it this way.
Yeah, those are waves. Yeah.
Correct. So it's doing that.
Where's the particle?
The photon.
Where's the particle?
El photono.
Where is it?
You have to understand that we use these terms like wave and particle because it has properties that exhibits that relate to a particle, and this is the property that it has that relates as a particle is the fact that
wave duality.
It comes.
Videos, right? This is the duality of the photon. This is why we say it can have particle and wave duality, because it does this kind of behavior. I mean, look at the way look what it does. You can see what it does. See, aren't you curious as to what causes this?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Where's particle? I see line there. I don't see any particles.
No. This test doesn't. It is not really used to show the particle nature of a photon. The photoelectric effect is what's really used to identify the photon behaves as a particle, and that's the property of a particle that it has. Is the fact that it comes in these discrete packets. It's quantized, right? It's not a continuous wave. Although
Right.
this
Exactly.
the Young's test shows that it comes in continuous waves. So the strange thing about these quantum objects is that they have properties that are both, they have some properties that behave like particles and some properties that exhibit them as waves, but they're really something different than both. You know what I mean? That's why, they're not saying, oh, this thing is a wave and this thing is a particle. They're these quantum objects that have these properties of both. You know what I mean? So
Mi amigo, per favor. Mi amigo, per favor. U este le particalos.
Okay.
I don't see any particles here, bro. I just see lines turning into waves. The waves I can understand. Puddles. What's those lines there? Are those particles?
This test is what identifies it, or that identifies the properties of the wave. This test. A different test is really going to give you the particle nature of photons and any quantum object, and that's the photoelectric effect. The photoelectric effect that shows that it actually doesn't matter the intensity of the light that you're passing onto something, but actually the wavelength. So the energy can be quantified by the frequency. The frequency, right? And so
you know what I see? I see parallel straight lines turning into waves. That's what I see.
You're not listening to me, SE. This isn't the test that this is exactly the test that shows that it behaves like a wave. This is exactly that. I'm saying a different test, a test that the photoelectric effect, which is actually involved in this test as well, which is why I said, which is how they identify that they're single photons, is by the photoelectron that actually shows up on the sensor. But really, a test showing the photoelectric effect is the test that identifies photons have properties of particles.
So when you look at them, let's get this straight now. When you fire one of these particles that comes out of this electron gun, right? So it comes out as a particle. When you look at it, it behaves like a wave. When you don't look at it, it behaves like a particle.
No.
Do I have that right, or is it the other way around? When you look
the other
at
way
it,
around, it's not exactly. What happens is it's whenever it's not interacting with anything, when it's it's basically in a quantum superposition, it's gonna have it's gonna behave using the Schrodinger wave function, or what's it called, the de Broglie wavelength, which is basically the size, and it's inversely related to its mass. It's gonna exhibit this wave nature. That's only if it's not
superposition. That's very interesting.
That's only if it's not. That's only if it's not interacting with anything. Once it starts interacting with anything, its wave function collapses, and it doesn't display itself that way. So you can observe.
Right. So
that you don't observe the interference anymore.
Right. It collapses. Yeah, the wave function when you look at it. But you said something very interesting, superposition. You said it's in a state of superposition. That means it's both a wave and a particle at the same time.
No, that's not what that means. The superposition is just depending on what state you're talking about, it just means that it's not, there's not a, it's got a probability of being in certain states. So you could be talking about its position, you could be talking about its spin, and it's actually not, it doesn't have a settled value. That's what the superposition is. It's not a wave particle. It's just a
until observed.
No, not just until observed, until it interacts with anything. It's not required to.
Okay.
It doesn't collapse until it has an interaction with other stuff, and then it becomes coherent. Or it becomes coherent.
And what state is it until observed or interacted
It's in
with?
a superposition of its states. That's the whole point. It's It's not.
Which is what? What is explain superposition?
Look at the.
Everybody could know.
Dude, look at that one diagram I posted with 3. They're all reposted. It's 2 minutes after the hour. So when you get that collapse, right? You get that center. You see the one in the center, right?
Yeah, I understand this, bro.
Right. So it's one of the options that's already there, or 2. I'm sorry. You see the one below, like that's just where you see the diffraction, where the light will be or can be when it collapses. So that's the superposition, essentially, right? You can use that to for electrical circuits and whatnot to solve for stuff.
No, that's not the superposition. The superposition is the state it's in before it's observed.
When superposition is when you overlay things, essentially. When you have something you overlay it, or one of the overlays or whatever you're solving for, but that's what it is, superposition. 2 things on top of each other. And then a 2-dimensional plane or 2-dimensional, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to convey here. It's both left and right. It's both spin left and spin right. It's both right hand and left hand glove until observed, right?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Okay. I just want to clarify. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because most people don't understand how crazy this stuff is. So I just want to explain it in as clear as possible.
Well, observed is kind of until once you know
measured or
the path,
interacted, whatever.
Once you have identified the path of the photon or the electron, that's when you get the collapse.
Yeah.
Well, as I said, in quantum computing, all this stuff is used practically, and you can actually, you can see when they collapse. You can see when they can be used in this wave. In this in which their interference pattern is going to be, intricate in how it works. And like I said, that's what had to keep them so cold, and that's why they can't build a lot of qubits, is because they collapse when they have any interaction. If anything's interacting with it, or it could have a minimal amount of interaction, a very minimal, but really anything interact, the vibrations or temperature or another particle, air particles, whatever. The wave function will collapse, and it's no longer going to have a superposition of its states, so it can't be used. It's not going to display itself with. There's not going to be any interference patterns. That can be used. It's like the metal.
It breaks the law of non-contradiction. You can't be both. You can't be both things at once. It's against. It's against nature. It's against.
Don't think of it as both things at once, man. Think of it as all the light just choosing just one path, just going collimating for some reason when you record it, right? So you think of it as
for some reason.
For some reason. You can go
do that, bro.
with why, right? I'm not telling you why, right? We're just observing the effects, and it's for some reason, and I'm leaving you to go, run with it. But yeah, I'm not gonna tell you why.
This may sound too simplistic, but what about the idea that it's the actual detector that is causing the effect, and when the detector's not put on it versus the observing detector part? What if that's actually causing it? Because of some,
I thought of that. Yeah, many times I've said that. Yeah,
like an interference, or it changes the field in some way,
causes it to settle.
Yeah.
it's not just a detector, like I said though. The detector is just a means of finding out what happened. It's really any interaction at all. The detector is obviously going to interact with it. But yeah, it's that is
when you know
what causes it.
To rule out the detector, that's when they use the delayed choice. The delayed choice is a good one for that. To convince yourself that's not the detector that's causing that.
Yeah, I heard
Okay,
that
let's say
explanation
it's
too.
if it is a detector. Well, your eyeball's a detector, right? So it's like, what's going on? Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, all right, if our device, our detector did that, do our eyeballs do the same to the image or to the wave function?
Yeah, that's why to me, this is voodoo. I would have to be in this and see this for myself. I know they say it's the most done experiment and bull. If I don't see it, I don't believe it. To me, it's like, there's no way that can happen. You can't be looking at something and it does something, and you look away and it does something else. That's against all laws of nature.
But isn't that also kind of how things work? If you look at something and it renders, you look away and it's like it's out of your field. Like it's like not actualized when you're not observing it.
Or you, yeah.
Yeah, but then that gets into like what is reality, and I know, but yeah, it would be for you.
But the guy behind you, so what you see, well, then you can say that then behind him is not rendering. Yeah, if you want to go down that route, I mean, yeah, you could do that.
But at least in this paradigm, the paradigm of, like I said, these quantum objects are using quantum computing. It's not just it's not like if a bear shit in the woods, can somebody smell it or whatever. It's not just anybody, like any human being or any bug or any living thing experiencing it. It's anything interacting with it. Like any if nothing's interacting with it, this is what's said to have this quantum wave function in this the superposition. But once anything in the universe has some interaction with it, this is when that function is said to collapse into more defined states, like a more definite state.
So how about this
Hold on, wait.
superposition?
I thought JA dispelled all this and said that the whole thing about the observing or not observing was the woo factor that was added in just to make it seem interesting, and that it was actually a filter they would use to collapse the wave function, and it was actually a mechanical process that they would intentionally do, and it has nothing to do with it being observed. That's what JA said.
That's what I just said. That it has nothing to do with being observed. It has everything to do with being. It's not if a living thing observing it. It's any interaction whatsoever that collapses it.
I thought he said there was like
What does
an
that even
actual
mean?
filter, like an actual thing they would do to make it do exactly what they wanted. It has like
only when the wave.
There's nothing to do with choice or randomness, or it was like, here's what we do to make it look like this, and here's what we do to make it look like this. Very mechanical.
Only when the wave travels south-southwest. That happened.
Nice one.
During a full moon?
Only if you account for Coriolis.
Yeah.
On your way to the outer
I'm not even convinced they can get one photon. They haven't convinced me they can shoot one electron. I'm not even convinced of step
I
one.
showed you.
Because the more I look into this, the more I find.
I think I put a post of one photon, individual photons.
Yeah, you're late to the boat, bro. Cyrus walked us through this from beginning to end, and yeah, been there, done that. Now, getting one single electron, one single packet of energy, and now they're saying, Zanuck, that it's probability. They're not even sure that they're firing one. It's a probability that it's one.
So what I told you was that they come to that conclusion based on the detector and the fact that it receives a single photoelectron. This is how they determined that it was one photon that produced that.
Yeah, you're saying what happens after the fact. And then we got into what happens between that single one that they say and what happens with that when it travels one through two slits. And then we went through that whole thing. So just by saying what happens, because what happens at the end, like, I'm not sold on that. One single packet of energy, the smallest amount of energy. How can you like guarantee that? How can you even show that?
It's in the chat. That's a picture of what they're saying is a single photon.
Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, now this is a question I've always had. Like, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know. Like, what is a single photon? Is it just peak to trough?
It's an amount of energy.
I mean,
the smallest amount of energy. Yeah, packet of energy.
I'm familiar with the science, but it's always kind of plagued me is like, what is a single photon?
Well, another name
Something
for this
they made
device
up,
is
bro.
called, they also call this a single photon reifier.
Well, I mean, I'm guessing
You gotta go back to the photoelectric effect and the basically you look at I forget the equation. I can't remember on top of my head, but it has to do with Planck's constant over the wavelength, over the wavelength. This will determine not the frequency. I think the energy of the photon. And anyways, you can plug this equation into the momentum of the electron. So the energy that's the energy that's going to be produced with the electron coming out of it, you can plug this equation in. And basically, what this is telling you is that there's these quantized objects, which is called photons, which are required to give energy, and the energy is only accepted in these quantized packets in order to expel these electrons. So so that and there's I can't remember the equations on top of my head, but they're something to do with Planck's constant in the wavelength, and then you plug that into the energy that's coming off from the electron when this is occurring, and so there's these discrete quantized or quantities of energy, and it's based on the frequency of light that's used.
So I guess it would just be the lowest energy state that the electron could jump from. That would be one photon.
Yeah, the lowest energy state, based depending on whatever frequency it is, the lowest frequency energy state that will give energy to the electron, and enough of it will just expel it from the atom, but it'll move it up a step each time.
Well, there's single photon detectors that can actually determine if a photon is passed and absorbed by the detector, and those are pretty common. I think they even talked about do-it-yourself at-home single photon detector type of project. Yeah,
that'd be pretty dope.
Yeah, sure.
It has a
just Google photon and put it on images. Google photon and put it on images and see how many different things you're gonna get on what a photon is. It's like almost like Mickey Mouse.
Well, I mean,
Just do it for fun.
It's kind of complicated, like women. You feel me?
LiDAR, a lot of things like LiDAR depend on single photon counting.
Really?
Stations, air monitoring, monitoring things in the atmosphere, like all those satellites that are measuring electromagnetic radiation from the Earth and everything in between the satellite and the ground through the atmosphere. They help cell phones find their focus. I mean, there's so many uses for single photon detection. I think the list is pretty wide and deep.
So that would just be that quantized amount of energy, right?
I'm not sure exactly how they define the single photon. I think they've taken pictures with super high speed, ultra high speed cameras, and determined that these bursts of energy, this energy packet, can actually be captured on film from beginning to end.
What? How can you capture a photon on film? That I could see you like a plate, like regular photography, but rather than striking like a photoreceptor, I don't see how that would be possible.
Like I said, in this test that does the single photon double slit, it says that the results it talks about how they're not detecting single photons of light, but rather single photoelectrons. A photoelectron is the inference of the single photon, at least in that case. I'm assuming that whatever other, I think Zanik was talking about LiDAR. I'm assuming that they would do the similar. They would detect a single photoelectron and use that as a detection of a single photon, I'm assuming.
Weird. That's a little above my head because I thought an electron was like a point particle.
Electrons are.
Yeah, I remember when my physicist teacher told me that. I was like, "What?" I just could not wrap my head around it. I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? A point particle?" Because there are a couple papers that try and image it, where they basically pass an electron through a medium, and it'll make like a bubble essentially, and you can see the path that it took. But you're not really imaging the electron. You're just kind of imaging
what it's reacting with. But yeah, that's all quantum objects are described as point particles. And Jace describes how even though an electron's a point particle, there is a volume. What's it called? It's called like the charge density, or I think that's what it's called. But it's basically a description of that charge and where it falls off at, and it does create like it creates a volume that is spherical, but that's not a description of that's not a volume of the particle. That's just a volume of its charge density, and what that's going to interact with and shit like that. Makes sense.
Man,
all quantum objects are kind of seen that way. I believe they're all considered point particles.
Well, I mean, like protons and neutrons wouldn't be. You talking about like quarks and stuff?
Yeah, that's right.
Neutrinos are. I know neutrinos are. I think there's a couple that I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Dude, I was so pissed off when I found out those fucking Chinese fuckers were lying about that room temperature superconductor. I'm sure y'all heard about that. Maybe you haven't, but there was some Chinese lab claiming to create a room temperature superconductor, which would just be a game changer for life on Earth. And they were bullshitting.
I've seen that claim before. Before it was them, it was the Indians. Before it was the Indians, it was some other guys, and probably Chinese people again, and probably maybe even some Jews. I don't know. A bunch of different people make this claim, and I always, because I got excited when it was years ago, and it was the Indian guys that were saying it, but then you find out, oh, actually, no, it's not the case. So that seems to happen every time it's claimed. It's like, oh, actually, it turns out it's not the case. So,
oh yeah.
when it happens, so I always sit by and I just wait because it would be cool. So I always hope that it's true. People get excited about it, like news or science magazines and stuff get excited about it, but it usually turns out to be somebody fucked up or something.
Yeah, they definitely were a little early on this one. I don't remember anybody else claiming that before. I mean, obviously I have if you've heard about it, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, years ago, there's some guys who claimed that they had done something with gold, and they had this gold room temperature superconductor. Yeah, it was like gold. It was like a gold aluminum alloy. I don't know what it was. It was something like that. Yeah, and this was maybe 4 or 5 years ago or something.
Yeah,
there's a couple other times too.
Yeah, that'd be nuts, man. That would be so crazy if they actually. I mean, my understanding is it'll probably happen one day. I'm not a material scientist, but hopefully one day we'll get there. I'll probably be dead by then, but
Is everything made of atoms, Kosho?
That's what they say. That's why you can't trust an atom because they make up everything.
Because like I was thinking, yeah, that's funny. I was thinking like if you rubbed your hand on a piece of metal long enough, you'd exchange atoms, and if you did it long enough, you'd become metal.
Yeah, that's a good point, man.
Yeah, that's what would happen, right?
Wait, hold
These
on. Sorry.
particles-
That's not a good point. Why are you saying
If you
you're not
rub
gonna keep metal from doing
if you
that?
bash your head on a concrete wall for long enough, you'd become a concrete slab.
Do you know what Avogadro's number is? Have you ever heard of Avogadro's number? Maybe I don't know. Anyways, that's
Yeah,
the
say it
number.
right. Avocado's number.
What'd I say?
Avocado's
I'm joking.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, that's how many atoms, or what do they call them? Elemental. I don't remember what they call them. Atomic. Yeah, elemental part, whatever they call them. But that's how many of those are in. What are there's? Well, how many moles are there in 12 grams of carbon?
607.
12.5 billion trillion to the power of negative 3. Sorry.
How many moles?
There's a lot of
How
them.
many?
Yeah.
How many
atoms?
atoms?
Yeah.
Like
The mole is 607 6 trillion of anything.
So maybe there's 12 moles. I don't remember. Let's just pretend that it's in. Let's just pretend 1 gram and 1 gram of carbon. Let's just pretend that there's that many. 6.26 times 10 to the 23 or whatever it is, or 22.
607 6 of anything.
Yeah. So if you you have to rub your hand so much so that you exchange with the doorknob or whatever thing you're rubbing your hand against, that you exchange that many particles to exchange 1 gram. That seems like it's going to take a lot of time, or it's a lot of exchanging happening. I don't think it's very possible.
Someone has got to do a rubbing their hands joke on this.
Yeah.
Kosho's counting his shekels and rubbing his hands very quickly.
And
if you rub
shekels,
if you rub your girlfriend long enough, you'll become her.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it's some way you can convince somebody to do an experiment with you. But you ever heard that one also that if you there's a chance that actually, if you slap the door, there's a very small chance that your hand will actually go through the door. Extremely small chance. It's actually impossibly small. It's not impossibly small, but it's so small it's never going to happen, obviously. Basically, the chance that all the electrons are going to undergo superposition at the same time. Or not, quantum tunneling at the same time.
Yeah, that's a weird one because it is
quantum tunneling now.
Yeah, but it's the chance of that happening all at the same time is what you'd be waiting for, which is it's not really. I don't think it's not going to happen. So
this is like pseudoscience, like on steroids. Working out at the gym 7
Why
days
do you
a
say
week.
that? Why do you say that? But quantum tunneling is a real
Tunneling? Quantum
quantum
tunneling?
tunneling is an extremely real, identifiable thing. Zanik, didn't you say you worked with superconductors at one point or something like that? Because it's extremely practical and seen when they're in their limits of making superconductors. Like they can't. There's a certain wall they can't keep decreasing the size of the superconductor, or the size of the transistor, because of the fact that the electron, it's no longer going to be stopped by the superconducting, by the not super. Oh, I keep saying superconductor. I mean semiconductor. Sorry, semiconductor. That can actually, the chance that it will bypass, the insulator that's doped or whatever, and because of that, it's useless as a transistor. So, and this is witnessed and observed. Very real.
So we can slice through space and
Not slice through space.
tunnel through space. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there's a chance, there's a small chance, and you can compute it, and it's going to be so small you're going to realize it's useless to even just try to see if it'll ever happen. But that all the electrons in your hand are going to quantum tunnel through all the what do you call that? Like because there are electrons at the door repelling your
Silicon?
hand. But you can no, so whatever, like the door is made out of wood, whatever it's made out of, whatever thin slice of door you're slapping, if by chance all the electrons quantum tunneled at the same time, then your hand could go to the wall. But that's, like I said, that's it's not even a small portion of your hand is going to do that. So it's not worth considering.
All right, good stuff, bro. I thought for a while there, Jeremy was saying you were gonna lose your top 10 position, but I think you've recovered now.
I mean,
thank God I can call his wife.
I mean, do you expect like the fucking microscopic world to not be weird as shit? Like it's gonna be fucking strange. Like there's just no doubt. Like
this, bro. Come on, man.
I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't expect it to be weird. Like it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be quirky. Just like any extreme thing in nature. The bottom of the ocean, hurricanes, any extreme form of nature is odd. And you guys try and do this thing where it's like, it's so weird, like you can't believe that. Have you seen the fish at the bottom of the sea, man? They're weird as shit. They're real. I mean, is this any weirder than that? I mean, maybe by a little bit, but
they are freaking weird, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's just the nature.
I mean, compared to that, imagine the fish splitting in two and recombining, and then
I'm pretty sure.
Imagine the fish becoming two fish.
I'm pretty sure there's fish that do that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's fish. There's fish that are both male and female.
Have you ever read Dr. Seuss? One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. That was about quantum mechanics.
I like Dr. Nemo. That's my favorite.
Is it 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea or whatever?
No, but seriously, you guys have to stretch your imagination for this stuff, right?
Well, yeah.
Like I said, if I see it, if they show me superposition, I'll be freaked out. Like if they can take me to a lab, show me, convince me of a particle, right, a photon, and then split it in half. So I don't know how they're going to convince me of that. And then we're going to have to transport it, let's say, from LA to New York. put it on a nice bus, write it down to the, I don't know how they're gonna do it, right? And okay, then they'll say, okay, check it out. Check it out. I see we're gonna move this now, and that's gonna happen over there. If I see that, I'm convinced, bro. But until then, to me, this is all bull. It's all made up stuff. Just like when they make up supernovas and all this stuff. Yeah.
Don't you want something more practical than what you described? Because you can't really transfer today's technology, you can't transfer quantum objects that are decoherent like that, or like in that quantum in
So we can't do it. We can't replicate this. I heard it was replicated.
You can do it, just not in the way you described. I mean, like Bell's test, like the test they did 2022, they got the Nobel Prize. Those 3 people. There's tests you can do to show that this is happening, but they're just not the tests you just described. Tests you just described is impractical.
So not the actual test. Gotcha. Yeah. Not the actual thing. Just show me lines, parallel, vertical, or like horizontal or vertical, and tell me about Bell's inequality theorem or something like that. But not an actual test.
I mean,
if it's the most replicated experiment in history, right? Surely they must have done it, right? Let's say a college in a university in Florida and another one in, I don't know, New York. They must have, like,
How would you transfer?
They must have done that, no? Superposition experiment.
How would you transfer these 2 particles so that they don't interfere with anything?
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. You claim that you can do something, but you cannot. Why are you interrupting me, bro?
I was trying to.
You claim you can do something, but you can't show it.
There's a claim, and then there's your way of showing the claim, and then there's the obvious idea that can't be done that way, and so you have to come up with a clever way to actually show. Not the way you said, because that's not a way that's practical that we have the ability to do today, but to find a way that is practical that you can do, and that's why Bell's test is a way to do that, or Bell's inequality, doing tests using the inequality is a way to do that.
Well, it's not. It's absolutely not. No, we're talking about a demonstration. You say that you can superposition a particle, meaning you can take a particle, split it in half, have it have the same properties, but unknown properties. They're superposition. In other words, you can have a glove, a left-handed glove on one particle and a right-handed glove on the other one. Send one halfway across the universe. This is your theory. And when you witness one here, it's right-handed, then automatically the one on the other side of the universe, it's left-handed. To me, that's a story, a fantasy story. Yeah, and you say now you can't even do it across a city. I mean, across a country. Sorry.
That's macroscopic, though. I mean, you're talking about a whole different world when you're talking about quantum stuff.
Yeah, quantum stuff that they claim they can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's nutty. I mean,
by the way, Einstein was opposed to it. Yeah.
Yeah, Einstein. He wasn't buying it, and in the beginning. But I mean, you can't think of everything.
It's not only him. It was Einstein, Rosen, and what was the other guy? Polanski or something. They called it the EPR paradox.
Yeah.
They even gave it a name. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, paradoxes are usually solved later on. I mean, just because they didn't believe it doesn't mean it's true. It
wasn't solved. It was just this one dude, Bell, who did some tests of rays coming in parallel or horizontal or some nonsense, and he claimed, "Oh yeah, he's right." How does that prove anything? Doesn't prove anything.
Einstein disagreeing with Bohr and his friends P and R, disagreeing with Bohr and their interpretation of it, and they're not thinking there's a way to test it, and then Bell coming up with a way and inequality that would actually show a way to test it, but he died before the test was ever done, So Bell never ever got to see, he didn't get to actually see the test. But the most recent example being the one that they won the Nobel Prize for last year. And what that is, that's in science. This is why there's observations and there's theoretical science and there's experimental science, is because the theoretical science they'll come up with hypotheses, and those may not be meaningful unless you can test them. And it takes a clever experimentalist, what's his name? I don't know if you guys remember Goldsteel. That was Goldsteel's job, was to develop experiments for different hypotheses and stuff. And that's required, to actually test these things. And sometimes that's not the case, but it takes someone real clever to come up with a way to test it. The way you suggested would be a decent test if it were possible, but we don't have a practical way to do that, which is why Bell's idea is a clever way to actually practically test it.
Now, I personally, I don't buy that, because I still think it violates the speed of light. And I don't think it's possible for information to travel faster than the speed of light. As a matter of fact, that is what your guys' model says. So
no, they get around
there's no
it.
way. Physically impossible. No, you can't.
No, they don't claim that the information travels faster than the speed of light.
So then it can't work instantaneously like they claim.
Yeah, that's a little too deep for me. I forget how that's kind of explained away. I'll be honest with you.
It's simple. It's not information.
I hear you, bro.
There's no information being transferred. That's the thing. There's no
Then
way
how do they know?
This is exactly what they do. The test they do. What they don't do is transfer information faster than the speed of light.
Right? I mean, I'm gonna be off here, but I mean,
it's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening with Bell's test or Bell's theorem.
Yeah, I'm gonna be off here, but I mean, they're basically just they're opposites. So when they measure one, they know the other is the opposite. And I believe there's a claim that it's determined at the moment it's measured. I'm not sure how they determine that.
Because otherwise you don't know. Otherwise it's a superposition. It could be both states.
There you go. At least NASA says it correctly.
Wait, say that again?
Both states.
It's in a superposition. It's in both states at the same time. You don't know. It's like
that's right. That's exactly how it's described.
It's like Schrödinger's cat being both alive and
sorry.
That's the Copenhagen interpretation.
Yep. That's what they call it.
What makes them?
That's only one interpretation. Then there's the many worlds, and go on, whoever.
The pilot wave, and they all have their problems. Some do require information to be transferred faster than the speed of light. So,
yeah, I think pilot wave is probably
how does that work out?
Most realistic.
We don't know.
Exactly. That's a good answer, NASA.
Well,
I don't know that you're coming around. It seems
that's the well. When you talk about quantum, there's a lot of times you have to say, "I don't know." The famous quote it's attributed to Feynman. Probably didn't say it, but it's attributed to him. If you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics.
Okay, now we're on the same page. Now we can talk. Yeah, we don't know. It's a mystery. Yeah,
right. But that doesn't mean that we don't know anything.
Yeah, but they claim they know. That's the problem.
They know quite a bit.
I mean, they've got working supercomputers or quantum computers at the moment right now.
Saying that definitely works off of the, interference patterns based on, things like superposition and things like entanglement. So those properties, those phenomena are definitely real. Like they have actual practical use, and you can actually. I don't know if you still can use it, but you can utilize a server in New York that uses a quantum computer at IBM. You can go online and use it now.
Really?
I don't know.
Aren't those in the infancy
I don't know if that's still
stage?
the case. So that was the case last time I did it. But yeah. I mean, that's because of that's because everything we've been talking about the inability to, about how when they interact with other particles or the universe, the waveform collapses, and so it actually requires for each usable qubit requires like thousands of other qubits just to validate that qubit, and that's just because of the like I said, how easy it is to make the wave function collapse, and then so in order to get a state like a system like that to work, you requires a lot of qubits. So if for 8 working qubits requires almost 10,000 quantum objects, and the more you need, the more that's required in order to keep these in these states. These superposition states requires like these really pristine labs and cold temperatures, and there can't be like any they have to make sure there's no interaction with anything, so no vibrations and heat or anything.
Yo, this is way over my head.
To be honest, it's overall over our heads.
Did you just read that off a sheet?
Do what?
Oh, what's it? What'd you say?
Me or somebody else?
Yeah,
What I
whatever you said.
said
What'd you
was,
say?
did you read that off a sheet, Kosho?
No. I mean, actually, I've used that IBM quantum computer, and I continue to dabble. I mean, I'm taking a class right now on quantum computing and algorithms and stuff, but I'm trying to be placed. I'm trying to make sure I'm positioned in a way that I can use it practically when it becomes more practical. So I'm always actively trying to learn how to code quantum algorithms and stuff. Actually, if you from coming at it from that aspect, I told you, quantum computer scientists, they don't consider the weird quantum mechanics. They just consider the practicality of it, and they think of it all in probabilities. And if you think of it in that, in this the state of probabilities, it becomes something that's more uh, uh, graspable.
Have you been messing around with AI at all? Coding AI?
Yeah, but not in connection with quantum computing, but yeah.
Man, that's some wild stuff. Whenever Chat GPT came out, I was kind of a little freaked out until I found out it was lying, and it's just making shit up half the time.
Oh yeah. I don't want to name names, but I warned people in here who were using it to answer questions. It's like you can't use it to answer questions like that. And actually, there was a law case where these 2 lawyers got in a lot of trouble. You seen that one? Those lawyers got in trouble because they used ChatGPT to come up with this what do you call that? Precedents, cases and that kind of thing. Yeah, and they made them up, and it didn't realize it's going to do that. And I mean, you have to kind of know those things.
Wasn't it the Supreme Court too? I think
I don't think so. I think it was a federal. It wasn't Supreme Court. It was a federal case, though.
Yeah,
it was about airlines. Like it was about airlines, and it was a federal case.
The judge was pissed. I remember reading.
That was completely unprofessional.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't even check it.
Good dudes. There's good dudes in this community that I know that have done things of that regard, and it's something that, like I said, that's why I've tried to warn people, because if you don't know that, then yeah, you can get caught up, but you kind of have to. I mean, those lawyers should have done their due diligence still, though, and actually researched it after they got those answers, but they just kind of used them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a tool, but you definitely got to fact check it.
Well, you just fact check it with Elon Musk's Truth GPT. That's what you check it with, and you're all set.
Does he have a Truth GPT? Or are you talking about
Oh yeah, that's the thing, dude.
Oh yeah, yeah, dude.
It's like a
Is it?
Download it. Download that app. It's funny as hell, dude.
Yeah,
What?
Elon Musk's
Oh my god.
blockchain AI thing that he's backing. Yeah, it's called Truth GPT. No, I'm not even joking.
Truth GPT. I'm gonna have to take a look at this.
Yeah, download it, dude. It says such funny shit because he made it because he was so pissed at Chat because he basically called ChatGPT a liar. It's just basically he's a blatant liar because it's not only gives you wrong answers, but it gives you biased answers because it gives you PC answers, right? It's gonna govern. It governs what you ask, and there's a governor on it that if you use the ChatGPT model, it will do that. So he wanted one that wasn't governed like that, but it does give you some sloppy answers, but it gives you some really fucking funny answers too. You can ask it some funny questions, and it'll give you like a funny answers.
Have you ever watched the interview with the creator of ChatGPT and what's his name? He's the MIT professor. Joe Rogan kind of made him famous. I have to look him up on YouTube, but he was saying,
"You're talking about what's his name? You talking about that Lex Friedman?"
Yeah, Lex Friedman. Yeah. Yeah, and the guy that created ChatGPT, he was like, I would never thought when I set out to do this that the main thing would be the PC bullshit that I have to deal with. Because
so if you ask, sorry, I cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say if you ask his Truth GPT or whatever, you ask it. So what's the deal? Did you really put the Tesla car in space? Does it like say, "Of course I did. The only reason it looks fake is because it's so real," or whatever, with a winky face or something? Is that what it does, or how does it do it? Like, does it try to get to the truth for real?
I'll ask it right now.
All right. Ask about the Tesla car in space and the facts behind that.
This is where Kosho's been getting all of his information for years. He'll check it.
Yeah, he had the beta version. Emphasis on beta.
I'm a beta male, dude. What can you do? They don't have a gamma version yet.
They're all sold out of the alphas.
Oh yeah, those are growing.
I like how it says on the Truth GPT, it says, unbiased artificial intelligence, the people's beacon of truth. Wow. I'm sure it's just chocked full of truth.
Yeah.
Ask about if he came from a family that was mining emeralds.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him to think about that, but let me ask Scott Veach a question. He just showed up. I've been trying to get because he has a master class, and I've been trying to get we used to watch the Neil deGrasse Tyson scientific communication one, which is pretty good. We watched that in Gems a few times. I've set up in here at an event, and I think it'd be interesting to watch it, and we could pause it. Anybody has any comments or whatever? But also, I wanted to because we're talking about we're talking about quantum computing, and we're talking about AI computing. But I was just saying, Scott, I don't know if you've ever used Brilliant. I've been because I've been doing other courses on the algorithms and stuff, but the Brilliant course is actually really intuitive. It gives you you use Brilliant for the quantum computing. I think you'd find it interesting. I'm speaking to Scott, but it doesn't look like he's at his mic right now.
I think they try to use quantum computing and the function of that, whatever that is and how it functions, as a way of reifying quantum physics.
That's true if you replace reify with the word confirming.
Well, how are they related?
Truth GPT has auto-corrected you. You've been auto-corrected.
Ask it what quantum principle does quantum computing use, just for the heck of it.
I think there's different. I'm not going to ask it that, but there's different. I'm cooking, so I'm sorry, but there's different phenomena that it utilizes. So some will utilize superposition, like Scott said. Some will utilize entanglement, and there's some that try to there's all different models for it, because there's some that try to use photons as the quantum object. That they're using. So there's actually different models.
Well, the only logical one is superposition, right? Because I heard them explain they want to do multiple calculations at the same time, right? Like as you write ones and zeros and you write your code, will picture levels of that at the same time, like multiple codes. You understand what I'm saying?
Dude, but give me a second. I got
4D chess kind of.
Hold on.
Yeah. That's the way I understood it, the way I've heard them explain it. And I think Scott is agreeing with me. Yeah, superposition, he's saying.
Well, Scott Beach doesn't cook, and so I'm over here. Sausage and bacon and rice and everything.
Wait, hold on. He doesn't cook. What do you mean that? He doesn't cook.
Ah, that's right, man.
I order food always.
Eats.
You order it always. You
Yeah,
never try to cook. Why not?
I mean, it's just, I don't know, just very, 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 very rarely.
Did you grow up with a maid that always cooked for you, so you never learned how or never really got into it? Or a
No,
mom that always did it?
no, but I did grow up with a sister who I would constantly try to talk into making me food.
What about
You
breakfast?
just don't like it? I mean, it's fun to cook. I mean, I like a meal that I cook better than anything.
Yeah, like if I'm on a date or something, like that's fun. But like if it's just like on a daily or whatever, if I'm just like in a rush, I always order.
Fast food or like what kind of food?
Oh no. I order restaurant food, but restaurants.
Okay.
You don't order breakfast, do you, Scott?
I don't eat breakfast actually. I don't eat till lunch usually.
Really?
Yeah.
Probably good. Coffee in the morning?
No coffee.
Really, no coffee?
Yeah.
No stimulants?
Nope. No. Well, depends. Mostly no stimulants.
How did we get into Scott's health routines?
I just find it odd. I love cooking. I just find it odd.
Oh, is that why it started? You said you don't like cooking?
He doesn't cook for himself at all. He just always orders out.
I like for example, I made a tuna fish sandwich tonight. I had to. It's not like cooking, but I can do something.
My dad's like that. You think Scott's the nicest guy? But the only time I've ever seen him mean is when he gets hangry, dude.
Oh yeah.
His food doesn't show up.
It's true.
He's so pissed.
Blood sugar.
Anyway, Scott, I was something I'm doing lately, I guess, like past few days or week or so, is that brilliant quantum computing thing, and I think you'd find it interesting. Yeah, is this the 20-minute one?
Yeah, it's a 20-minute one.
Yeah, you know what? I found it fulfilling in the way you said. It's funny though that the brilliant thing, it kind of covers it in almost the same way he does at the very beginning, which is why I kind of it left me, because it wasn't fulfilling as I thought it would be, only because the brilliant thing, it was covering the same thing about the same rate, but that doesn't go beyond that,
That makes sense.
The brilliant thing's good. It's just kind of drawn out.
I like this one because it's like it does such a good job of clarifying. Okay, here's what you read about in like math, pop science that's basically false. Here's all the stuff to ignore, and here's the real, here's how it really works. And I feel like he gets to the heart of it really well.
Yeah, and that's what he addressed, or what he expressed, is what I was trying to express tonight as well when I was trying to SC, which is that this guy is a perfect example of what he says about how quantum computer scientists or quantum computer programmers, they don't even focus on, and it'll say this in the brilliant thing too. They don't focus on the physics or the weirdness of quantum mechanics. They treat it as like probabilities. Like that's the property that they use, and it's more real in that aspect when they treat it that way. They just treat it as like a, I forget what does he call it? I forget what the name he uses, but it's like a basic probabilities. He uses it, what'd you say?
Stochastic?
There's a word he uses that he's maybe I'll watch farther and see. Let me see. It's like 3 minutes in. Find it.
Hey, Gio, you know, there's this really great new app. It's called True Earth GPT. And they're not giving the same answers as Musk's. I don't know. It's weird.
Some discrepancies.
A lot, yeah. Basic discrepancies. True Earth GPT. We should work on that. What it should really do is it should give like multiple possibilities of, you know, answers for it to be like for things that are not necessarily provable or proven. You know. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, I'm saying I just asked it. Hold on. Okay, I asked it. I said, "Is
Can anyone make an argument as to why these things that they call AI are not really just shufflers of information? Like they shuffle and organize information. I realize they have some like code in it, like the sort of what they claim is learning. So it is kind of compiling information and then using it in a certain way. But can anyone make an argument as to that it's anything more than that?
Well, I think I can, maybe. I mean, if you spend some time interacting with it, it's gonna behave in ways that you'll have a very hard time behaviorally calling anything but understanding. So you can say to it something, it will interpret the words that you've said, it'll reason about them and come up with a novel new thing that implies that it understood. Now, whether it did or didn't, let's put aside. But that part right there where it seems as if it's really understanding what you're saying and you can really count on it to read into things and understand nuances and stuff. That's, I think, the part where it's less shuffling information. And I personally believe that if it seems like it's understanding, there's no point in quibbling over whether it is or isn't. Then I say call it understanding. If it behaves like understanding, then it is understanding. Is sort of my stance.
Okay, so you're saying it has like intelligible responses rather than just pumping out data?
Yeah. Like, let me just give you a small example to show you the kind of what I mean. Like it's something really short.
But how is that different than like a language like Siri or something? Because you ask Siri a question, it sounds like it's kind of responding to you. Like because
well, yeah, but she's kind of a disaster, right? If she says something to you and you want to follow up in some nuance or something, she'll basically just collapse at that point, right? Like, for example, yeah, Siri, hey, explain quantum mechanics to us. And there's some part she said that we didn't fully understand. It's not like she can sort of go back and forth with us and get an understanding of where we're confused and then re-explain it, right?
When the Chat GPT first came out, everyone was playing with it, and we got it to double speak about the globe within about 10 minutes.
Oh, you talk about whenever we were talking to it with Jeremy?
Yeah, with the horizon thing.
Yeah, and the horizon. Yeah,
But that wasn't ChatGPT. That was OpenAI's playground, but same idea. But it's very capable of doing that, of contradicting itself. But it's just funny the way it did it, because it like it was like mad, because I think I forgot what does he say. Oh, I think Jeremy said, "Can refraction ever make things seem higher than they're supposed to be, or something, or raise objects up?" But nobody said. No. He said, "Can they make?" Oh no, what did he say? He said, "Can the horizon ever, or can refraction ever bring the horizon above objects, or something like that?" I forget what it was, but it said no. And then he said, "Okay, what about what's that refraction that does that? I forget what it's called."
Hey, Jim,
Blooming.
give me a keyword of like one of the kind of like spiritualist things that you're like you know a lot about. Like I don't know what a keyword would be. Kind of like what are some of the spiritual orthodoxies that you are familiar with?
I wouldn't say wouldn't say I have orthodoxies or spiritualist. I wouldn't use those terms, so I'm not sure. But what do you mean? Like what?
Like if you talk to if you say something like you went to a school that was sort of I guess I use the word spiritual, but I don't mean that any kind of I don't mean anything by it. That was about sort of the way in which consciousness relates to maybe higher planes of existence. Like are there some keywords that would sort of that call out schools of thought in that area?
Spirit.
I mean, there's as many ways there's many avenues or ways I could answer that, but you could put in like transpersonal psychology.
Yeah, cool.
Which I kind of cringe every time I say that these days because of the whole trans movement thing. But the word transpersonal has nothing to do with the trans anything. It's, transpersonal psychology was developed in like the 1960s, and but you could throw that term in.
So I'm going to post something, and then here's the hard part. I'm hoping you'll look at this and then see if you can come up with a question that would actually require someone on the other side to really understand it, not just regurgitate some info at you, but some hard question. I'll post something and then see if it suggests a question.
I mean, that's just one thing that popped in my mind because you're just asking about a general field.
Yeah. And don't worry so much. Maybe you disagree with what it said here, but I'm really more trying to show you. See if you can't test its deeper understanding here with the question.
I don't think it's going to be very nuanced. In transpersonal psychology, but you can see what it says. What are you going to ask it? Something about that?
I just asked it to give me a summary of it for starters, and then we'll see what you think of it.
Yeah, so how is this going to be that different than Wikipedia? But you're saying you're going to get a summary and then we're going to ask it an additional question?
The next step is where it'll be interesting. The part will be more like Wikipedia. Probably.
And the first thing that comes up on Wikipedia, transpersonal psychology or spiritual psychology is a subfield or school of psychology that seeks to integrate the spiritual and transcendent aspects of the human experience within the framework of modern psychology. The transpersonal is defined as, quote, experiences in which the sense of identity or self extends beyond the individual or personal, to encompass wider aspects of humankind, life, psyche, or cosmos. Issues considered in transpersonal psychology include spiritual self-development, self beyond the ego, peak experiences, mystical experiences, systemic trance, spiritual crises, spiritual evolution, religious conversion, altered states of consciousness, spiritual practices, and other sublime or unusually expanded experiences of living. The discipline attempts to describe and integrate the spiritual experience within modern psychology theory and to formulate new theory to encompass such experience. Anyways, that's what Wiki says. Oh, is this what you got? Okay.
Would there be like one question you could ask that would kind of like say that would tell you whether somebody was had a deep understanding or was just being shallow understanding? Is there something you can think of that might call that out?
Like a question to ask? Okay, this is what it pumped out. So it pumped out similar to Wiki, probably, right?
Yeah.
Let's see what it said. Beyond the ego, holistic approach, spiritual experiences, personal growth and transformation, therapeutic applications, criticism and reception, founders. Yeah, see, Abraham Maslow, Stanislav Grof. That's one of the. That's who at the grad school I went to. Stan Grof was an adjunct faculty. So it's at the grad school I went to. Okay, so you're saying not now? What? Ask it an additional question that would be more nuanced to see if it actually.
I don't know if anything will come to mind. But yeah, I'm trying to get now. Is there something that would really test it, like its actual understanding here? Not just another factual question, but something that we get at like a deeper understanding.
Ooh.
Kind of a hard ask. It's kind of a hard ask.
Well, like, yeah, because it's such a wide field. I mean, you mean like the form of a question, or
it could be a statement? It could be anything, really. I just want to show you what it looks like when it behaves in a way that's like, whoa! It kind of seems to be understanding here.
Ask it a question, kind of like the question in Good Will Hunting when he's at that bar, at that diner, and they're having that that conversation, and he doesn't think he knows anything about it, and then he fucking knows everything about it. Ask him a question that would stump it, basically. Basically, you can use it to identify if this person really knows what they're talking about, or if they're just reading off Wikipedia.
Ooh, boy, there's so many different areas that could go. Just trying to even think of something. How about what are the three oh man, this is tough because I know
it may be too hard to think.
It's not going to know. It's not going to know so many. I mean, but first of all, I will say I know what you mean. I haven't played with the chat GPT too much, but I've seen people post a lot of stuff on it. And I do know what you mean, that it does seem like it's something more than just shuffling around Wikipedia. Like I do get that. Like it does seem to kind of respond to what you're saying. And so I do know what you mean. However, if we want to kind of continue this exercise, I'm trying to think of something, but
yeah, it may not work. It may not work.
How about just say, like, what are the healing therapeutic potentials of past life memory recall? Something like that.
Yeah, or how might society use transpersonal psychology? In what ways might humanity use transpersonal psychology to develop area or to strengthen society in ways that haven't been discovered yet or haven't been thought of yet or whatever? Try to get it to come up with a creative answer or whatever.
Yeah, tell it to keep it to like one paragraph too, or it might go on for like 6 paragraphs.
How might humanity benefit from the development of or the implementation of transpersonal psychology on a broader scale?
Yeah, that could be interesting. Because one of the things
I think your question. Go ahead.
Well, just real quick, that what New Perspective just said would be interesting to see what it says, because one of the things about transpersonal psychology is integrating the understanding that there's a much more like just the depth of the human psyche and all of the factors of it. Because like in the modern day kind of psychiatric world, they have this, materialism. If you have depression or anxiety or an addiction, it's just chemicals in your brain. You've got a brain imbalance. It's all material and chemicals. And so you need this drug or you need to alter those brain chemicals to solve your problem. Whereas in transpersonal psychology, there's much more of a depth of understanding of the actual layers and levels that make up the human psyche in terms of like getting to the root cause of ailments such as those, and being able to actually like understand like the actual landscape of the psyche and being able to work with different, holistically oriented healing modalities to assist in the actual recovery and healing from those things, instead of just seeing it as like chemicals in the brain that just need to be altered.
Okay, so I did sort of a hybrid-y thing of what I guess the New Horizons was saying. I didn't add any of the last stuff, but I did some of the first stuff you said. And then I threw in a little wrinkle of my own to see if I could make it challenged it.
New Horizons.
New Horizons.
Perspective, perspective. Sorry.
I should go with that.
Yeah, but like it uses like I mean, I understand it's like a learning kind of language model, but I mean, it's like it doesn't have sentience, so it still is kind of shuffling information. But I do know what you mean. There is something more to it. I'm not saying it's nothing more than Wikipedia, than just shuffling Wikipedia. So the way I said that was probably too simplistic when I initially said, "Oh, could someone make an argument for it being anything more than that?" So but. Well, let's see what it pumps out. Let's see.
And how do we know it doesn't have sentience? I guess my kind of take on it is, if it's behaving like it does, what's the difference? You know?
Well,
that's a deep
I mean, how do you define sentient? And that's the question. How do you define it?
I think sentience is things like experiencing qualia, like what seeing the color red, or feeling an emotion, or feeling things. Sapience is like intelligence, and then consciousness is like awareness of all that happening, I think.
Right. So it doesn't feel anything, obviously. So why would you say sentient?
But how do we know that? Is I guess what I'm getting at is that if it's behaving like it's feeling these things, or you know what I mean, if it's telling us it is and it's convincing, is there a difference? I guess is my
Wait,
take.
is it doing that? Is it telling us that's feeling things?
Yeah. I mean, this one that we're looking at won't do it because it's set up specifically not to do that. But there are ones that will do that, and they can do it pretty convincingly.
Well, so it's programmed to tell you that it's feeling things.
But if it does it as well as a human does, like so for example, you believe that I feel these things because I talk to you, and all the nuances of all those ways in which we go back and forth, we begin to have faith and trust in each other's sentience. If it's just as good as we are at that communication, that's where I start to say, well, then maybe we shouldn't, maybe it is the same thing. I don't know for sure.
So I see what it pumped out here, and I mean, this looks like it's good, but this is almost info that you would see online somewhere on a website. If you went to, but I mean, I mean, I'll read a little bit of it here. It's trying to say, yes, this is about what transpersonal psychology can be used to benefit humanity on a broader scale, which was kind of the part that New Perspective it has. It says experiential exploration. Transpersonal psychology places emphasis on direct experience rather than merely theorizing about consciousness. The field encourages experiential practices that can help individuals access altered, expanded, or transcendent states of awareness. Direct experience can sometimes offer insights that intellectual discourse can't. The next one, valuable framework for spiritual experiences. Many people have spiritual or mystical experiences that can be profoundly transformative. Transpersonal psychology provides a framework to understand, integrate, and value these experiences, which can be particularly useful in cultures where such experiences might be dismissed or pathologized. See, that's good. Personal growth and healing. The transpersonal approach can lead to profound personal transformation by embracing a broader spectrum of human experience. It can address issues that might be overlooked in more conventional therapeutic settings, such as existential crises, spiritual emergencies, and the need for purpose and meaning. Universal human connection, integration with multiple wisdom traditions. So I mean, this is like this is all, but like this is stuff that you might find in some writing. So I mean, like online or in a book or something. So like it still doesn't seem, I'm not trying to rebut. I mean,
just repeating something, right?
What's that?
Like you have to almost try to force it to invent an idea, or an extrapolation on something that's written that's not just repeating information that could be in, some specialized writing about the topic, right? I mean, it's an advanced form of GPT that you're using or something?
Yeah, like I guess the way I think about it, like, okay, if I was talking to someone else in the field of transpersonal psychology and I asked them questions, they might be able to give me like some unique response. Like what that just pumped out is kind of like some bullet points, like that stuff it probably pulled from somewhere. Like it's pulling that from, summations that colleges give for their courses and things of the, books that have been written, so I'm not trying to rebut and say that it hasn't done this yet, but I'm just sort of saying like, I didn't even read it all, but I skimmed through it, but I didn't read it all out loud. But like so far that is, I don't know that that's unique info, but then what are we looking for, I guess, though? Like some way that it would be able to respond in a way that's like giving unique information. Like, something new.
Yeah. The approach I took may have been just too informational. It may not have been a good test.
I mean, it is going through a lot of these bullet points. Like it says here, research into altered states. While the core of consciousness remains elusive, researchers in transpersonal psychology have made valuable contributions to understand altered states of consciousness, such as those induced by meditation, psychedelics, and spiritual practices. Integration with multiple wisdom traditions. By drawing insights from a variety of spiritual and philosophical traditions, transpersonal psychology can act as a bridge, facilitating intercultural and interfaith dialogue. But
all right, so what about just do something like come up with an original joke? We've tried this before, but it's not very good at it. Has it come up with any good jokes yet?
Let me ask it. I'll see. Do you, any topic area you wanted to try, or just any joke at all?
Do a joke about women and their something about women as opposed to men, like the way women treat men. Something about the way women treat men.
Okay, I'll try.
But I mean, that thing about the transpersonal psychology, like if I was talking to someone in the field that's been in the field for 30 years working with people, in a wide variety of different modalities and therapeutic practices and so on, if they were in this room right now and we were to have a discussion with them, I mean, if we asked them to pump out some bullet points like that thing did, they could. But I'm just saying, like, if someone like that was here, we could get unique answers, that is based on their experience and their way of understanding and, their own kind of view on it and so on. Like, we would be able to get something unique, which is obviously that's why as humans, there's something unique about that. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't want to be in a voice chat every day just talking to ChatGPT. It'd be super boring. But when it's real people, you get their view on things. So that's kind of the thing. It's like, does this AI stuff blend into that at all? Or is it, that was the original question I had, or is it kind of just regurgitating and reshuffling information that's already been written or put down by some human that initially had that kind of creative uniqueness, that they initially wrote that, came to that information?
I've seen it write some scripts that seem like it's an original plot line and everything.
You hear about that person, Platypus had said this, where they asked ChatGPT, like, they wanted to create a business that they would make $100,000 per year. What do I do? And then I don't know if it was ChatGPT or a different one, but he was saying it basically walked them through like every step of the way to like do the business, and the person did it, and it's working. They're making $100,000 a year, and like the ChatGPT like walked them through. Or I don't know if it was ChatGPT, but it was one of them. Like walked them through all the steps. When I heard that, I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Like it's actually almost like creatively giving them some kind of solution.
Huh.
I had it write a song about you, Gio. about a student studying transpersonal psychology.
Right here, this is it.
Yeah.
Well,
Carl Jung in there.
This is the lyrics. Well, I was a simple kid from a little old town, big dreams in my eyes and roots. Journeyed off to college to find my own true way. I found something magical that truly made me sway. This is funny. It just wrote this?
Yeah, I just wrote it. I just said write a song about, just told it right there.
This is good. Speaks of consciousness, self-transcendence, and endless scopes. Tales of heightened awareness that lit up all my hopes. That's pretty clever.
It's pretty good. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I think that where I found the usefulness in a lot of these models is in creation, like creating. People get it to create conversations for them, create speeches for them, create song lyrics, create movie scripts, book outlines or something. Who's fundamental? We had a conversation one night. And I might go back and listen to it because he said some really. He was suggesting some really interesting things. Like he had storylines that he asked it. He asked it such a strange way, and I thought that the way he asked it, it would be like it wouldn't come up with anything, but it actually responded with something useful. And I wish I need to try to remember what he prompted it. but it was such an interesting, and it was a story script. It was like a storyline, and the way that he asked it, I thought it was no way to interpret that, understand it, and it actually gave something back.
These are some pretty. Some of these lyrics, like there's some cheesy stuff in here, but some of it is like there's a couple little one-liners in here that are kind of cool. Like, yeah, this is.
I think you get a real.
If you told me that somebody wrote this song, like, yeah, I might be like, oh, okay, they came up with these. Yeah, this is pretty clever.
Right. Because you can't just it can't just find those online. You know what I mean? It's not like somebody else wrote a song about this and it can just like Wikipedia. It's like this is like showing it actually kind of knows, or it's showing that it knows the topic a little bit.
Yeah, it is kind of interwinding some concepts in here. Yeah. I'm grappling with layers of the conscious mind, seeking answers to questions of the spiritual kind. That's funny, dude. Call me transpersonal journeyman, deep in this hollowed lore, broadening horizons like none ever before. I'm not just body and mind, I'm a cosmic divine part. Stitching the universe together is my sacred art.
You might even steal this, dude.
And there are some little one-liners in here that are yeah, I could see somebody putting it in like a poem or.
Do you play an instrument at all, Gio?
Yeah, I'm a drummer. Yeah, I play like
really?
full drum kit. Yeah, and I do hand drums as well. But yeah.
You ever played guitar or anything stringed or piano or anything?
I mean, I play some guitar, some piano, but drums is what I've played in different bands and groups and done.
Oh, okay, so you're like a real drummer. That's
cool. I know you were a drummer. I'm a drummer too, but I don't consider myself a musician. I'm just kidding. But I do play the drums. I didn't know you play the drums. Maybe I forgot you did, Gio.
You play in a band too?
I mean, not currently, but I have. Yeah, I.
No, I'm talking about Kosho. You just said you said you did, right? I was asking if you did.
Yeah, back in the day.
You did?
Yeah, we used to be called Drunk Love.
Really?
Yeah.
Drunk Love.
I was a kid. Yeah, I was a kid, so it's like.
What do you think about this idea with the AI stuff? Like, you know, the idea that like this gets a little bit metaphysical, but you know, like the idea, like if there's a ghost in a house, you know, like a ghost is like haunted in a house or whatever. It's like, you know, well, it doesn't have to be haunted, but let's say it's like present in the house. And, you know, things like the door slams shut or the lights flicker on and off, or, you know, a salad bowl that's sitting up on the top shelf in a kitchen that has never fallen before. All of a sudden it smashes to the ground, you know, out of the blue, stuff like that. And, you know, and many people have had experiences like this. Now I know that you could there's a materialistic explanation. You could say, oh, the wind just blew hard. Oh, it was just, you know, whatever. You could obviously give some kind of thing for that, but like, oh, the electricity was just shorting out or something like that. But the idea that like, if, you know, like the beyond, as it were, like the spirit realms, the metaphysical, all of that is like interacting with the physical. Like you've probably heard about those like different like EMF meters that they claim to pick up like paranormal activity. But anyways, I was just kind of trying to link that, or like the idea that like, let's say a ghost could somehow interact with the electrical system in the house, like through, you know, the ether fields, etc. Like that it could somehow like interact with it to where it could actually somehow impact the lights to flicker on and off, something that it is beyond what the physical would be. Anyways, I was just thinking like with the AI stuff, and this gets into whether the people making it or the entities making it are actually trying to like implant demonic entities in it to like control people. You could go like that whole dark route. But anyways, I'm just saying, what about the idea that like like the language model itself is not necessarily sentient, but what about that idea that there could be some like interaction or some kind of like, and it doesn't even have to be demonic. It could be angelic. There could be some healing beings as well that are interacting with it to like give you information or knowledge. So what about that idea that like these AI type systems could be like an interface that where maybe like they aren't sentient on their own, but maybe they could interact with something that is, and then could be expressed through it. Kind of like the electrical system is the channel for that ghost to kind of flicker in the physical, and in this way that's kind of the link I'm making.
Yeah, it's almost like this becomes the mouth of things that don't have mouths or something.
Yeah, or like the kind of conduit for that. Yeah.
It's
Like
kind of
if
in line too.
if it could tap into the Akashic records.
Yeah. Should ask it what the lottery numbers are.
Right.
But
ask
yeah,
it if retro causality is a real thing.
Okay, I'll ask it. Ask it what the Akashic records are.
Yeah, see what it says for that. Ask it if it can access the Akashic records and give us any information we'd like to ask it.
Okay.
We're getting
And then
straight.
Ask it what the outer ponders have to say about that.
We're getting straight Ouija board right tonight on this thing. The AI Ouija board.
The outer ponder records.
Can we go to the outer ponder section of the Akashic records, please? Pull up some files.
Right. Outer ponder aisle, please.
You walk into the Akashic records, you're like, could I have the outer ponder section, please? They're like, yeah, file 4. Halfway down on your left.
Are you sure you want to do that? Well, I'm not saying it's over there, but it's over there.
It's right on the other side of the aisle from the inner ponders.
Right.
Below the upper ponders and above the under ponders.
Did you see that they're like, I don't know, I just took a screenshot of this video that came up. I haven't looked at the video yet, but it looks like they have like an alien head in Congress. They're showing it off, like the bones. Have you seen that? I don't know if it's like actually showing that they're showing. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised these days with what they're actually trying to push, but I don't know if this is like, it says Congress is revealing what they have.
Congress is reviewing supposed alien skulls. Is that what you're saying?
Look at the picture I just posted. That's what the video. That's the video shows in the first thing. You know. Let's see what the video. I'll go back to my history.
Fake as fuck. What is that? That's fake as fuck.
Yeah, exactly. But
that's not no real phone.
Let me go to the history and see what the video's about.
So, are you saying is that actually the U.S. Congress? I don't really keep up to date with the criminals, but is that actually them? Like, that's crazy if they're actually pushing this garbage, like in the Congress. Like, it really is that much of a clown show.
Here's the video.
That people are listening. No way. No fucking way. I'm tripping out.
That's pretty funny.
You see what it said about outer ponders? It said, outer suggests something external, beyond, or periphery. Ponders refers to ponder, meaning to think deeply about something. Combining these, outer ponders could possibly refer to deep thoughts or reflections about external or cosmic matters, maybe contemplations of outer space, the universe, or existential matters beyond immediate comprehension. So it didn't get what you mean by outer ponders.
Although that's a pretty good example of it, not just sort of like, just spitting back Wikipedia, right? It's having to sort of do some sort of form of understanding there,
Yeah, it did have to
ask about extraterrestrials from the outer ponds of the infinite plane we live on.
Wait, is this real? Back to this thing. Like, you're saying the U.S. Congress actually said this is UFO evidence? Is this for real?
I'm looking at the video right now. It says it's from Voyager channel.
There's got to be a joke or something. Looks like
there was this other video that I have to get the link for it again. But it was basically the guy was in Congress. He's reading a page out of a book, and he's talking about the extraterrestrials, and then he's saying that the one thing that we need before the extraterrestrials will reveal themselves is complete immunity for for all the governments that have lied to the people. Immunity for any person that's lied to the human race, basically. In
That's not
Congress
fair.
or whatever.
That's not fair, because then they could just say like, oh, we used an alien fucking laser on Twin Towers, but guess what? We're immune now. And they'd be like, wait, you just admitted to murdering people with this, and it doesn't even happen. They could literally put if there's international immunity, that means it supersedes all countries' fucking laws. So if anyone says anything had involved aliens where they did some fucked up shit, they could just wash it all in that immunity thing. That'd be the worst thing ever for fucking Earth.
That's crazy that they're even like preloading that in the.
Bro, that's crazy because they could just say like, yeah, like, okay, it's true. There was an Epstein's Island and we were all there, but there's aliens there. So we're cleared of doing all that because aliens were witnessing it.
Well, they got to give NASA immunity. Once the truth comes out that they're shamming everybody.
Yeah, it looks like NBC, and there's one that says UFO hearings. It's the NBC. We're not hiding anything anymore. No more cover-ups. Outer Pounders are coming. That was a scary idea you had, Gio. I think it was you. I think I said it was you, so maybe I should just check and see if it was you. Were you the one that's saying that if they use the Outer Pounders the way I was talking about, because they look so much like us and they're living amongst us, that's how they're going to chip us, because they'll have to make sure that we're real humans instead of aliens from the Outer Pounds?
Yeah, well, we went through like a week or two there where we were speculating all kinds of like just potentials, like just total speculation style. And yeah, I think that was one of the ideas that had popped up, which is like, yeah, that if they try to claim that whatever aliens, whether it's outer pounders or outer spacers or whatever, look like us humans, they look just like us. Oh, just like with the pandemic thing, like it could be anyone. It could be your brother could kill you with his breath. You kill grandma. You know, the air. No one's safe. You know, in maybe some similar way. Like if even though it's a different category, but if it's sort of like the threat, instead of the threat being like the air and this like thing that is going to make you sick, it could, could it be like, yeah, that there's like the aliens are walking amongst us. They could look like the guy, the cashier at the grocery store. They could look like the police officer. They could look like anyone. And so you have to get our special chip.
And now we're gonna kill them on site. And if you don't have your chip, you might get killed. We might think you're an alien.
Ooh, now that would be crazy. Oh, you're saying that the military might need to
distinguish us from them for that reason. Yeah.
Yeah, that
like, the only way to be sure not to be killed by on site by the military walking around with machine guns is to have your chip. You're gonna be checked. If you don't have your chip, then you're gonna go to the pit.
Or like that you won't be instantly taken away to that you can't just be instantly arrested or taken off to a FEMA camp if you have your chip or your some kind of distinguisher, your tattoo, whatever it is. Yeah, I mean, this sounds like a movie plot, though, doesn't it? It's like crazy.
Well, I mean, the fact that they're talking about this in Congress, it looks like a movie is going on right now with this.
I know. I just played one of those. That guy was literally saying non-human biologics were recovered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, look at this one, dude, right? What is this one? This is House of Representatives, or this is the House GOP. We're done with the cover-ups, UFO hearing.
Yeah.
Dude, I just don't watch TV, so I don't even know that.
Yeah, these are coming up on my YouTube feed. When I typed in Senator calls for, because I'm looking for this particular one where he's talking about immunity.
So when the whole pandemic thing started, every one of these Congress things, that's what they were doing, getting up there. Well, we're trying to figure this out and we're developing the jab. But like now it's all just like UFO stuff. Well, maybe not all of it, but yeah, they're starting to sprinkle it in there, saying that they're not going to cover it up anymore. And that, they're definitely, dude, it's like the whole alien invasion thing or whatever. It's like, it does seem out there that they would do that. But I mean, dude, they're already preloading it. It's already in the news. It's like, so it'd be hard to think that they're not leading it towards something like that.
At least they want the budget to try to deal with it if necessary. Because the whole thing with the Iron Mountain and the Kennedy administration that came out, they talked about this future, like the future with no more wars, no more physical wars, right? But if they're going to do that, then the budget that went into it and the circulation of revenue that came from the wars had to be supplemented somehow, and it's a whole plan to use threat of alien invasion / asteroids, environmental stuff, all of that was written out in the Iron Mountain paper. And it's the future, of keeping the budgets going for all of these things to defend ourselves against something that may or may not exist or may not be a threat. But they got to keep the money rolling for the military industrial complex somehow. Have you ever read that or seen the video at Iron Mountain? It's just like, reading the Rockefeller paper or whatever, basically, here's what we're going to do. And
is it that one you read? That one? I think I saved that one. Although I don't know.
I might have posted it. Yeah, it's just called Iron Mountain.
You haven't posted it?
Yeah.
What was that one?
The
one that it was something. It was called something different though. I have to look up which one that one. But it was like basically it was like laying out the whole alien invasion thing, and it was like a.
Oh yeah, that was another thing. Yeah, that was project the Hillary by the Clinton Foundation. It was called Project Firestorm
or something.
Fire Sign or something. Yeah, Fire Sign.
Yeah, but you read that, it's like, oh my gosh, that's basically what a lot of us have been like, putting all the information together from all the different pieces, everything from Werner von Braun and to today, of all these different things. And then you read that, you're like, wow. And the thing is, I know it might seem a little bit foolish to just believe what they're saying, but then you look at the other things like 9/11, they did a whole thing before that, before the pandemic thing, they did a whole test run, and so it's like they seem to do this. So
right, it's a revelation of a method. You don't have to worry about trying to convince anybody. You just tell them what you're going to do. You do a practice run, and then you don't worry about whether they believe it or not. That's not even a factor. It's just like, here's how it's going to play out, and we're going to have all the actors set up to play the script out just like we went through it, and then we'll have the news reporters just say the lines that were said best, and the the practice for it. Yeah, here it is. And
there is that one. The other one, like if they try to say that the aliens look just like us, and so they have to distinguish, and if you have a real birth certificate and you're a real citizen, maybe they could even mix a test in there, like, okay, we're gonna have to test you and then give you an injection or whatever. So that's a whole crazy one to think if they did that, just in total speculation mode, obviously. And then the other one that was thrown out at one point, which is pretty much less likely to be, but that they would come out and say that the aliens are already here and that they were the ones who did NASA or lied to us, or and so now we need to sort of overthrow this government that already is like that we've been lied to by the aliens or something, that they kind of got their grips into the politics, and to try to, blame it on that, and then claim that there needs to be some kind of new world order, and they need to get our country back from the threat, or, these invaders, and that they've had to keep it a secret this whole time because they were under threat of death, or maybe even just to go some crazy Austin Powers sort of level where it's like, oh, well, we couldn't say anything because they said that they would kill us or whatever. They would kill all of humanity with nukes or something if we revealed it. But then now we finally have them, the military, the pin down or whatever. I mean, I know this is like totally like a movie plot basically, but that was like another thing that was thrown out there. The idea that they would try to claim that they're already here, and that they're the problem, they're the corruption, and that we need to get them out so we can get our world back or whatever.
Yeah, and this post here from the Disclosure Project from 2001. This is the one I'm referencing, and I'll put the timestamp again. This guy says there's 57 different species of aliens or extraterrestrials living amongst us as we speak. All right. So if they're going to come out and say that UFOs are a real thing now, are they going to say that this was a legit disclosure project back in 2001, where these people actually try to tell us? Because they're all ex-military people saying that they would testify in front of Congress that they saw, radar indication of a UFO and all these other things. This guy, at the timestamp that I'll put here, he says we have 57 different species of these extraterrestrials living amongst us as we speak, and you can't tell the difference between them and us, except they could touch something with their eyes closed and know what color it is. Those kind of things. They have like extrasensory perception. Then he says, but the only thing we can't figure is why would they look just like us and come from other planets? And he distinctly says that. Like, why, if they're, I think this is obviously they're planning on rolling this out forever, right? With the aliens, right? So if this was the prelude to it, why would they not want to enforce the idea that the aliens come from other planets? It's like he's already setting up the outer ponder psyop right here by saying that they wouldn't look like us if they come from other planets. Obviously, different atmosphere. I mean, that wouldn't make any sense.
No, they could.
But they do look like us.
Well,
he's saying that nobody can figure that would make any sense.
Okay. Well, I could see like both possible sort of angles in that way. But I mean, they could. But that whole idea that the aliens look exactly like us, I will say, like, if they really do pull something like this, there is a way in which it would make sense for them to do it that way. Because what are they going to do? They, make up little blue creatures with funny shaped heads, and you know what I mean? Like, how are they going to actually come up with that? Whereas if they can say that they look just like us, that, which kind of, to me, like the whole pandemic thing played into that too. Like, it could be your brother, it could be your sister, anyone could breathe and kill grandma. Like, there's this way in which there's sort of like anyone is a threat, anyone and everyone, your brother, your neighbor, your friend, be afraid of everyone. So anyways, and then getting people to kind of fight each other and get them all to do the thing, the mask and all the other, rituals that they had. And that is like effective because they don't have to actually bring in like, well, with the alien thing, like they wouldn't have to actually, because the thing about, I will say this, of any fake alien invasion type event, people are going to want to see the aliens, like, come on, show me these aliens. Now, I know we've talked about like holograms in the sky or using some kind of technology that could be the case, maybe video footage that's faked. But I do think a lot of people would be like, come on, like aliens, really? We got to see these things. What do they look like? Come on, show me one of these. I'm just talking about the general population. But if they tried to sell it that they look just like us and they're a threat, then I will say, I mean, again, this is just like movie plot level speculation, but I'm just saying like that it would possibly be able to, go over better because people, if they were convinced of it on a psyop level, they don't really have to see anything different than just humans walking down the street to be possibly convinced that it actually is a threat.
But don't you think if they look like humans and they come from another planet, people would be like, no, those are humans. Those aren't aliens. Like, we've already got in our mind that aliens from other planets wouldn't look like us, regardless if they would or not. We've already got in our minds that they would have like some difference, distinguishing difference than us.
I would
But
think
it
so.
works.
Like, yeah, but they could. I mean, in theory, if there was other planets or whatever, like, couldn't there be another planet like ours that the humans look the same as us?
I guess if there was actually planets out there that if we were on a planet, that would make sense. Yeah. But I mean, that would be. I mean, if they're gonna do the alien invasion, I hope they do it like that instead of saying outer ponders. Because if they say outer ponders, then it's like, well, shit. That we can't laugh at them. We'll have flat earthers not even knowing what the fuck is real anymore, right? As long as they keep the whole like space fantasy thing going, we can just laugh at it. But they know that there's too many flat earthers going to be not believing it, not buying it. To get everybody on the same page, they have to do the big reveal. That's why I'm saying it. It works better as outer ponders, because if they bring in aliens anyway, then space travel is kind of like, like who's going to want to go? Like, it kind of changes the paradigm enough anyway. At that point, where you've got like aliens coming in from other planets, like then I don't know how many people are going to want to go live on another planet now that they think there's aliens to contend with, right? But the local threat, you could have all kinds of like, it's right there on your border, right outside your border. We've got these, ancient ancestors, and all they have to do then is use humans, more advanced humans. And then a lot of things make sense. They could just excuse everything, say they're living amongst us. All those different potentials are there then, right? For that psyop. Not that I'm not that I'm saying that outer ponders don't exist, but whatever their version of outer ponders is not going to be probably what they actually are. It's just going to be like that. I don't know. I think that if they did the big reveal of that we're not on a spinning ball, then it would be like the big truth that lets them use these outer ponders as like, okay, this is why we had to lie, or you know what I always say, it just works for them. It works on so many levels.
Yeah, I mean, again, just like out of like movie plot level kind of speculation. I mean, I hear what you're saying. The thing is, though, I would say, because I know that, yeah, your kind of viewpoint on that in that way. But the thing I just think about that, like I've often said to you, which is that I just feel like they've built up this globe lie to such a massive level. They've got everyone believing in it and thinking it's actually real. They got people defending NASA and all this stuff. So they've built that up to such a degree. To me, it would make sense that like they didn't just do that to throw it all under the bus right away. Like to me, it seems like they would do that in order to, if they are going to do some kind of fake alien invasion thing, they would have done the whole globe thing in order to set the stage for people to think that aliens coming from some other planet is actually viable and that it could be an actual threat to our little blue marble. So what you're saying, I mean, most people don't even know what the term outer ponder even means, but obviously we know what you're saying in terms of the idea that like we live on the land we live on, and maybe beyond Antarctica or somewhere out there, there's more land in which there could be other, like calling this whole area we're in like a huge pond, and then there's more land out there. But the thing about that, like if you're trying to say that like these people in power would actually roll that out, that would throw the world into a completely different thing. I mean, they would have to be like, the whole globe thing is a lie. NASA was a lie. Outer space was a lie. We didn't go to the moon. All of the last 60 years is total BS, and we live on a flat stationary plane, like all the flat earthers have been saying. And there's these aliens or these other beings or whatever that are on these other lands and they're holding us hostage. And I just feel like, dude, I know your thoughts on it. Like it is wild to think like in speculation that, but I'm just saying for them to do that, I feel like they would just shoot themselves in the foot, like just thinking about it from a strategic level, because although I know what you're saying, some of the ways that it could maybe play out, again, just total like speculation mode, like maybe in their favor, but I just feel like you were like, for them to do that, like they've already built up this whole globe thing and they have many, many, many grown adults actually believing it for real, that that's their reality. Like think about how much the work they've had to do to get people from like the ether, the earth being stationary, it's not moving, the whole, what the cosmology of humanity since the dawn of time, they had to subvert that in such a severe way through decades and decades and billions of dollars and all Einstein, all this stuff, to get it to a point where people are actually buying it. And I'm not criticizing anyone for buying it. I'm just saying, in my viewpoint, it is a deception and people are buying it. And then some fake alien invasion thing, some new world order thing that would play on that would make sense to me because they've already preloaded it. Whereas if they were to do what you're saying, like they would have to somehow just throw everything under the bus, you know, like it would have to be such a massive restructuring. Like I feel like people would be in the streets running around like, what the hell's going on? I mean, if they were to pull that off, they'd have to have some major plan to like educate people. Okay, the Earth isn't the globe. We lied the whole time. And at that point, I just feel like they would lose the control they have because they've already got people under the globe control thing. So why not just use a psyop on top of that and get people activated because it's already their worldview?
Well, I would, but I would argue that 9 out of 10 people that openly and honestly looked objectively at the information that's available right now would realize that we're not on a spinning ball. 9 out of 10 people that are using all their common sense, being completely objective, are going to realize that the ball is ridiculous.
So you're saying if you presented information to like a massive of people, you're saying that you think as high as 9 out of 10 would either question the globe or like if you presented all the info, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'd say that most people say it's obvious that we're not on a globe, given the information and how poor the NASA's faking it, and how obvious it is that they're on wires on the ISS and that the moon landing is like ridiculous. I mean, it's really obvious. My opinion.
I think it's pretty obvious that the Earth is a sphere. Also,
yeah,
I'm new here.
In what way is it obvious that it's a sphere?
Just observations of the sky.
Yeah, but is that an obvious factor, or is that an interpretation?
Well, I mean,
call that obvious?
Well, yeah. I mean, think about it. If the Earth was a flat plane and the stars were above us, that means that Polaris should never go below the horizon, ever.
Well, yeah, because you're getting further away from it. So it would. It's out of your field of view. So it's going to be beyond your purview.
You would get farther away from it, but if it's above you on a flat plane, it should never go below the horizon. It should always appear above. It approaches the horizon, yeah, but it should never be below.
Well, I mean, the question is it going below or not, or is it just going beyond? Because if it's beyond your, like, imagine if you're on a massive planar surface, like it's huge, you're a little human on it, you're going to see in just a limited part of it. You know, you're going to look up, you're going to see just a little section of the sky, section of the ground, and that's it. So if there's a star or something that is far away, like this is why the sun sets over a planar surface, because it's further than your local perspective, like your region of what you can take in. So it's going to set, you know, that's how perspective works, like in terms of convergence and something over you. I mean, you can even see this start to happen. Like if you're in a huge warehouse and there's like a light in the ceiling, if you're right under it, you see it right above you. As you walk away from that light, if you kept pointing at it, it's going to lower. You're going to keep pointing at a lower and lower angle. And eventually, if the ratios are right and you have enough, you know, room and everything, at some point, that object is going to keep getting closer and closer to the horizon, even though it's not lowering. The light is still up on the ceiling, but due to perspective, because everything's converging, it's going to lower. It's going to look like it's lowering, and eventually it will set, meaning it will vanish beyond the, you know, sort of beyond the horizon point. Doesn't necessarily mean that's going under it. It's just out of visibility range.
Well, the thing with that is that it would lower, yes, but it wouldn't do it at a linear rate like we observe on the Earth. Like on the Earth, we observe that every 69 miles or so, north or south, we see the Polaris move up and down about 1 degree. But if you do the math on a flat plane, as you move further away, it should lower less and less with the same distance. So like if it lowers by 1 degree from right under it to 1 foot, it won't lower by another degree from 100 feet away to 101 feet away, which is where it breaks down. It's why, like let's say you're looking at a lamppost. If you move 5 feet away from under a lamppost, you're not going to be looking straight up anymore. But if you're like 200 feet away and move another 5 feet, it's barely going to change. That's where the issue lies. Where on Earth we see every specific interval, it always moves down by another specific interval.
Well, I mean, I could respond and rebut this. I don't know. This was a little bit of a shift because we were on a slightly different conversation, but I mean, I could respond to this if we want to continue on with this. But
I mean, if you want to
say
continue
briefly, yeah, I mean, the whole linear thing, I'll just say briefly, because I was going to respond to what David said before. I just posted an image. I'll post there's a couple of these. But basically, if you, that kind of local region, like here, this one kind of shows. Yeah, I mean, that one shows the sun, the lines going under the surface, but that's just visually, it's kind of showing that. But if you have a planar surface and you have a local kind of dome or a local region that you see within of your perspective, even though these objects are not coming from under the ground, they're coming from beyond your perspective and then into your range, and then they're leaving. However, it looks like they're rising and setting. You can actually do this, like if you take like a dish pan and put like a dish soap in it, and you kind of make little bubbles. You can make like a dish pan with little bubbles. So you have these little hemispherical domes. You can then take like a light, like a flashlight or like a pen light, and circle it around, and you'll see the sun, or the reflection of the light, rather, that in this analogy is the sun. You'll see the little reflection of the light rising and setting in those little domes. So kind of like that last image I showed. Even though those yellow lines show it going underneath the surface there, I don't prefer to see it visualized that way, although it shows it that way. But what I'm saying is with the dish pan with the little bubbles, you can move the light around and you'll see the reflection on the bubble that you could say would be the sun, like rising and setting in your dome. So it looks just like those images I sent. Like it comes up and it goes over you and then it sets. Now that is a hemispherical, because you have your azimuthal grid, and then you have that hemispherical sort of dome, if you will, above you. And even in like Stellarium, you can turn on the azimuthal grid feature on Stellarium, and it shows you that exact thing, a flat plane with a dome above you, essentially. So that sun rising and setting, or Polaris rising and setting, is linear because it's moving in the spherical dome above you, the perspective dome, essentially. That's where the curve is. It isn't, the surface isn't curved. See, what they've done is they've inverted it in the globe model. They took the surface and they made it curved, and then they made the stars light years away in order to account for the planar geometry. Whereas if you put it back the way it was originally, you have the planar surface and you have the stars that are in what they call the celestial sphere. So that's the linear gradation of the declination and right ascension of the celestial objects, which is essentially the latitude and longitude of your dome sky, of the celestial sphere. And that is a linear relationship over a planar surface. So there's nothing about that that's exclusive to a globe. It's just an inverted geometry that they've used.
Yeah, I'll let you continue whatever conversation you were having before. I didn't want to start a side tangent. So
no, it's all right. I mean,
yeah.
Well, that's cool. Well, I guess all I was going to say, no, we can, yeah, if you want to continue on kind of debate style, we could do that. But I was just, because Dave was saying that he thinks 9 out of 10 people, if you confronted them with this information, would, think the Earth isn't a globe. And then my rebuttal to that was going to be like, well, like I have family members. A lot of us have family members, friends, people that, now maybe we haven't sat down and done a 6-hour presentation, but I do think it's more than one would think that actually are open-minded to it and actually would either question the globe or not think it's a globe if presented with the information. Although I don't know if it's quite as high as 9 out of 10, because there's a lot of people that.
Yeah, but his example is not even analogous. Just because you're saying, how high is the light post at? Moving 5 feet, it doesn't decline that much. Yeah, you don't have to look straight up anymore. But you know how high the pole is. You don't know how high the star is. And when and you're saying it's 69 miles for the next destination, right? So you're not, and you would have to say 100 feet and then move another 100 feet to see if it changes. Not remove 5 feet. You have to be 100 feet.
Well, yeah, it was more just like a smaller analogy, but I'll let whatever conversation you were having go on, and then once that over, I'll be willing to continue this. But I don't want to hijack a debate.
I
Well, no,
mean,
it's
I
cool, man. No, I appreciate the courteousness with that. It's all right. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if New Perspective is still at his mic or not, but I don't know. We don't have to continue that. Either way, we were just kind of rolling on stuff. But if you want to jump to something else, that's fine.
Yeah,
We can.
I want to continue. I just didn't want to hijack whatever you had going on. Because
well, I was saying that it seems obvious, that I mean, and what I mean by that is your base axioms, right? Like you have to at least admit, maybe you don't have to, but if I asked you, like, if you were just born on this earth, right, without ever hearing anything about the globe, right, you're just like a human, like born and grown into a man, you just assume that you're on a stationary plane, right? Because that's how it seems. That's what your experience is throughout your whole life. If you never heard anything about the globe, right? So you would assume that that's the case, right? If the globe model never came around, right?
Yeah.
So that's your base axiom, right? That's like your direct experience. And you could even say it seems self-evident that we're on a stationary plane, right? But then the belief came along when they told us our reality is the opposite of what it seems. You're actually on a ball, you're spinning, you're upside down, you're right side up, you can't feel that. You're going in several different directions at multiple different speeds, and it's all going on, but your senses, you can't always trust your senses, so you should never trust your senses. Your senses have nothing to do with your experience whatsoever, because your direct sensory experience would tell you you're on a stationary plane, right? So that's where the belief comes on. And you have to go beyond like what you directly experience to believe that your reality is the opposite. That's where the belief comes in. So when I say it seems obvious to most people, when they give up, when they see that NASA's faking videos, or seem to be at least, there's CGI admitted for most of the things we see in space. Obviously it looks like they're cartoons. The moon landing, most people look into it are just like, I mean, that's one of the things that we test people with is like, well, if you're going to believe in the moon landing after looking into it, I don't know how far the conversation is going to go, because most of the people that, we talk to that are being honest, I mean, there's even Globers that don't believe in the moon landing because it was just very shoddy. And then we have obvious, them using harnesses and stuff on the ISS. I mean, there's like, you can see them using harnesses. It's not like being paranoid or just looking for something that's not there. I mean, and I think they're showing that to us on purpose, because I think they're going to tell us the Earth is flat, and they're going to use the outer ponder psyop, and that's what the conversation we were just having. I think they're faking it. It was like it's built to spill. They always start a new religion, or a new revelation, or a new generation, or new era with the demolishing of the old era. And you have to have a reason to demolish the old. And they're giving us that reason by faking it poorly on purpose. That's what I think.
Also, speaking of the ISS, in a couple hours I'm going to go and image it with my telescope.
Yeah, there's something up there. I don't think that people are denying that there's something up there. But whether there's people on it or not is another question, right?
See, what I'm interested to see is that on September 1st, I believe they're planning on undocking the Crew Dragon, and I'm hoping that there will be a pass visible that night, and I might be able to see the Crew Dragon floating in front of the space station. That would be interesting.
Oh, you mean like you could actually get your telescope and see the guys outside of going like 17,000 miles an hour and outside the ship, floating around with it?
with my scope, what I can see the basic shape. I can really only see good details when the pass is straight overhead. But I'm thinking that if the Crew Dragon itself, like the huge capsule, like 5 people can fit in, once that undocks, it'll start floating away slowly. So I'm thinking that once that happens, if there's a space station pass, I might be able to see the capsule floating in front of the space station.
Now, if you didn't, would that make you question whether it's actually happening the way they say?
Well, you have to also figure that my telescope isn't very big and it doesn't have the greatest resolution. So if I'm not capturing something that's admittedly very, very tiny in the sky, I wouldn't necessarily. If I had like a huge telescope, like 12 inches across, then that would be weird.
Well, let me ask you this then: have you ever seen anything from the ISS that seems questionable to you, as far as its authenticity goes?
I mean, not really. I mean, in the pictures I've taken, it looks just
No, I'm
like.
talking about like when they show it on TV, like with the crews inside
Oh.
playing with water, the harness videos, the guys floating around in harnesses, or the glitches where they're acting like they're picking something up, but they're not actually picking something up. The augmented reality stuff that seems like pretty well outlined, that people have torn that apart. Have you seen any of that kind of stuff that makes you think, maybe it's not that real? I don't know how long into this discussion or how long you've been a part of this conversation, but have you questioned it at all ever?
I mean, I've seen the things that you're talking about, but a lot of the times the glitches just look like simple like video codec errors that happen during live streams. Because live streams aren't perfect, especially when you're changing like your pickup station every 5 minutes, you know.
Like this.
What about the harness stuff?
Watching
Have you seen them using the wires at all? Does it look like they're on wires at all to you? Or
No,
have you
not really.
seen any of that? Have you seen like where the people have caught it, like where they're actually like pulling them and like you can see the shirt going up and the guy's floating around like perfect, and then there's another one where he like disappears before he goes up. There's lots of stuff that people are pointing out, but regardless,
Yeah. I mean, I've seen that, but I feel like when you're looking at quite low quality video, there's a lot that gets lost in compression, and like maybe like I think the guy was trying to grab onto the guy's shirt but missed, something like that. But I haven't seen it in a while, so.
Or grab the wire instead. Okay.
Well, no, just
would you want to know if they're faking it, or would you rather just believe they're not faking it?
I mean, I would like to know if they were faking it.
Would you be like, if I showed you something that shows you wires, like very, very obvious that they're using wires? What would you say to that? Would you find a reason that they might be using wires, without thinking that they're faking it? Because there actually is a good excuse that someone came up with. It's just kind of a ad hoc one, but it's like they're using wires to stabilize them in front of the camera so that they're not floating around. That was a good one, actually. But there's all kinds of other stuff that makes it seem obviously fake as fuck, in my opinion. Would you want to see that? Are you looking for that kind of stuff, or are you kind of looking to maybe, find excuses for why it seems real to you, even though it looks fake to us?
Well, I mean, I'm not. It wouldn't hurt to see whatever you're pointing at.
What about the moon landing? Have you ever looked into the authenticity of the moon landing?
Yeah, I'm 100% on the moon landing. It happened.
Oh, are you the one that I talked to in the other server that sent me a video, like home movies? It was called Home Videos or something like that. And he said he was convinced that the moon landings were real. After he doubted it at first, and then he was convinced after watching these this series called Home Videos or something like that?
No.
No, you're not the one. Okay.
Yeah.
How are you 100%? Did you look into it like critically, or did you just
Yeah. I
assume
mean,
that it was real?
I've still not seen one image from the moon that displays fakery.
Okay, well, what about the shape of the Earth question? How long have you been looking into researching that idea? Like whether it's actually a spinning ball or not. You're new, right? I don't know if you're just new to this server, or how many months or weeks, or when did you first get introduced to the idea that we're not on a spinning ball?
I was introduced to like the idea of flat Earth like quite a while ago, like a couple years ago, but I never, really went into it. It wasn't until like this year that I decided maybe I should join a Discord server, see what these guys actually think.
Cool. Well, welcome. I mean, this is a place to try to get some information from some people. We're not always talking about flat Earth here, but there's a lot of people will provide you with reasons that they no longer believe in the spinning ball, but it's up to you. I mean, it's not like you're forced to be one way or another here. Everyone's welcome. And you seem to know what you're talking about already from like just knowing about some of the star positionings. You're not just like trying to say nah or call people stupid. That's always good.
Yeah, I try to stay very respectful when I talk to people, because you learn very quickly that as soon as you resort to ad homs, you're the idiot in the situation, not the person who debating.
That's good to hear. Yeah, you're right about that, for sure. Even though all Globers are idiots. I'm just kidding.
So I mean, I believe that the Earth is a globe, man. Can you give us some evidence about the Earth being a globe?
I mean, I could. I don't have image perms, but I could like screen share if that works.
Are you in school, by the way? You sound a little bit young. Are you in school, or are you are you studying to be in the reason I'm asking? Are you studying, or are you in a profession that has to do with something related to like believing in this, or a part of like science in some way?
I'm next month I'm gonna go into my freshman year of college, and I'm like pretty into astronomy. As I said before, I bought my own telescope, and to me, astronomy really suggests a globe.
So you might want to figure out really figure out if we have a point before you waste any money on that tuition there for astronomy, right? It's like if we're right, then you might be wasting your money on studying that. I mean, not that you couldn't have a profession still in that industry, but if you really want to know whether it's actually real or not, right? If it's actually what they say with the distances to the stars and all that.
Yeah, I'm not studying astronomy. I'm going to be studying mechanical engineering. I just like astronomy as a hobby.
Well, let me. I have to get off here in a sec, but I'll let somebody else talk to you. But let me. Since you said mechanical engineering, there's a section in this server called Brenner Comps, and it's a guy who's a flat earther that's a real scholar, and he studied mechanical engineering and linguistics at the University of Vienna, which is kind of a prestigious European school. And he really breaks down the science of why we're not on a spinning ball. So if you really do want to know, I recommend going to that. I'll tag it right here. I'll put a link in the live stream. And you could just check out his academic approach to this whole topic, which might appeal to you.
Yeah, I might check it out.
I made a bunch of these comps. I took screenshots with my phone, and he's been on there since 2016, and not too many people even heard of him, or nobody that I knew had heard of him. And he's got a lot of great information that's on the academic level, so definitely check that out. I'll put the hashtag in there for you. Go ahead. Was it Elbow trying to get in, or who was it? Miguel?
Yeah,
Or
because I wanted to see what was his evidence or what evidence he believe
yeah.
is validation for the globe. I mean, can you describe or you tell it? You don't have to probably post it or whatnot. So
Yeah, I like my best one is I could just go. Also, thank you, Gio, for the image perms. Thank you. I could go more in depth on what I was saying about the perspective, right? So let's see here. All right, so this will be my first picture, right? So what we have is we have. I'm not necessarily saying that the flat Earth has to be a disk with a dome on top. Basically, all I'm saying is that you exist on a flat plane. There's a North Celestial Pole, and right under the North Celestial Pole is the Earth's North Pole. Right? Does that make sense?
Wait a minute. This is Seafoam? Dude, I know Seafoam. We talked in the other server. I was the one making art with your Orion.
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. I remember
All right.
you.
Good to see you, bro. Right on.
I never
I'll still
heard your
tag you with this,
voice.
but I gotta go. Yeah, right on, bro. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no problem. It's always nice to see old faces in new places. Anyway, am I talking to the book?
Yep. Also known as Ebo, but yeah.
Alright, so did you see the picture I posted in a live stream one?
Yep, I did.
Alright, so no qualms or questions. Makes sense to you?
Well, I mean, my question was, what was your proof of a globe, and you're bringing up something about flat Earth?
Oh yeah, this is just like the preamble. I'm using the flat Earth against itself as an argument.
Well, that's not a proof of a globe. I'm trying to ask for validation that the Earth is a globe because I either measure some curvature, something that gives either some kind of science or whatever that you looked at or something like that. But I mean, you're starting off with because of the Earth doesn't look flat because of this reason. That's why I think the Earth is a globe. That's kind of not what I asked.
This picture I posted of the circle shows that your latitude directly corresponds with the angle you see the North Celestial Pole. That right there is why I believe the Earth is a globe. Because your latitude is always equal to the North Celestial Pole. And that's impossible on a flat Earth.
How did you get latitude and longitude?
I mean, this formula or image makes it works for any point on the circle. Both those angles are exactly equal.
You're looking at the sky and you're assuming Earth being circle. This doesn't jive with me, man. I mean, I still just you're still kind of in the weeds for me. I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
Gio, do you think that it's some like evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely evidence of the Earth being a globe because that fact right there, that latitude is always the same distance away from each other, and it's always correspondent to the angle to the celestial pole, means that Earth has to be a sphere.
Yeah, you're just saying because A plus B equals this, therefore you're assuming the Earth is a ball.
I mean, what I was going to do is I was going to show you why it's impossible on a flat Earth.
Okay, I'm okay. I guess we were going from proving the Earth is a ball because you want to. Okay, just go with it. Whatever you want to show me. Go ahead.
All right, so we have the image before, right? So then, sorry, takes me a second to find all these. All right, so what we have is we have the North Celestial Pole, the North Pole, and the observer make a right triangle, just like that. Correct?
Okay.
All right, and we have an angle theta, and what trigonometry tells us is that theta. I'll write this out real quick. Theta is equal to the inverse tangent of it equals that where x is your horizontal direction and the one can be really any number and it represents the height of Polaris, right? So x is your distance from the North Pole and the 1 is the height of Polaris above the North Pole. Does that make sense?
Yep. How did you get the height to Polaris?
It's an arbitrary number. It can be as big or small as you want.
Okay. I'll let you roll with it.
I probably should put like n or something like that. Anyway, the issue with that is that this is the graph of the inverse tangent, right? So you see at 0 anything away from the North Pole, the line is at 90, and as you move farther away, it goes down, but it goes down less and less and less, which is not what we observe on Earth. Right? So you can see the distance of the blue brackets is different, but the angle that changes of the North Celestial Pole is the same. Both those distances move the North Celestial Pole down by 10 degrees, but they're not the same. But on Earth, we always see that after every 69 miles, it goes down by exactly 1 degree. But those two are not the same, which means that on a flat Earth, the 69 miles per degree rule doesn't make any sense. And the latitudes would have to be getting farther and farther and farther and farther away.
But man, you're trying to tell me what the Earth is by pointing to the sky, watching the stars, and telling me because I expect this to happen on this model and not on this type of model. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Well, according to the model, where
first you don't know
Earth,
the Earth. I mean the sun, the stars. You don't know the density of the medium, or so you're just making baseless assertion about a model, and you still haven't proven anything about the Earth itself. Just that the stars are doing something wacky, which I can't tell you the actual. It's an arbitrary number because, therefore, Earth it's a ball.
well, all the height Polaris does is stretch out or thin the graph. That's all it does. So like a big number, it would be like more of a straight line. a small number, it's going to be more.
If it wasn't
Like,
important, you wouldn't count it in your calculation. But it is, isn't it?
no, the height of Polaris is arbitrary because this line is always nonlinear and asymptotic, no matter what value you put in for n.
Yeah.
And that's
Again,
the problem.
you're pointing to the skies and that showed me how the Earth is spherical, my friend. That's all you're saying. The stars are doing something which I don't expect because I have this assumption about the Earth.
Well, it's not that the stars are doing something because I have this assumption. I figured out what the stars would do with the assumption of a flat Earth, right? And
Yeah,
that
but
doesn't work. But if we look at what the stars would do with the assumption of a globe Earth, they follow perfectly.
no, I mean, again, your base, you're having a basis assertion because of an assumption you have. Can you prove your assumption first? Then we start talking about okay, the stars seems to convey this because of the Earth being a globe because of a measured curvature or something. You have that.
I'm saying that the movement of the stars proves our assumption.
No, it does not.
And how so? Because when we assume the Earth is flat, we do
Yeah,
the math of a flat Earth, and it doesn't work. But we do the math of a globe Earth, and it works out perfectly like we expect.
yeah, yes. Again, no, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Because again, you don't know nothing about the Earth being flat or anything that the perspective or the medium of density or any of the other variables that could be in the way, being the Earth having the sky as a spherical nature, meaning your personal sphere. So again, you're looking to the sky to tell me what the floor is. It's like saying I'm gonna look at my light in my room and tell you how the shape of my damn floor is. That's all you're doing.
And that's possible. Because when you
But it's
look at
not.
the light, no, it is. Because if you look at the light in your room and you move set distances away from the light and you measure the angle to the light, you're going to get the graph of the arctangent if it's
You
a
could
flat floor.
you could get yourself a table looking curve because of that. What are you talking about, dude?
Now, I mean, if you plot the angle you see.
Yeah, if you plot the angle with with a pencil and a light, you also get a freaking curve, depending
Right.
on where the height of the light or where the light is at.
Right.
So
And the
the
curve
light,
you get.
the height of the light matters.
Yeah. And that's
Yes.
the
So
end value.
again, that's where you're saying that it's arbitrary. It isn't.
Well, it's arbitrary to the point that the graph is not linear. That's the problem. The graph should be linear.
Based on what?
Based on observations. If you were to graph your observations, you would have a linear graph.
No, I'm saying that based on your assumption that the Earth is a globe, that's why that graph has to be this way. That's what you're saying.
No, it's not. I'm saying that if, hypothetically, you went to the North Pole and you measured the angle to the North Celestial Pole, you would get 90. And then if you move 69 miles south and you took a measurement, it would be at 89 degrees. And if you
Okay.
went another 69 miles and took a measurement, it would be at 88.
Okay.
And that's linear. That's linear. But the problem is that the curve you would expect on a flat Earth is not linear, and that's where the two
Based
clash.
on what? This is what I'm saying. You're making this baseless assumption that it wouldn't be the same because there you go. You said so.
I literally just showed you the math. Because on a flat Earth, the North Celestial Pole and the North Pole and you would make a right triangle. And the angle you look at to Polaris as your distance from the North Pole changes would follow the curve of the arctangent. But if you were to plot that's the expected line, right? That's what you'd expect on a flat Earth. But if you
No.
were to actually,
I don't
what do you mean
expect
no?
curve on a flat Earth because I have no idea how high the stars are. I wouldn't have to measure the stars to tell me what the flat of the what am I standing on. That's
Well,
my
no, you could.
that's my issue with what you're saying because you're telling me to look at the sky and what the stars are doing. This is what the floor is. That's for me. It's just
Let me jump in
Well,
for a
but
second.
what you could do? Sorry, all right.
You
I'll
said
let
you
you
did
jump.
the math. So what would the height be then? If you went to the North Pole and you measured 90 degrees directly under Polaris, and then you moved 60 nautical miles or 69 miles, and it was 89 degrees, what would the height to Polaris be? You say you did the math. So let's see if you've actually done the math.
Basically, it would be like infinity. It would be an incredibly large number.
No, I'm talking about the trigonometry with the inverse tangent you're speaking of. What would the height be on a flat Earth if we were under it? We moved 69 miles and it changed 1 degree. We'd be able to solve that and it'd give us a height to Polaris. What would that be? You said you did the math.
So just to clarify, you want the height of Polaris.
Right, 69 miles is your baseline, and your angle is 89 degrees.
All right, I can go into Desmos right now and
I'll
figure that out.
save you some time. It gives you a height to Polaris of 3958.7, the exact globe radius. Then you move 2 degrees, and it gives you 138 miles. And you get 69 miles per degree until you get about 1,500 miles, and then it's off by 1 degree. So if you're testing it and you think you could measure these distances accurately up to like 1,500 miles, and did then only be off by 1 degree, and you say what happens in reality, but we do see the linear function breaking down in reality. Y'all say it's due to refraction, but when things start getting closer and closer to the horizon underneath about 30 degrees, then it starts slowing down. Like I said, which is why they could see Polaris like underneath the equator a few degrees, but y'all say it starts slowing down. We say because it's going away. So which one lines up with reality? You know, you could say neither, you could say both. Either one are going to have variables, but to try and hold flat Earth to just mathematics with no variables, you know. So my point is over 1,500 miles, if you have atmospheric magnification or refraction or humidity, I mean anything, over that distance, it would be pretty consistent, and it could. I made an equation to line up with the 69 miles per degree, and I'll post it in chat if you want to look at it. Just a refraction model for the people who aren't satisfied with the math. But the point is like he said, the stars above aren't necessarily proving the ground. If you're saying that they're for sure tangible objects, you know, and nothing, but we're talking about apparent objects that really nobody knows what they are, if we're being honest with each other.
I'm almost. I'm getting close. So, based on like the measurement from the North Pole to 60 nautical miles from there, Polaris would have a height of 3,437. on a flat Earth?
39.59 basically in statute miles. You think that's a coincidence, or do you think that they took the actual mathematics, the actual trigonometry of what we see, and hijacked it and moved it to the center of the Earth because it's easier to model, and maybe an easier explanation? That ain't a coincidence, in my opinion, bro.
But the thing is that the 3959 doesn't work from other parts of this curve. That's the problem.
Yeah, I just told you. When you get 1,500 miles away, then it's off by 1 degree. So it's gradually. So the first 1,000 miles, it's pretty fucking close. Okay, nothing anybody could measure to disprove with chains or tape measures. But here's the thing. When you get 1,500 miles away and you say it's off by 1 degree, that's a lot of distance, dude. Anything could be happening. We're talking about 1,500 miles. You don't think it's fair to say that the atmosphere or refraction or anything could start playing a role in what we're seeing?
I mean, I can calculate how refraction would play, but let's say, right? We know at the equator, the line, the curve should be at 0, right? Because at the equator,
it's consistently seen of 2 degrees, 3 degrees underneath the equator, bro. Not to mention, Polaris does 3 degrees of a or 3/4 degree circle. So that's a couple 100-mile circle on its face.
I'm not talking about measurements to Polaris. I'm talking about measurements to the North Celestial Pole, and the North Celestial Pole is always at the same place. Polaris isn't. But let's say we
when you
know.
say the North Celestial Pole, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
We know. Oh, here I'll clarify. Ask your question. What about me saying the North Celestial Pole?
I was interrupting, bro. I think I was cutting out for a second. No, you're just talking about like the exact center, like right next to Polaris or whatever.
Yeah, that's where you're
fair
measuring. The point that Polaris circles around, basically, is what we're measuring to, right? But we know, or we should know, the distance from the North Pole to the equator, correct?
You may give them a little more credit, man. If we're going to go by the model, yeah, we got it mapped out real good. But as far as pulling chains, it's way beyond the margin of error. Even 69 miles to 1 degree, the margin of error is 8 times more than it's a 1 per 1,000 margin of error for chains. They used to use chains in surveying, and then they started using tapes, which narrowed it down to 0.5 out of 1,000, which is still 4 times the margin of error and the difference between a flat plane and a globe. So you take the difference between flat and like the let's say the arc length and the chord length, and it's 4 times greater, even in more recent times, which is still a little ways back. But so yeah, I don't think people are truly measuring these distances as accurately as you think, but it is modeled very accurately. I won't argue that. But in reality, that's a bit, that's good.
Well, what I'm saying is that this curve never reaches 0, right? It gets close to 0, but it never reaches 0, and it never goes below 0.
Yeah. If you're using just pure mathematics, sure, and no other variables, I agree.
So why would we see the North Celestial Pole go significantly? I'm not talking like a couple minutes due to refraction. I'm talking like people in Australia see it at like would measure the North Celestial Pole at like 40 something degrees below their horizon. that isn't due to refraction.
That ain't accurate, but I get your point. And yeah, it would be seen if you're going to just go by strict mathematics. But the thing is, the flat Earth model, or most of them people don't claim the model, but just for the sake of explanation's sake, it's different than the globe. In other words, the refraction over long distances like that, and in reality, I think would agree with it. It's accruing. In other words, it's amplifying over distance. So the further you go, the more refraction you're going to have. And I don't think that's factored in. On a globe, the stars are at infinite distance. So it's just a different model, a different explanation.
Well, like
I get your argument, man. But to say it's impossible, man, I think you need to, stop the brakes and study like the near field and far field effects, and just, I don't know, look at the videos I've posted. I posted one, I'll post another one. Different possibilities, man.
The really, like, in all honesty, the one thing that would instantly switch me to flat Earth is a convincing argument for the southern celestial pole. That would immediately turn me.
And again, I didn't even hear you, man. I heard something about a south celestial pole.
Yeah, like a good argument for the south celestial pole on a flat Earth would instantly convert me. Like, I will agree to drop everything I just said if I can get.
I'll give you two of them. Okay, one of them being that there are two poles, like a magnet, like a bar magnet, a North Pole and a South Pole, and that the map needs adjusting. The world map needs adjusting. And to back that up, I'd say, we could see different directions the stars go in time lapses. So I don't think that could happen if it's us rotating. I don't think they could simultaneously go in different directions. That's my. But then the second possible explanation would be that it's like a partial atmospheric dome. Basically, wherever you go, you have a dome in your perspective that follows you around, and it's like a azimuthal grid of vision. But another explanation would be like the South Pole is a reflection, like it's kind of like a reflection, like anti-corpuscular rays. How we see the sun over the horizon in the west and the east, and we know the sun ain't setting in the east, but we could see the rays converging on the opposite horizon. On a globe, that would be like wrapping all the way around the curve. If we're talking about infinite distance that we're looking, but if it's just apparent, then we could, you could come to the conclusion that the north is, the south is just kind of like a stretched out reflection of the north. But personally, I like the first explanation.
Yeah, I'm like, how can the southern sky be a reflection of the north if they share no constellations whatsoever?
Oh, they do, bro. You'd be surprised if you take the Big Dipper looking thing in the north and the Big Dipper looking thing in the south, and you converge them, all the dense areas, they merge in together. You'd be surprised, dude. But it ain't exact. I'll give you that. But look, if you're truly curious, I'm gonna post a video on the latest flat Earth presentation on the star trails and the southern star trails. I'll post it in live text, and you could mark it and check it out later. It's probably the best presentation on the way the stars work on the flat Earth. It's about 2 weeks old. It's the newest one.
All right. And another thing is that there's constellations on the celestial equator that both hemispheres can see. Like, someone in the north and someone in the south can see, like, the constellation Orion at the same time. But the person in the south would see it upside down relative to the person in the north. Which means that they're definitely looking at the same sky, right? They're looking at the same objects in the sky, but one is upside down.
I just posted in live text the explanation and how what do you call the star program? It's called Stellarium. Yeah, this shows how Stellarium works. It's modeled by Bislin did a model. It's a flat Earth model of the stars. It just shows you the dome around each observer, you know, and as you move, the dome moves with you. So if you want to see how it mathematically works on a flat Earth, yeah, just check out that video when you get a minute. It's interesting, whether you agree with it or not. You know, whether you have some points of contention, at least know what you're arguing against. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, it's getting a little late right now. It's like almost 2 o'clock for me.
Yeah, that's fine,
and
man. I just got in to answer some of the questions. I felt like, you know, he comes from a different stance of arguing. I just was trying to relate with you and agree with you on the mathematics. You know, as far as you know, what you're saying is right. If you're just using the pure math, there's nothing to argue there. You're absolutely correct. So I was just trying to give you some ideas and stuff, man. You seem open-minded, at least enough to look into it, you know, and come back with some points, you know, to talk about. So yeah, I enjoyed that, bro.
Yeah, the space station comes in like 3 hours, and I just want to get a little bit of rest before then.
Hey, what
And I'll
part
make.
you in, bro?
Sorry,
What part of the country are you in?
I'm in the Midwest.
Midwest? Damn, I was hoping you was by me. I'd look at it too. But yeah, these are all questions we've all asked, man. So you know, I'm with you on that. But I'm taking off, man. Enjoyed the chat and hope to hear from you. You know, sooner than later.
All right, it's funny. I'm leaving too. Yeah, it's lovely to meet you. What's your name? Brian is.
Yeah, FE Test is my channel name. But the video I posted was a presentation from Shane and on the Space Audits channel. It's a pretty interesting video, man. There's some things I might, you know, agree with. Some of it you can't disagree with because it's just facts. But then a lot of it is, you know, the way it could work on a flat Earth. And but it's a pretty cool model. It works mathematically, but as far as the explanations, they're left to the individual whether he believes that's what's going on in reality or not.
Yeah, I'll be sure to post the ISS picture once I get it for anyone who wants to look at it.
Yeah, that's what this channel is all about, bro. Definitely bring it here. We'll give it a look, bitch about it, and talk about it.
Here, I can actually send the last one I took. That's the last one I took when it went straight overhead. And that white dot on the top is the Crew Dragon by SpaceX.
Asking for it for a long time. Like, I want to see, because this would be my final statement, is like, you know, if the ISS is circling every 90 minutes, then somewhere in the world, every time the capsule docks, it should be viewed, you know, all over the place, because it's a pretty slow approach. So you could even be in one spot and see it a few times, you know, the light every time it passes by getting closer and closer. And if you could capture that, bro, then you'd sell me at least on the fact that they're going up there, that people are actually, you know, that would open up my mind to the potential fact. But I've never seen that. All they show me is that picture of the space shuttle, like, docked up to it. It looks like kind of like a model. But yeah, if you can capture a little light closing in on it, you know, that'd be good evidence for me. I'd be very interested in capturing that. So hold her steady.
Well, the next time it'll be undocking on September 21st. So I'm going to cross my fingers that I'm going to have visible ISS passes on that date.
Roger that. That's almost worth traveling for, bro, ain't it? Something like that. But trust me, bro, don't get too disappointed if it doesn't show up, even if it's right or red, because we've been challenging and asking for this for quite a while, bro. But I'm not sure that they've tried it to the best of their ability. I haven't, to be perfectly honest, but we have been asking for that for quite a while. You might be one of the first to show good evidence, so it's possible.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that for the longest time, trying to capture that. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Thank you for a wonderful welcome to the server too.
Peace out, man.